No, it's okay. Do you ever make fun of people? Do you have to make fun of people? Do you ever make fun of your parents or anything like that? That's great. And that was in New York City? Yeah, what type of places did you go? Where did you perform at? That's great, man. That's exactly what you gotta do. You don't even have to do the bringer shows. Screw that shit. Just keep doing gigs over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until you absolutely are doing something else. That's simple. David Lucas, do you have any words of advice for this young rising comedian?
Just keep, like you said, keep it going. That's what I did until you get that chance to go and showcase that. Just make sure, I always tell comics when they ask me, make sure when you go to these big name clubs that you're ready. Time that if you're 6 months out, make sure you got a tight ass set. And make sure you got another tight ass set for that set when you get the extra to come back.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And especially, nowadays, where there's a lot of bachelors out there, everybody needs to have a tight ass. No one wants a loose ass. What? That's lightning.
Do you guys like loose asses?
Interesting because, like, if it's a girl, you don't want to lose pussy. You want a tight pussy. Why would they want to lose that? Because you make it easier. If you're fucking a guy in the ass, if it's too tight, what would it be? I mean, she tries, so it's nice and loose and like pretty. Why would it be wetter if it's loose? I mean, you can stick stuff in it, but like, if
I'm here in the scene with biology major.
I don't understand why they would prefer straight or gay. I look at that changes the texture of the thing. You like the it's like a flashlight. I mean, who loosens up their flashlight? Who runs it through who runs a baseball bat through their flashlight before?
Why did I just get an image of Brian Redman eating a roll of toilet paper that's flavor?
Okay, alright. Anyway, Nick Down, any other fun facts we should know about you before moving on?
I was on the New York audio only show with my brother, and he was in a drum off. He was kind of offering to say hello to Joel.
Oh, cool. Is he there? Oh, okay. I think I sort of remember you.
Which New York show?
Gramercy Theater?
Was this the one where I beat him, or the one where we beat him?
Oh, what's up?
That's right.
Which show at Gramercy were you a drummer of? Was that Big J. Okerson, Shane Gillis?
No, Mark Barron.
Mark Maron wasn't on in New York City. You mean Gilbert Godfrey? Mark Norman. Mark Norman. Yeah, I said Mark Maron too. That's all making sense to me now. Heck yeah. Did you, how do you feel now, months after your performance against Joel Jimenez? Have you perhaps been practicing more, or have you completely given up on the drums? Oh, this would be a good opportunity for you to speak. Unlike the Slats 12 thing you DM'd me recently, right? We'll get these loaded up the next time I read these private messages that Sven has been sending me. Needs to
We're
come
gonna
back.
need some flavored toilet paper.
Whoa. Let's just say
And
we
look
need
at
to
him.
have some
Robert
access.
Ben Edwards. Robert Butler, more than I Ben
We have no more
What is
questions to
fashion
ask
for
this
today?
is you.
Jay Evelyn
So,
Mendes, Mother
congratulations
Rose
on the ranch. Assess the
and
situation.
Rockwood Stars.
To the Redonia boys out there in Pennsylvania, thank you very much for joining us, and hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you to you and your brother Nick Redonia. With no further hesitation, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the diamond in the rough, the one, the only, the stone cold assassin, ladies and gentlemen. My pride and joy, the man I love more than perhaps any of my own family members or friends, the one, the only, Michael Lear. Everybody is here live. Hi, Michael.
Suffer. What is that? Hundreds of Jews smash barrels of mayonnaise. That's what I'm gonna pay you $50 an hour. You will be able to smash these barrels of mayonnaise. Mahmoud, what is the Allah? Is the Jew allowed to see, to accept, keep the religious Muslim? Remember again, yesterday that we did the concept of funds for teaching that generated from what may or may not be illegal. Themselves here the uncle is asking me to do something with the INS, and he's asking me to destroy the INS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to those persons? You know, it says, no, that's a lot of clear velocity people us. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why? Because I do I would use the opportunity to make analysis. So I'm looking at this thing, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the person start to be we don't know Cuba, we don't get the honor in Russia. These songs say, what's the big deal about she actually wants to use these things called these barrels. So when you start with Russia, right? I don't have it. You think doesn't want to break it. Actually, celebrate.
Oh, this is great. I didn't even know we were going to read the script today. This is very exciting.
I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's specifically persons from the IAS. Therefore, again, it's up. Another. Oh, dear, no. Oh, it is not shadow. This is the destruction of the IAS, destruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one else will existence. Again, ultimately, the strategy is what it is. Ultimately, again, should be fascinating each other. I don't know. So if Russian says, Yishmael is all about what? And not this. Good job. Good job. Get the money.
All right, Tony will be reading the part of Mark Wahlberg. Brian will be reading the part of Wahlberg's travel companion, Turtle from Entourage. Any dialogues in italics are lyrics from Mark Wahlberg's seminal hit Good Vibrations and should be delivered like Mark Wahlberg wrote them in the song Good Vibrations. We open on an airplane. Seated inside of Mark Wahlberg is Turtle from Entourage.
Yo, that's not a stewardess. That's a 9/11 hijacker.
Stop it, Marky. Save America.
Walmart approaches the hijacker.
Come on, swing it. Come on, swing it. Come on, swing it.
Yo, Marky, smash that terrorist. Me? You can land a passenger here.
I can finger Reese Witherspoon on the roller coaster in the movie Fear, and I can land a passenger airplane. But we're not landing yet. We're gonna find Osama bin Laden, the patented flight novelist. After Boogie Nights, I'm in full Illuminati.
That's dope as fuck.
Marky and Turtle fly to Afghanistan 0030. They land at Bin Laden's hub headquarters and mastermind of 9/11 is Marky's brother, Donnie Wahlberg. Brian is no longer Turtle from Entourage. Brian is now Donnie Wahlberg.
Hey, why did you do this to America, Donnie? You need help, bro. But America and the world will eventually forgive you because it's gonna be such a boss show. Yeah, true that. There was so much fun. You're a genius, Michael. I don't know how to do a Mark Wahlberg impression, and I don't know how the rap to Great Vibrations goes. Great Vibrations. Oh, good vibrations. I only know the good vibrations from the Beach Boys. That's my come on, swing it. Come on, swing it. David, I can't believe you don't know that white person song. Good vibrations from the Beach Boys. You are right. That is a different version of that song. Sure. Yes, you have our attention, Michael. The Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. The Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. What is that? I gotta know. Oh, yeah. Right, so that's funny because it's like the whitest thing anybody could give to, right? Well, Mike, another amazing performance. You really surprised us. I had no idea you were sending in a script. I love it how some things you'll give us a little bit of a warning for, some things you'll surprise us with. You are such a great judge of everything comedic. You even bring out the best and silliest in all of us, and you did it again this week. Great job, Harry. Absolutely unbelievable. And for such a great performance, I'm going to donate 100,000 of my own dollars to the Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you, the great Michael Meyer, everybody. There was I love that, man. With all of Michael Blackheart, your next comedian goes by the name of Black Dust here for the first time.
You can't do a favor. This was the people free. You can't do a favor. But to do something to I consider myself keep it happy. Kids love shepherding. More expensive, coach, the condition of your life. And that's when you're not planted. That's when you have to get the planting itself. Put up a fence to sustain it. You know, these people with a green, to uproot your line, to get rid of this circle, to get rid of it. It's absolutely brilliant, and you can get paid for that one. This is what it says. It's so low in the there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase is so legal. This is the thing I want to do like a microphone. It's too many. Like that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So, this is very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is unconsistent. Let's go so,
I didn't understand a single joke, but with all the stuff and all this stuff going on in the world, I want to say it was my favorite set of the night. He's trying to pull the William Montgomery and crop it out right now.
Remember, on one hand, it is love.
It is.
Because therefore, that means one continue to exist.
It is an impressive haircut. This is what it would look like if Beavis was on BET.
When nothing said, do it and cover a lot.
So, where are you at, Black Dust?
If it involves the instruction
oh, shit, that's a crazy place to be right now.
Even though, yes, I do want to continue to exist as the idea. I get it. I want to break myself. I want to break it. I don't want to.
Got the same beard as you.
I want to upgrade it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the police, instruction.
What do you do for work in Oklahoma City?
Just like that job. What are you
doing in fine dining?
How about I know? Okay. I must say, this is a community solution.
What were you working at for Chris?
And that's like my song. There's a society, just joy of society. I see people are like my friends to find each other.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because plastics are
Sweet.
Because I was told, like somebody sent me a pair, and like just like you never you're not allowed to have them.
Was that you guys with Brogan where I saw yeah, it was right? What was going on at that time? I feel like it was
They were flying from Vancouver here. This girl taught jumperi, and she had her training jumps. But
Yeah, and training. Yeah, she was like surprised. TSA took her nunchucks.
she was like, "This happens. I know why they're stopping me. It's because I got nunchucks. It happened to me last week."
So weird. Very bizarre.
Basically, one of the places you can just walk down the street with your guns.
Absolutely. And that's where you were born and raised in Oklahoma City. I've been informed of a boxing reel and a music video. Are those the same thing? Or is it one video or two separate things? Is it trash? Well, the music video is trash. Let's check out some of your trash music. Okay, here we go. Like this presents Joel. Okay, Joel on this. Man, I hope that is not my car.
I know.
Yeah, no, it's true. This is heavy magic.
I mean, it's funny when you ask you why again. Like, you're not taking this serious, obviously, because you
Give us the report. Just tell us. It's
the march, the protest.
How about in the back? Is everything clear? Okay, well, that's fine.
Does that money that's all that takes on the same thing?
Right. Okay, maybe we'll just go south. Okay.
You check that says the money out of it. Does it take on? Or not?
My goodness, how much marijuana did you have on you? Oh, this drives me fucking crazy. How long were you in jail? 3 months? In jail for 3 months for 8 grams of marijuana?
Honest question, you think you would murder someone at the same time for the same amount?
I haven't told them, guys, before you can go crazy, you need to sell off all of your alcohol.
Oh yeah, explain to us how that, how did that go down exactly? Or one fight?
After you do that,
I'm always
then
interested.
Or less than $100.
That's like a
year.
guy with
And now she says over here, but it actually, you actually, if you have a suicide, holy, this guy would laugh, or she's guy would also reach out to all this stuff, I'm just going to say, I think you go, it's supposed to be, that's what you do, that's what I was doing. That's when like, you know, one can never be Gentiles, son of all, you have the money, Jerry Christopher, and money is what do you see? How do you see? That's the way sells his idol, that cash. Nighttime, you sure you have something in there? That's what I'm going to
I love that. That's how white people support each other whenever they fight for different. Even when you're fighting wrongs, even when they're
It's funny because in the pod before this one, went down that going to it's like, everybody survived your race, you're held accountable. It's like the first night in the big court, so I wouldn't take shots. So they're like, hey, you stay or take a shower.
Oh, yeah.
So I went shadow boxing, I had my hands wrapped, and I was like, how many people are just trying to stay? They're like,
That's why you mentioned what we were not from a global standpoint.
I striking. I saw some guy being like jump. I said,
I took me and
stuff like that's white. She was talking about
and see right, and what we just noticed from this or yariness of the same case, I went ahead and I went
So you spent time in jail. You might know the answer to this. Do rapists like looser assassins or tighter assassins?
What the ultimately again is let's say I can think
His face on dangling around your wrist. Your body, you can twist like a pretzel.
It's your unlimited merch
Black Dust, so much fun. Fun times hanging out with you. Thank you so much, Black Dust, everybody. The first time Black Dust has been saving us. Oh, there he is.
interesting. Case number one, same case. I like
Comedian of the night, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, famous from Roast Battle at the Comedy Store. Here is Loose Digits. Here he is. Here he is, Loose Digits.
Case number two, same thing, $11,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I go out about somebody on the SF. Then he comes up with the proceeds are for the I effectively know my generation measures. So that's the essential. Honestly, let's use some negotiations. See from Shumba, how we make the lots of it. So this is very serious. So yeah. This seems to circle back a little bit to the previous signal. The choice has in the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore it takes this process to place into the husband. And there's no sense. If you look at it, you have gotten this. We just said before, I said that's not.
Loose Digits, one of my favorite roast battlers in all of Los Angeles, hanging out with both what appears to be a statue of a dog and a statue of a white man.
He's laughing too.
Oh, the white man was moved. What's up, Digits? How are you, my man?
I want to the existence of the INS Act because of lack of money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the community items. Why should it be awesome? But none. Garrett
I
is your
absolutely love this guy. I don't know what it is about him.
Your should be
You guys are both Latino.
Oh, that must be it. Love the Cholos hat, love the jacket, love the graffiti in the other background.
Yeah, I love that. You definitely graffitied your own what appear to be bedroom there. Whose house have you broken into that you're filming at now? I love it. How about the dog? What's the story with that dog back there? Now, Digits is an absolute legend in Roseville. It's no secret that he is, they have their own culture over there in Roseville. Tuesday nights at the Comedy Store has always been complete chaos and so much fun. We have Mondays and they have Tuesdays. And Digits is famous for an extremely unorthodox style of being very serious, much like you see right now. And moving around a lot, it's very hard to describe. What have you been doing to let out some of those roast energies that you're famous for on Tuesdays now that we've all been quarantined? I know it may be the first month or two. How are you holding it together? Love that, man. I'm not going crazy. I'm just getting more artistic, but that is I love that. David Lucas is a roast god as well. Have you guys ever come across each other on the streets or in battle or anything? Have you ever seen him roast battle someone? It's a sight to see. Whole different That's right, roast me. What's the story with that white guy behind you? Does he ever know? It's like a young weekend at Bernie's.
That works fine for me. How would you take
I love it, Digits. What did you go to jail for? Guys are all unit over here. They're like if the Sklar brothers had bad parents. What did you go to jail for? We just had another young man on before you that got caught with a gram of pot and had to do 3 months. Would you like to talk about why they put you in jail, or is that off limits? Oh yeah, no. We're not telling on you. For sure. Oh yeah, I'm no rat. I'm not a snitch. Fuck yeah, man. Well, we gotta get you on one of these shows back at the Comedy Store when business gets booming again. He's doing roast battle here on Friday. Is that true?
Yeah, no, Shiny Roosh is like, yeah, but rabbis will make those guys be shut. Whereas Willoughby,
Fuck yeah, and I mean it's incredible how great of a roaster you are, and the fact that clearly you're trying to even get better. Because the fun fact is that Digits was actually the first human being get signed up. The second that we went live at midnight on Sunday with Roast Masterclass, the first name that dropped in was Los Ninjas, and I love that dude, and for sure you're going to end up, it's weird saying learning, but you're going to end up finding out some crazy stuff and tactics of exercises and muscles to be grown. We just saw some video of you roasting. Is it hard roasting without an audience here at Better Box? Digits, I love you, man. I love your style. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Kill Tony. You can find him at Los Digits everywhere on social media. He's a badass motherfucker. We absolutely love you. Great performance here today. There's a lot of tough acts to follow on before you, and you were hilarious. Shout out to the innocent victim who had his house broken into behind you. Shout out to the dog, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Fuck yeah. Hey, let's check in the Brian J. email real quick with tonight's drawing. He had to draw it from home tonight because we had to switch stuff around.
Badass.
Oh my god. Long distance powerful Kill Tony drawing for this very chaotic episode. I absolutely love the fire and the chaos going on in this. Very fitting for these times. With a paparazzi's camera down there, as in the newscasting. I do believe is being covered with that. And Brian J., anything else I'm missing about it? Brian J., can you hear me? Yeah, we're having audio troubles with Brian J. It's another dimension haunted.
BrianJHemo.com. Everything's on sale right now. Kill Tony, you got the Kill Tony book. You got every print that he draws every episode. You get websites and all that stuff there.
For sure, and don't forget, you can submit your own minute to the show, KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. And a lot of other fun stuff happening. Of course, you have Brian on VR. You have my new Roast Master class on Patreon. Jeremiah?
Jeremiah Dashwood is the name of the show. Joining us here tonight on the show. And Todd Glass is the guest on Jeremiah Wonders this week. One of my favorites of the entire week. So you must be watching on YouTube.com/Jeremiah Wonders.
There you go. Jeremiah Wonders. And the great Jesse Johnson was here. She's on social media at Jesse Johnson. Anything else, Jesse? Absolutely. Believe it or not, this was Joel. That is all night long, Joel. You're mostly sorry on social media. You have the brand new podcast, Mostly Sorry, which I got to catch some of and absolutely loved it. Yeah. Anything else? What else?
New episode coming soon. Love you guys. Stay safe out there. Happy to bring some joy for a little bit.
The great David Lucas was with us. I talked about it every episode, but he's hilarious on Instagram. He roasts people late at night. David Lucas, funny. Anything else, David? Love Brothers in person, and I love Dead Air with Ryan Goldsman. I caught the episode with Michael there. Let me tell you something. I mean, it might not be the same for you listeners that don't know Ryan Goldsman quite as well as we do, from a couple episodes of the show, maybe Dead Air, Abandoned. I love watching those two going back and forth. They have great chemistry. God, it was like fucking Godzilla and King Kong, because I don't think there were times where it wasn't connecting, but it still was hilarious. And either way, it was hilarious the entire time. That was awesome. Everything Michael Lair, of course, michaellayercomedy.com. And yeah, what else?
Thanks a lot, guys. Be safe.
Yes.
Mess ups. Let me say. The emotional ones for success and you want for success. That's how I want for success. You want for success. Look at my life. Look at the scriptures. Punishments are really there to put us in a path to success, not to snap us down when we go and make a mistake. But again, if Sharp understood what we need in order to be successful,
And this is Ray coming live from Better Box Studios for another episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
And here's Brian Redman. Having a little deeper here today. It's a beautiful day. Judy, happy birthday to Kanye West.
When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards,
For this one. While we were in Omaha, Nebraska, we had some of the best pizza that day. It was an early show. We were outside with the sun out on a big strip there in Omaha. One night.
another question. How do you guys call it? Get a coach up? I'm not sure if I thought it was great.
Here at Better Box Studios,
And
which has
it's
been
Garrett Coach.
unbelievably gracious to us.
Go ahead.
Great Gino, the seaweed enterprises, has taken us under his wing and let us move up here during the entire quarantine. And we love Better Box. They're helping us out big time. And they have a candle company, the Damn Good Candle Company. A lot of people are buying the new Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candle, the eucalyptus spa-like scent. I love it. You like eucalyptus? I sure do. That's my stuff, man. I have this stuff called Osage rub. Am I saying that right? Osage? Osage? Yeah, that sounds better. It's the stuff like the barber uses. They put it on like the towel thing. Whatever. I just bought it straight from my barber. Like about 5 6 times. So I do. Run a hot shower, squirt some of that in there. But now I don't even have to do that because I'm going to Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candle. You can get it at Damn Good Co.
Have your own candle like for now.
Everywhere I have boxes, they're stacked. I burn it. My place looks like a goddamn sacrifice is happening. I have so many Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candles. You would think it was a sacrifice, but baby. Brian J. emailed us here enjoying tonight's episode. Speaking of big, hairy babies, the great Brian J. emailed joining us. Very exciting stuff. And we're going on the road soon. At the end of July, we're going to Miami the 31st of July and August 1st. Tony's on the 31st. And a lot of these are stand-up shows too. And Tony's like Boston, August 13th, Houston, August 20th. Dallas, 27th of August, Fort Worth, 28th and 29th, Salt Lake City, 9/11, North Tower, September 17th, Toronto, the 29th of September, and Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco, Kill Tony Media Week, October 13th through the 18th. In DC, we're going back to in November.
Just realized it's the first year in 3 years that I've been spending my birthday.
When's your birthday again?
August 4th. Remember, it's always when I have it.
That was the love and shit. He himself doesn't worship idolatry.
Never again.
And he has the collapse to go
Fun stuff happening, wherever we go, no matter where in the country. One of my favorite things is getting through security at the airport easily. And I do that super easily with my ritual. They make everything nice. Everything's in one little sleek thing. You used to have this big chunky wall that sometimes I forget that it's there, or sometimes it's just obnoxious and stuff falls out of it with the ritual and everything stays all together. And it's super awesome. The entire Tony crew uses the ritual that I was sleep 1981.
Yes, they're really nice. They came to one of our shows. Remember, we gave away $1,000. It's also great because it really makes you like go through your wall and go, how much unnecessary stuff do I have in my wallet? And it's really thick. It has these 2 middle plates. It has like an elastic band around it. So I'm grabbing out my wallet in my front pocket, and I'm sitting on my wallet. And that's like if you're sitting down all the time, or you're like taking like a road trip to your car ride to work, you're sitting on that wallet, it kills your back, it hurts your back, and you can really do some damage. So I love the ritual, and I will never go back.
Neither will I, and you're going to love it too. There's a lifetime warranty, so it'll always be there for you. And free returns. If you don't like it, that's how much they guarantee you. Love the ritual. Absolute free returns. Money back. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. That's ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code KillTony. Link in description, and you get 10% off. Treat your ritual.
However, again, it's awesome, bro. Ain't no over.
And if you're looking for a way to have some fun while at home, lights are always on at MyBookie. Keep you entertained or hooking you up with all your favorite games.
casino dealers online. That's right, they were actual dealers just waiting for you to log on to their site 24/7. These guys do not mess around.
And it's cool because you don't have to bet public sports or anything. You can bet on politics. And right now, that would be interesting to bet on politics because it's out of control right now. You're really rooting and betting on the weather. They offer something for everyone. And as always, which way you get paid quick. Put your skills to the test with the huge blackjack and slots tournaments with insane prize pools. In fact, if you're stuck in one right now, they've got a $10,000 blackjack tournament for you to sink your teeth into. It's free to enter, and it pays cash if you win. It's free, and it pays cash.
That's where I play, that's where you play, and that's where you guys should play too. You got the hookup to do the smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag and they'll double your first deposit. That is a double. Use the promo code KILLTONY to activate the offer. That's promo code KILLTONY at mybookie.ag. You spin, you win, you get paid. Shout out to Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY over there.
It's right, their new tea. They sent us that new tea.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The hibiscus tea. It's mind-boggling. It's just like, oh, it's so refreshing. It's one of my new favorite things because it keeps picking up here in LA, and I poured overnight last night, and it's delicious. Hey, you know what you can do? If you listen to KILLTONY on different things, why don't you check us out over on Spotify? Make sure you subscribe to us over there. There's a lot of fun things are happening over there nowadays. And a lot of people are getting Spotify Premium, and they're looking at who's coming over from where. So check out KILLTONY, subscribe there. And while I'm pitching you subscribing to things, head over to YouTube. We are almost at 100,000 subscribers. Even if you don't even have a YouTube account, like me. Like I don't even know how to log in. Yeah,
Watch more YouTube than any TV shows. It's been probably 2 hours on YouTube shows. I found this one where it was just people that go underwater and die because of their treasures. They found like these cars, they would take the cars out of the water, found a body in there, and it's like, I was just kidding. Driving home drunk once. They've been looking for it for years. It's so interesting.
You ever watch Jim Hansen? It's a crime show that I was introduced to by the great HTV, in which they show you the interrogations of people, and they break them down. It's all about criminal psychology, and it's really fun. It shows you exactly how they trick people into giving up information, even though they can walk away at any point, even if they've already asked for their attorney. There's ways to do that. There's things that they use, and even on the stand, it's like a forensic files, but it's like a forensic files is pro wrestling. Jim Hansen is UFC. It's real, serious, and intense. Very exciting. You can submit to KILLTONY. You can, this is it. I mean, we're coming down the straightaway now. My guess is we're going to be back to the comedy store soon. So if you're global and you can't make it to LA, this is some of your last chances to submit to the show. KILLTONY14@gmail.com. Make sure you keep an eye on your email so you can get a response. And if you don't respond quickly, they're just going to skip over you because there's so many people submitting. So KILLTONY14@gmail.com and I'll do these final episodes. All right, so there we go. You guys ready to start this thing? Okay. Excited. That's right. We're good. No, I was like waiting for it to. Yeah, I was at least expecting somebody to be like, yeah, something. Yeah. So let's start with that. We have a guest tonight, just like we did last week. A very special guest. One of the regulars for the show. One of the great roasters of all time. KILLTONY history. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas joining us. Hi, David. Good to have you back again. I love it. We're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to meet some people from around the world. And there's also a band on the show. Every single episode they come in being different characters. You never know what they're going to be. It's always exciting to find out. They stay in character throughout every episode. And let's see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best stand band in the land, the KILLTONY band. Jeremiah Watkins, Gilbert Joel Jimenez, and Jetsky Jesse Johnson. Oh my God, Dad. instead of barbecue. I never would have known if it wasn't for that song. Hello, guys. How are you, guys and girls? Or guys?
That is a man going in. Oh, great time with that. That's my freaking 30 years as a fan. You see what that lake here? That's a
That's a good show.
I just realized how many J's there are in all your guys' names. I should have realized this months ago. But Joel Jimenez is 3 J's. Jesse Johnson is 3 J's. And Jeremiah Chewy Jabroni Jeremiah.
I just want to say happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. What's your name, Dad at the barbecue?
My name is Dwayne Godstone.
Wayne. Wayne, interesting name. You seem like that guy that would call the police on the guy named Wayne.
We want right here.
Oh, there you go. And what's your name, Mr. Gary Lakes over there? Oh, Gary. Okay.
And I don't know about you guys, but I see.
Look at you, Gary. And what's your name there? You have the big stash.
His name's Phil Dempsey, but you can call me Chef. He's always got the best jokes.
Chef Phil Dempsey, Dwayne Wilcox, Gary. So let's just jump right into the show. Everything's in place, right? Jay, David, Lucas, the whole band. We got Charlie from Vito's Pizza here, keeping us filled up. Best pizza in LA. Vito's Pizza locations all around Southern California. So, did you guys see the fucking, we talked about this last week, the goddamn fast food thing that came out that said for each state's made what the, they're trolling everybody, right? Because what's melty? Melty. It was melty. And I said Denny's in California. I'm pretty sure that's like a CIA, like it's an experiment to see.
There was something else like, it was like Boston, where they had something like a Boston market, and I was like, you know, it would be obviously Dunkin' Donuts is on here,
Alright, let's jump into the show. Your first edition, who knows where it's coming from? These have been fun, in a way, episodes, these quarantine episodes. They are definitely different than having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that want to be there on a Monday at 8 p.m. excited to the gills, full energy out. But here we go, the 8-9 ultra talented egos all slammed into a 30 by 30 foot room. And let's see what happens here. We're going to get it started with Jesse Curtis, everyone. Here we go. There's Jesse Curtis.
I'm Jesse, damn glad to meet you. Let's jump right into the first guest. One is me. What is it like being the treatment of the Muppets? That's right, she's the baddest bitch. Oh shit, I hear a bad bitch right now. Is that Easter eggs? Got the bars in the beer? Speaking of road pussy, that leads us right on into opening. Peggy Bundy. Cool. So, we're gonna hop on over to the after party and the afterlife.
Majority of the evidence are Jews.
It looks like barley and gizzard. It's always something. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Amen. We're gonna end this up with a notice party film call. That's all, baby. Go on, eat.
Fuck yeah, Jesse Curtis. Hi, Jesse, how are you?
Goodness gracious, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Indeed. Good to see you. Where are you calling in from?
Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Virginia Beach. Heck yeah, that's a very, it's a very white place, right?
It's poppin'. I mean, we got pretty much going on here.
She said me, like, no matter how many black people are there, it's too many. What's that?
And how dare you? No, I mean, I think we gotta go to, like,
Oh, that is infantry reference. And she has a lot of black guys' favorite white girl, Miss Piggy, in the background. What do you do, Jesse? What do you do for work? Fox News analyst, press secretary for the White House? What is it?
I worked in e-commerce I went for fashion, but I've been in e-commerce for 10 years. And I'm a big fan. Like, what's interesting about it? The first 4 years in e-commerce, I ran 2 web stores for Pusha T's brand, Playfoot, and then T.I.'s brand, McFood. So, and I think that you had Pusha T on your page for your.
What did you do exactly for Pusha T?
I ran the web store. So, 10 years ago, e-commerce was not what it is now. So, it was in the very beginning of everything. But I did turn to the house before, and I kind of just fell into it. So,
Did you get to talk to Pusha T directly at all?
I mean, I met him several times. Like, him, for a whole, like, countless fun. I think the music festival last year here, and it got canceled. This year, obviously, it was really planned. But he was really cool. I had T.I. a couple times.
Any of these guys trying to bang you?
And then we tried to bang me now.
No, Pusha T saw you and he was like, that made 1% of the Keltoni audience laugh like Pusha T. I'm on the situation on the rap. Is it at a barbecue getting it all? Almost called the cops on the website. Did you get into e-commerce after you left the Devil's Rejects? Or, hey, you look like Cheryl Moon Zombie. That's a compliment. You single, Jesse?
Boyfriend?
Did he paint that yellow? So now you just got to focus on your business. Yeah. The yellow over his head. That was a lot of That's interesting.
Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen?
He's white.
He's white. Are you kidding me? Think she's hooking up with a black guy? Police badge on her. Yeah.
And now I work for a commercial company, and I went to the shop show in Las Vegas this year. It's the last time I traveled. And a woman from y'all's area gave me this from the shoe show with her, and she just gave me a cut off of a shirt. Police officer there, so that was kind of cool.
That was east of Vine Street, right? You stayed around the Silver Lake area, Los Feliz.
No, I shot show in Vegas.
What is it with the yellow piece of art on the wall? Why is it just yellow? Is it an R. Kelly original?
Piss on it. It had texture to it, but you have to get like an angle. So I did. There's an X, different patterns on it, and different textures.
So you draw. That's all your art behind you?
Yes, honestly, it's yeah.
I love that. I'm a big fan of Gilda Radner. Crazy, wild stories, that one. I remember where I saw that good Gilda documentary. The man she used to... Yeah, I think it is Hulu, actually. Gilda said it. So few great things are on Hulu. I didn't want to get it wrong. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of Hulu's 3 or 4 amazing things. I love Hulu. And by the way, you can use coupon code KILLTONY. Is that true? This is so much for sure I would remember that.
Yeah, I mean, we never get you some records from
Alright, daddies, how's that?
oh, what you got, Big Daddy?
Oh, look at that. I love it. So what else, Jesse? What else is interesting about you? You ever do stand-up?
No, I've never done anything. I did like a really, so the beginning of you guys doing the quarantine stuff, I like tried to do my moves, and I said to a friend, like, kind of depressing, and literally said, like, don't be depressing, and like, I'm not well lit, and nobody wants to be bummed out. have fun, and that's why Stacey is always
Think
growing.
about those shows, but again,
And has growth in the established all of this stuff.
like it's
You did something. I absolutely think that was better than
I was trying. I saw SNL. I did like the whole way outside on the street or whatever. And we went Bruno Mars, and I saw like Baldwin do song like those ones like Goosebumps. And yeah,
little fun fact about Alec Baldwin's Trump that I don't think I ever mentioned on the show. Maybe I did, but I actually worked with Alec Baldwin on we'll say a secret project for a private gig. That's something that I wrote, and this was back in I think early 2015, 2016. And super long story short, I'm the one that suggested him trying out a Trump impression, and we worked on it together over the phone. And I basically started Alec Baldwin's Trump impression. I wrote a whole thing to do with Trump, and this was before he ever did it on SNL. You and Alex Baldwin actually have one thing in common. This little thing, and you're like, hey, look at that. Jesse. Great way to start the show. You're a great personality. I love the creativity that you took in your submission. Thanks for kicking off the show for us tonight. There she goes, Jessie. She's on Instagram. JCURT. And we have yet another submission, and we will just get right to it. Your next comedian submission goes by the name of Dean Reed. Here we go. Dean Reed. Alright, here's Dean Reed.
We said before that there's treated like or other things. Here it is, Dean Reed, hello. Dean Reed, hello.
Yeah, Tony, what's going on, man?
Everything's good, man. What's shaking? Your artwork is the opposite of the white girls. You have black art, and she had white and yellow art. Definitely, absolutely. That's why we have David Lippins here. That's the only reason. Yeah, that's true. This is your future. It's David. I love it, Dean. Where are you calling us in from? Stand at the home of Disney. Yes. How are things in Orlando? Has there been rioting and looting? Where'd you get fired from?
Customer service call center.
Where'd you get mine?
That was
They said it was about the numbers, but maybe I was very irresponsible for the things I did.
Like what? Like what did you do at work?
It's taking as seriously as I should. I just say that.
today, Jerry Apple,
What kind of cool stuff do you focus with?
It's customer service for one of the programs.
I love your commentary for your sexual actions that you do, you in the bedroom. What's your favorite type of girl to hook up with? What does she look like? Oh, Latina, standing ovation for the chef film and you have a preference between the Latinas and the black women? The good thing is you don't have to choose. There's black Latinas.
He's going from their pussy. Right? So yeah, ladies out of fights. They keep a knife in their purse. One time my wife got really hot-headed. I forgot the Netflix password. What's how many white women do you think you've been with? See if I can guess. Talking to Negro. What? What's your least favorite thing about white women? I asked you what your favorite was. You said Latina and black women first. What is it about the white women that oh, Jesus, only you can do that too. If I had this okay. You said that your dirty talk is good in the bedroom. Can you give us an example of what some of that dirty talk sounds like? You excuse yourself in the moment. Own it. Better than everybody else. Get into their heads. I use the Gatorade slogan sometime. I'm like, is it in you? I don't know.
At my house, my wife actually talks dirty to me. She says, "Clean up your goddamn mouth, Gary."
Yeah, bro. Dean, what do you do for fun? What are some fun facts about Dean Reed? I think he's saying he's a magician. He got out of his house. He escaped. He's trained a lot. Mr. David Copperfield. That's right. I'd love to have you next barbecue. These cops are wild out there. I will tell you. I got pulled over the other day. I got 2 warnings. You get pulled over in what? Shot once. They tell me that I'm going over the speed limit, and then I question them. It's what we call, it's what a lot of people would call white privilege. I'll say speeding, and they'll go, yeah, speed is what I got you for. I go, what'd you get me for? They'll go like, they'll be like 48 to 35. And I go, you 40, 48? You got that on a radar? That's what I'll say. I'll go up with my voice like, oh shit, you got that on a radar? And I got there on my monthly car.
But Tony, as long as you just put the hands on the back of your trunk, that's great.
That's fair, fuck when they touch your trunk. That's true. I put my hands on my trunk like I'm going to my parade. What'd you say? What?
I said, put your hands on the trunk, your hands on
Dildos and booty holes over there.
Tony, we want a latex cake for you.
I actually did a cake made of latex, and I blew it out. When I say blew it, I mean like, you know, yeah, that's exactly. Red Man's got it. The act out machine for my Red Man. Dean, so much fun, great talk, Dean. Thank you so much for submitting. Fun times, dude. Thanks for your creativity. I don't know what he missed that. I missed that, but I love you, Dean. Figure it out. Figure it out when I watch it back. Just keep playing, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for William Montgomery. Lights out, William Montgomery, the big red machine. Here he is. Hi, William. Yeah.
No, you by definition want the existence of this
Ryan Gosling is married to Eva Mendes, which is almost as surprising as finding out Eddie DeVito was married to Arnold say what you will about Scientologists, but goddamn, can they have the members and all the pyramid scheme, religion industry? I'm not quiet, I'm a Christian. Boy, I screwed up this time. I wanted to start a GoFundMe for the guy that got killed in Minneapolis, but I got the names mixed up. So if you want to donate money to criminal defense fund, link is in the bio. Can I say my last feature?
Anybody like my last feature of a stinger? Just kidding. Yes, William, you can do your last joke. Oh, yes, go ahead, William.
Hey, Red Man, I wrote a book recently called The Bible. Maybe you should look into it.
Oh!
And I actually have one.
Always funny. Funny, I would say.
And then finally, why didn't LA hear in a bailout?
For example, put up defensive number for lighting.
Jokes you have, William. And like, you just told me to go look up the Bible. Is that a joke?
Such level things like that. Plus, it says, do not strive to write in the field.
That's true.
The actual work itself.
You were in a condo?
Low killing. That's what they say.
A lot of people have been talking about because a drinking problem once again that you start drinking early in the day. Meanwhile, you know, even though you're still very talented, you're able to keep it together and do great performances. People are saying that they're concerned for your health. Your peers, your family, and your doctors are saying.
when you take lasciare ultimately you just do not even
his
anything
daughter.
give up
My niece and her father,
magari sono di fronte a
each
dei
one are all yes women.
We're gonna check it in here.
So here, honest question, William. Now, is it believing right now,
doesn't
do
keep
you
that
have jaundice?
Yeah, I was about to say, is my jaundice.
I'm starting to get concerned when you say, can I do my last joke? Because I feel like it could be your last joke.
You want to quit fucking saying that?
Do you want to quit fucking everything, maybe? Is it really? Let's check in with the red spot on your chest. Is that doing any better? Is it worse? Let's do our weekly update.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. Are you gonna put the camera on it? Hello.
Yes. Say it faster, you already messed this up.
Yes, it's just, you know,
There was a series of murders. So the police have to reopen the bathroom case. Hilarious. Hilarious. Y'all have such a thing. Laffy Taffy, what are you talking about? D4L?
Ultimately, again,
David Lucas?
That's a black joke.
yes, we love David.
Where are you, man?
la capacity de
Luckily for them, he has yellow fever.
William, wouldn't even feel like
I said I just came back from earlier is my butt.
William, what have you been doing to stay healthy as of late during the riots and whatnot?
You still can't do it. The fact that you're setting this up in a readout, so you can point to the
You're a vegetarian.
you got also looking at the casino.
No, I'm not a fruitarian. That is the over fruit on you're a fruitarian, a man who only eats the fruits.
My name is Michael Fruitarian.
I'm gonna be a keeper. I'm gonna be a keeper on the same line with that. And if you take this log shot, you say something like that. Expensive.
Okay, Michael Fruitarian, are you Armenian?
You can say that in the
And that's what you have planted. That's what you have.
Alright. Alright. I'm probably gonna get a text from your parents after this appearance here tonight. Are you about to cry? What's going on over there? We love you, William. We love you. Good stuff. William.Montgomery 1. Your next comedian goes by the name of Ali Rosinski. Ali
He wants to hire you a Jew to celebrate the glory to pay you $50 a guy. So remember, on one hand, we can say no, because therefore that means one to continue the existence of the message. Benefiting from the result. On the other hand, you destroy the result. So nothing said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of a result of technically prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the unnecessary. I get it. I want to break myself. I want to break it. I want this right to be up to the myself. I want to undo this. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do this.
Hi, Ellie. How are you? Where are you at right now? So, Poland, huh? Is that in you? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for joining us. And how far are you from Poland? Right. Are you on a NJ check is? You know who you are I'm not. Oh, since. Okay, begin with an O. It's in your country. What is it? Bullshit. Yeah, they say letters are between different sounds. Yeah, Austin. It looks like Austin with an O. What do you do there in Warsaw? Oh, cool. What kind of music do you play?
Justin Bieber's heavy.
You do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Polish music. That's pretty much Polish. Your stash is going crazy over there. You may have a barbecue too much standing over the grill.
This is a real stash.
We're gonna get you some just for a minute. You're gonna be fine.
Harry said you play the computer. Is that right? Yes. Oh, okay, cool. Where are you staying at? What haunted house are you staying at right now? Okay, play us something. Play us some Polish music. Do you have anything handy there in your studio? You have your laptop handy? Just give her a vibrator. She'll chip her teeth.
Polish fire and squad now standing as sword.
It's true. Go on and get a Polish from Britain, right? You know how to do that, right? No, you come in a shoe and you let them flies in the room. You let the flies. Yeah, you can just write them. They're super easy. Yeah, well, they're dirty and stupid is what they said. That's the American stereotype. Clearly, I don't know if you watched the news at all the past few weeks, but we're a little bit racist here. This is 3 months in the quarantine. I'm gonna use that at my next barbecue. The dads should have Polish jokes. Some white dad barbecue.
I'm just admiring knowledge of the Polish jokes.
Give us another one. Okay. Chief, the top of his head.
Did you hear about the latest Polish invention?
Does that money take on this?
Play us something on the guitar. I'm sorry to insult your entire ethnicity and home country. Your French? How'd you end up in Warsaw?
Yeah, Restream. Oh yeah, so I'm doing it. So it's very
How's your career
so
going so
ultimately
then?
you're nothing. It's got to be more this from the other becoming the fun. So nothing says the thing is not true. I think it's not true.
What's the name of your video that people should check out?
That money does not idolatry.
Levi?
I'd rather that money is just money being listen to this. So here's what I know the
Beloved plays the song. Here's Ellie Rosinski on the guitar, trying to not wake up his girlfriend, and also playing for the masses around the world right now.
these people that came up with our
Here we go, Polish blues, or as we call them, whites.
Sell off all your
I love your music. I love that. That's what plays in the lobby at the Hostel Hotel before they
She says, yeah, look at could be on the sea sky. Totally sky. You're taking another cousin said before, while you're still Gentiles, sell
you
off.
have any more questions for us?
Let me see this. Obviously, see sells the item that perish is clearly. Nighttime, no? You shouldn't have considered the level. It's becoming terrible, becoming
You have so many hits on your music video. Explain to us. Are you popular in Poland? Like, were you on some show? How does that happen?
I had to do a shiny with some people that they found that bump.
That's great. You do it too, Sean? You do make some work with these. This is a song about diabetes. I love it. Well, Ellie, thank you so much for joining us. The band is Be Mine. Check them out on Vivo or YouTube or whatever. Everywhere they Thank you. We'll see you soon. Here we go. We know this young man. He's been on the show numerous times in the Maker's Comedy Store. Here is Mario Tonti. Here we go. Mario Tonti, everybody.
A little bit about me. My name is Mario. Circumcised. The older I get, the more I wonder if it would have turned out differently if I had my full skin and other name my parents were going to pick for me. Because it's Italian, I picked two names. Like Sergio before skin cells. My ex-girlfriend, she has a tattoo. It says be nice, but she was a fucking bitch. I'm going to give you a origin story of my choice of fucking bitch. Just for some weird boyfriend's dick behind my back. I hooked up with a squirter recently. Don't laugh. This is a cool way to say a girl pissed in my bed recently.
Case number one, he goes off.
I hate when white people compare basic stuff to me. I've done narrowing before and it's nothing like pumpkin
proceeds, she's back with that. Case number 2, same thing, 11,000, she says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours, I gotta sell my idol at myself. So yeah, that's that. It comes up with the proceeds are posted. I technically know my share is connected. So what's the essential? So what's this?
Absolutely. Mario Tonti, hello, how are you?
Yeah, this is
Great, good to have you on the show. So let's just jump right into it. You've been on the show a few times.
maybe after it says
Awesome.
while I sell my
And
item.
you're no longer with your girlfriend?
She's with someone else right now.
Oh, wow, that was, I mean, you guys were both on at the same time before, correct? So are you confused with someone else? Didn't she do stand-up as well?
Because I wanted it, therefore she just hasn't because
Oh, okay.
if you notice it, if you look, yeah, I got him.
How long were you with her for?
Sure, I think that's what it looks like. When
But she's actually fucking serious?
why should it be us? But man, Garrett is a son. She actually you have two brothers. One is Israeli and what?
I still remember it. He said,
They're both brother Garrett,
Oh my God, you live together? So you
So Garrett,
you guys call her on the show. That's her fault. It sounds like a
So you put it together. No, I love it. Stick with me. So you put this together from watching a William Montgomery set, like you did the math in your head. Yeah, no, you're
Obviously, once that happens,
that's one of the good ones. Just like how they describe you, one of the good ones. You have to be happy that you got rid of at least a little bit, because for you been hearing, she's meeting with now. She's terrible. Yeah. My goodness gracious.
so Lewis has brother Garrett has not yet taken possession.
Every week we see Glenn, he has a new purse.
He's not come providing
Yeah,
a
William gets
distinct.
beat up.
However, if brother Garrett is possession of his house, so as his hope, but he's not doing anything active.
If the band runs around during a quarantine episode, the Apollo 13 would have been in the belly room.
like that skit where the guy
Bravo, Barilo, la fuiste la voz.
So, let me ask you this. So, when you confronted her, how did that go down? Wait, what? So you watched the Williams set, you saw that. Oh, okay.
Did you say that she hit you as well?
Usually most of that's called I know it's called nine next that works fine for me. I would use it
So, how's your love life been since then? You haven't regained your bed recently? Just like the wasn't the girl because she peed herself once. My goodness, so Mario, what have you been doing through this quarantine? How you been holding up? Did you live anywhere like that? Or you looting at all? Has this been a break from because I know you like so everybody's saying that all the extreme liberals have been saying that they're making more money than they were before, so why would they ever get back to work? Such a liberal mindset thing, and they absolutely love it. Right, so just take the government's money, it's all fine. What would that ever cost anybody? Anyway, we should have this guy. Imagine you're as a chef. Maybe she's the girl, this girl is personifying the movie Involves. We all look crazy. It's better to get rid of it, get through it. And those girls are also, some of them are some of the most fun in the bedroom. You know what I mean? They all have their pluses and minuses. You know what I mean? Like I was thinking the other day about how people are getting an actual massage. Every time I go to my massage place, I always go, and I'm always like the front desk lady do an impression. She's so Asian. No, I can't barbecue. No, you can't do it. But my point is I always go, give me, the strongest, heaviest, like, you can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. Whatever you do, you can't hurt me. And sometimes they'll give me like one of the ones that, like if none of those are available, it'll be like some beautiful Asian girl, and it's just pointless. Like, it's a waste of right. Yeah, but no, this is a legit place to go to see. I actually go for the massage. When your massage is going to open up, that's what I heard. I think it's my new Really? For offices, I let you walk on my back. You should try roll through. It's super people anyway. So like with cars, where they use like a pipe or so they just get really into that's basically what I'm already getting. If they're using any part of their body that's not there, it's crazy what goes on up here. I don't really think I should try it just to see what it's like, but as long as you're a chef, have you been making any kind of crazy shit during this quarantine? Cooking for yourself? Cooking for myself. Cooking for myself. Cooking for my brains out. I'm always worried about you when I see you because I know your job's super stressful. So what have you been eating? If you're not cooking for yourself, what have you been eating? Just simple shit. Trader Joe's. You can always use the promo code Tony over at Postmates.com and get $103 for your first month delivery. Basically, just $100 per month. You have to sign up for Postmates. Alright. I think David was asked. Yeah, go ahead, David. I want to try to say that. Sounds good. It sounds like a great idea. Yes. We need William to have a sober learning experience from one string of sports with competitive spirit. Yes. Logic, yeah, that's not the only thing that was blown by his ex-girlfriend. Alright, Mario, thank you so much for calling in. Super compelling. Thank you for all that information. So fun. Thank you, Mario Cosby, everybody. Follow him on Twitter and Instagram. Mario Tart. All one word, Mario Tart. Mario Tasio is a great guy. Also, I see him every Monday when we're at the comedy store. Very respectful lives. Alright, let's keep it moving along here. Next submission goes by the name of Challenge. Here is no
He recently had to move to Florida, and I was like, if it wasn't for him being home, he definitely came home. But it's in the tribute, it's named a original case every day. Now, I'm not gonna lie, that's just kind of funny. So yesterday, he made me eat his food in a beer. He just plugged it straight down my throat, and I had to swallow it. And if you don't believe me, this morning I took it and I took it. My views are his famous celebrities. Why don't you think that I'm visa? That's just doing their thing. You hear that meow, Mr. Tiger King? You know what that means.
And when they need to relax, to make it successful, you do it. When success is accomplished with rational standards,
Good, guys. That was an interesting submission. And that was by the
Also, you said the number one podcast in America. It's actually
Go ahead and abolish
blown away by what you were talking about. Yeah, that's right up Red Man's alley. Dude, making a mouth. It's interesting. This happened this week. I have performed twice this week, and I never saw it again. Like, for the first time in my life, I never get enough to go. Wow. She says like these new genetically modified hormones, they actually digest better.
ultimately against doesn't worship cheap.
Yeah.
Again, she's like a
Eastern Washington do you live in?
Does such a person have the ability to decommission and negate their damage? On one hand, the other without the work of we say anyone who worships idolatry can decommission it. Ultimately, anyone who's supported by me, if they're the such
Wow, that's crazy. All right. So, how much of what you talked about is real during that set?
So the only thing that's not true is that
he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the clout to go ahead and create it.
It really weird and like sad ads for, they're like, it's basically like, they're turbo twos that are just like, funny and angry all the time. And it's like, he got really mad at me and he shit in his pants and threw it when I was talking to my intern. And my mouth was wide open and it hit. Like it literally hit the back of my throat.
That is absolutely incredible. How long have you been taking care of animals?
Animals like 4 years, but I've been at this chimpanzee extreme for 2.
What it tastes like?
Honestly, I mean, it tastes like a fowl. I don't know how else to describe it. And I just like pouring those so much. There's like people who think that's not harmful, but you do. Chimpanzees. I just pour those over my mouth and just like spit for like an hour.
You're a beautiful girl. Did any of these chimps ever try anything sexual on you?
They do, yeah, that's pretty true too. So, and that's only really, we have a lot of the chimpanzees that were rescued from like the entertainment industry. Once they're like 7 years old, they can't move anymore. Basically, you can't move them again. And these guys are like in their 30s, 40s, and a lot of them, it's like even their pre-mate, only the ones that were moving that are alive, and they all have different ways of masturbating. And the one that's actually I talked about, they'll spit off his dick, like spit and it'll hit his dick, and then he'll make hard eye contact with you and like jack it on the person until
Why should they check? What's this space?
Why are you saying
I'm not when they're fully grown and it's kind of like they've been adolescents and they're just I don't know if you know anything about chicks, but they're not nice. They're just kind of more like maybe trying to sort out all their things within like other groups and yeah, I'm sure you've heard some reviews about like that's the friend that they based on. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time and yeah, chicks are great.
Michael Jackson's chick?
Can you imagine a normal chimp so crazy? What you say? You know Michael Jackson's chick. How far are you from Miami?
2.5 hours, but it's like,
I'll love there. I'll see you next week. Maybe you could just bring the chips to me. I'll bring bubbles in that studio. So you do
I don't know. No, nobody at my sanctuary, even the founder, knows her personally. So yeah, she deals with big cats. So it's kind of doesn't matter to me at all. Animal people look crazy. They're all crazy, like models. People look so crazy. But yeah, no, she's kind of a big cat world. It's separate.
Everybody says that everybody's crazy, though everybody was throwing each other under the bus throughout that entire documentary. I guess my question is this: how many animals have you killed? How did that happen? How did the accident happen? You're easy with a bow and arrow. Were you pointing a bow and arrow at them? Okay, how did it happen?
I have to pet sugar water, which you should not have as pets, but they were kind of like donated to me when I worked at Columbus. I'm from
You are from Tennessee? Say no chat.
I'm not sure if it's before, but that was my very first job, was like working with the animals. He takes on, he's like late night shows, and I would do shows with them on ground.
So is it the zoo camp there growing up every year? Alright, what's a sugar glider? What is that? Little
Sugar glider. Wait, I thought it was 20, but I had to agree, and then if I walked back, I got on the page, and I promised to present it, I had them in a video. I mean, it was nice of me, considering I worked to protect it.
extra treatment. What a fun boy. Never been so chicken shop right now.
He's a sweet puppy. happy to try. Sometimes it's kind of
Yeah, let's try it. Let's wake it up. Play some Polish guitar music to wake it up.
And one who worships
Okay, so wait.
Oh, look. Oh,
what's the out of here?
oh my goodness.
We
Look
worship
at
and
that thing.
idolatry.
Your eyes are so great.
So what's it? So we can feel it.
This is
Number
this
one,
camera's on.
I have to negate.
Yeah, thank you.
Lays over the fact that
Number two,
Ryan said he was going to eat peanuts as a child. He's a zoo cat.
negate is friends idol if they worship the
Yeah,
same
it's something
idolatry.
like this can do. I honestly didn't know it's been around.
Allah can do is it happen to negate his friends idolatry?
Jackie used to actually be the one that would come out and talk to us before we went to bed because we slept there. Melinda said a bunch of great things. Remember Coeside? Did you ever go to Coeside? There's like a tree in the back where the drawing, you can sit in.
No light, I
You
don't
gotta
know.
take screwdrivers
So
and
it's
go
like
in
your
there.
culture. It's still like
You
that.
can go in the drawing and look at the windows. They was right back in the city center, the shopping center, hang out, Jesus, what a rebellious child. My God, children sneaking out of a drawing. Children of the Lord don't care. Yeah.
So basically your culture. What's
All
your
right.
culture?
Well, that was so much fun. I mean, great stuff. I honestly thought that everything he was saying was a lie. I'm like, oh, this is weird that she's making all of this up about so exotic and sort of like, it's been too long to even make stuff up. So, in retrospect, I'm amazed at your incredible story. And I think in the future we should maybe schedule a show near you because I think that would be worth it. Yeah, when we go from Miami to where are you on the way to Tampa or something or?
So it's perfect.
It's in the middle of nowhere, but honestly, we're like an hour and a half from Orlando, and we're also an hour and a half from Tampa.
Anytime
Which direction? South of Orlando?
and he repudiates idolatry. That's
So technically, if we did Miami, South of yeah, you're not really on the way in between anything.
that's right there. I'm saying.
Unfortunately not.
Northwest.
It's Orlando, Providence.
Yeah, the church. Absolutely. Get us around some good old monkeys. Brendan will say that you get a lot of stuff.
I'm saying.
We really have to go there. I don't know if we get to the bus. I want to take a nap before the show.
So,
Watch Planet of the Apes and get close to this. Alright, Ellen, thank you so much. So we'll see you again soon. Ellen, everybody. She's on Instagram. We know your name's Katie. She's been on the show a few times. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it here. Kyle Ridley. Brandon C. Here's the music. Here's Kyle Ridley.
Rest. He's not even.
Basically, two jobs.
That is interesting. Not only that, but when everything first shut down, you couldn't even probably get anywhere to shower or brush your teeth at all.
So, yeah, I mean, I've been living in Southern California for a long time with a lot of friends, but, I've been essentially working. Next to Los Angeles International Airport, it's real hard to get a guy to, show up and come and hang out with a guy who's been working and stuff like that. It's kind of,
Yeah, what type of essential work have you been doing?
I am a janitor, if you remember. I work at In-N-Out Burger. They're a great company. They're an amazing company. And if I don't say that, it's been a legal company.
Yeah, well, I was extremely offended that last thing that came out that said Denny's was number one in charge. Yeah, they mean like In-N-Out all the way. These crazy people out here trying to talk shit about In-N-Out when they want to get their comments up on their social media posts. They're ridiculous when they got breakfast Texas. Yeah, and that's all they had to do to get us upset. It's like get a couple of the states right. What?
They keep me in there every day and pays my checks and
I promise you that.
I mean, I thought I was doing it, fucking working 4 days, alright? I get out at like 12:30, I fucking go to the gym, shower up, spend an hour or two in LA traffic, post up, fucking write something, edit a video, anything, and then I would just do stand-up for the rest of it. It felt like I was always out doing something. I felt like I was, working hard for something.
You are,
And now it's just...
smart. That's what it takes. You have to do all that stuff and get a bunch of lucky breaks, and this is all part of your story. It's going to be part of the book. It's going to be part of your history. Either that, or you're going to end up failing, but you'll still have a good story about it. You know what I mean? So it goes both ways. Man, yeah, it is wild, and I did think about a lot of the comedians when this happened. It is completely wild times to be living the dreams surviving on your farm. Where are you originally from, Kyle?
I was born in Orange. I grew up in Inland Empire, San Bernardino, California. 2008, highest population in the nation. But then I lived in Orange County for 5 years, and now I work in Westchester. That's the airport.
Right, but your parents are still in the Inland Empire?
My mom lives in Mexico, and my dad is somewhere, who knows? I'm not finding out. Right, awesome. I get you. You want to call my dad again?
Your father's just like yourself, In-N-Out.
That's perfect. It's great.
How old were you when he took off?
Well, he didn't take off, and he beat me, and then, I told my mom, and then, the divorce started happening, and it was all very quick.
Oh, God, so not only did you take the beating, but ever since then you've had the inevitable guilt of breaking your parents up, am I correct?
Well, it's all my fault. I don't care. I mean, what can I say? Can I just say?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was being my dad, and I am upset about it. It bothers me. It happened. I have lingering emotional issues. It's fine. I can talk about it all day, but, geez. Think about talking to him again. What is this? By this guy. I mean, it's what? He's 77. I have to take care of him. Dying again, right?
Right, he's a wild thing. It is crap. Now I remember. Again, with Queens, go
I can't tell if this is a game or not, but it looks like you have a permanent deep fake filter on your face.
I'm terrified, but also I want acceptance. What I can't even see them on the phone.
Then you have to decide if you'd rather be gaslit or street.
You want to see the car? I'm actually, I'm counting the best reviews. I got my friend's shop right now. It's when I was told to get a stable internet connection in 1982, El Camino was not bad. So, it's crazy. I'm actually at a similar spending shop. I can show you the whole thing. It's kind of a lot.
Let's do it.
The guy, he works on metal. And it's polishing it.
You went to an actual staple.
It's like old tin can and comes to Mesa, California. And this is the guy runs his name is Sam Putz. He used to do comedy in the 80s and 90s. But actually quit because of his pregnant wife. And he's been in the Orange County State.
Sam what? What's his last name? Sam what?
Sam Putz.
How do you spell that? Yeah, he's like an older guy. He's over here, right?
He's got some blackish. He's not been on the show either. He lost his courage a long time ago. It's fun. We hang out. I make fun of our field. We smoke pot.
Yeah, that's great. It's good to have older types of people that have been in the business a long time to look up to and to hear stories about it, to let you know things are going to get through. Very, very crazy thing that happened when I first started was it was actually, like I talked about, I think, on this show, right? Nick, you're very Starbucks, right where you are every day, is where I met Shia LaBeouf's father, Jeff LaBeouf, and I ended up making friends with him, and he gave me some great advice because my big plan was to start at the open mics around Burbank and then work my way into the store, like so many people do. And he actually was the final decider for me. He goes, we started the store, sink or swim, don't waste your time, leave it for in your head by the time you get to the store, start there. It was a great piece of advice, and him and I were really close for quite a while. It's crazy. I actually watched Honey Boys for the first time this past week, and boy, was that surreal because that's a movie all about him, and all of the things about him were exactly spot on. All stuff that I had to deal with, I realized from watching that movie that he was definitely mentoring me in a way to sort of just do what he sort of did with Shia. He felt like he was good at that type of thing. And what's my point is, that someone like Sam there, while he may not have been wildly successful in his own art, could be someone that helps you survive. And also a father-like figure that people with damaged childhoods. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he's a guy, he's a fun guy, and I did a little, I bought a camera a while ago, and I found a little podcast, I showed some, all the old shit he has, he paints a lot, this one's rad. So he did it on sheet metal. The sheet metal is a metal sheet. He's a guy, he's hanging out.
I love it. That's beautiful. That's what it's all about, man. Especially
here's what's your car is right out the door. Here's what's in the car.
Let's see,
I'm here, it's in Orange County, but I still have to go to work all the time.
He's a giant head. So much energy for a guy with a fat head.
He never did any sex stuff, right?
Honestly, he was weird. He used to
Give me no Kyle.
I'm a real molested personality, right? I don't know what it is. It's just a personality that I have. Molestation. Okay, see it? It's been I got it for 10 years. It's been really fun rolling up and being cool and people work there.
I smoke joints and drive, and I write while driving. Listen, pretty disappointed the cops are not catching me at this point. Jeez. I'm a real bad guy here.
Did you hear that, David?
Yeah, but no, I'm gonna keep it forever. It's part of the game. And I want to thank David Yo for to give me free shoes one time because I love the same thing. But I still got you. I leaned off these shoes. I can't wait.
Yeah, David lost a lot of weight on speed during the quarantine.
I had to use this motherfucker. You look great. I saw you at the fucking the parking lot. Yeah, so we're doing
First of all, thank you so much. An incredible story of someone surviving during these crazy times. Barely on anything but the momentum and love for the game, and we love that. We'll see you at the Comedy Store soon. Shouldn't be long now. Kyle Gridley, everybody. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to roll right into it. Here we go. The only, the serial assassin, the man, the Jan, one of my favorite human beings in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the great Michael Blair. Here we go. No, you're good, Michael. Everything's good.
What is the Allah? Is the Jew allowed to see yourself? The wages we saw was explained again. And yesterday that we bring the concept of funds or income that's generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. They're dealing with that themselves will be surviving. So here, you alchemist asking me to do something with the IMS, and he's asking me to destroy the IMS. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? And the Gemara says, no, what's the level? We are going to take those with the Muslims. This is very interesting. on one hand, I want the existence of the universe. Why do I want the existence? If I was to break on the phone, I would lose the opportunity to break on the universe. I want it interesting enough. I want the existence of the universe because I want it. Therefore, then maybe that makes the question. I don't want it to break. Therefore, maybe that's considered.
Yes, Redman was talking about hearing you laughing. He loved it. Your laugh is so much fun, crazy stuff happening all around the world. What's shaking in your world? Anything you're supposed to talk about?
I'm not going to say, no, take the job, please take the job, get the money, and go above you should be forced. You have the opportunity to go and do that job. That is a good thing. Take the money and go.
I can't believe you ended up with her in the end. She has the Be Nice tattoo on her arm still and everything. Hell yeah. I love it, man. I fucking love it. So how's everything else? How's the sun doing? He's stoned up in Idaho. It is weird. Yeah, I feel like that's the state that would get left out if you had to like try to name up without thinking of the Wyoming's a weird one. Yeah, I don't know anything about this. Oh yeah.
Because it provides you so if you are allowed to go ahead
Not yet. We're not giving up on that.
even though by definition want to continue the existence of the divinity.
Yeah, but not this year, but maybe next year you're the alumni of the year. You know, we're the alumni of the year of 2020 anyway, so we're here.
So there's a Sahua, second one from 65. Sahua, online, physically, so the others, we can not only is your permission to
What do you mean by that?
not only is your permission to go ahead and facilitate
No, you're not.
but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, that's the first over here. But let's say
You froze up there. You scared us, Michael. We thought that was it. That was Can you enjoy your comedic timing instead of your first?
Let the man talk, Tony. What? You're fine now. Just
No, it's good. You know, it just froze once a little bit ago. It was perfect. When you watch the playback of it, you'll laugh. I know, and you'll see it on like a clip. Someone will clip it out. No, you can. Yeah, you will. Yeah, someone's gonna clip that out on social media. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna make sure you see it. Anyone else have this conspiracy theory that everything that's happening around us with race and the riots and all of it is so that people don't talk about the Epstein documentary that would basically destroy billionaires and their secret lives of crazy sex things? Yes, snitches are in this summer. Michael, I love you more than anything in the world. Anything else before we go? Absolutely. Thank you so much, Michael. How old are you? Yeah. Look great. Stud. No, you're doing great. Again, Michael, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I have you third on my Phil-Tony death poll. I won't say who's above you, but I have you at third. So much for you gonna name names. You go to my bookie and probably bet. That's true, I do. You get paid. I bet all the money in my rich wallet at my bookie. And I trust you. I'm not gonna flush it down the mind fish.
You know what? There's a compartment for your rich wallet.
That's true. Right now, all week, they just re-upped us again last week. I mean, cheap underwear all the way around the entire Sheets underwear. Vomit here. Sheet underwear. Everyone's Yes, Michael Laird. Yeah. I'm gonna get you a pair of sheet underwear. Not only that, but they have it so that they have it just like your Velcro Tommy Hilfiger shirt or whatever. Yeah, they got You're in great shape. You know what? You just need to warm up the David Lucas is over there shaking his head because he does this and that's just really sad. That's really sad. I was actually watching a video. I don't know if your kid or dad is ever going to be hit with the disease. I watched a video of Michael the other day. He had a little pot belly back today.
That ALS is working for you. That's going to be the new LA
We'll see you there for sure. Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. We love you so much, Michael. We'll see you next week. Michael Laird.
Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. I get it. I want to break it.
That was incredible.
I
Ladies
want
and
to.
gentlemen, it's 5:30 p.m. tonight. It was by the name of Tyler Baggins. Here's Tyler Baggins.
The destruction of people,
Tyler Baggins.
says you get paid and couple of unless they didn't say maybe these things
vicious sexual monsters. Well, not sexual, but you get it.
yes,
But this smart house mentally Frankenstein was the doctor, not the monsters. Really? You're telling me this doctor was lifestyle choices mimicking human life, spitting in the eye of God, and you're telling me he's not a monster? So what's fundamentally Frank Nickel head, huh? Someone on a scared his scared, eh, Fonz?
Tyler, how are you, my man? Great. Are you in Madison, Milwaukee? Where is that fun statue?
Because if you let people other people
Have you ever tried Pepsi milk?
Yes, for the INS.
I was trying to connect with the guy from Caveman.
There it is. Luna, son of Luna.
He looks like Paul in the Aquaman.
I love it. So you're in Milwaukee? Yes. Multiple times, many times. One of the great comedy clubs in the country is there. It's got the
Comedy on State.
comedy on state, the little quarter place there. I've also performed at, I believe it's the Pat's Theater. Is that in Milwaukee or Madison? Yeah, been to Turner Hall, been to Kill Tony there. I've done the Pat's Theater there multiple times with other people. And I've done Madison's, what's the theater there that's amazing with the lights that go around it?
Was that the big one?
The Majestic.
The Majestic.
Why are you banned in comedy on state? Oh, sweet. I love it. Right. Yeah, if you listen to anybody for 4 hours a day, you're pretty much in. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get addicted to anything you listen to it for 4 hours a day. But
So nothing says
wow, that's very exciting. Okay. Okay, is this the set of doing you? Okay. What do you mean? Right? Don't name names. Don't show off. That doesn't look okay. It's okay. No, it's fine. I've had sex with women before. The listeners of this show are going to be shocked to find this out. Got into your life. I mean, Seinfeld comes down
When she did tell you Barney's name, did that make you more like ready for action, or did that like make you know like AIDS test next week?
Hey, alright, well that's fun.
He said he doesn't want to talk about anything, and then he's like, well,
So, how'd you get so many concussions? Steel chairs and and you still do that?
given the way, found out
What's
about
like, what's your like character name? What's your wrestler name? Okay, what are some of the craziest conspiracy theories that you believe in that you think we would find shocking? Right, of course. There's three things that you can't call people that are like that. You can't call conspiracy theorists. You can't call internet trolls, and you can't call internet hipsters. They all deny it. Well, you know, I think that we are, and you can't call after 10 p.m. Wow, look at this. He just brought up some of your wrestling. A hot topic. Going under the ring. It's great. Great outfit. Yeah. I've seen this character on Midwest Freaks.com. Okay, enough about the wrestling. We're on the conspiracy now. Yes, tell us how the moon is real. Explain to us. Because I was watching it the other night. What do you
Case number one, same case. I lend $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. It's like, I ain't gonna do that.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Proceeds, takes back the debt.
You don't believe in gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Case number two, same thing, $11,000. He says,
Oh my goodness gracious.
Sell my idol. Comes up with the proceeds pop up. I checked the more explanation measures. So while I sell my item.
Yeah, okay, so what do you mean the moon's touching the earth? You mean like Truman Show style?
So it's because I want it, therefore she just causes the proceeds to go up. Listen, if you look at the unity I got in this, we just before, that's what
Man, you're an entertaining guy. I like your style, Tyler. How old are you?
when you want opportunities.
You don't look a day over 50.
So yes, of course. Hey, you want opportunities everywhere, so you have to sell money.
Oh, that's awesome. What else? I'm interested in this. Give me one more good theory of yours. The moon is a light in the sky, according to the Bible. I remember reading that. I believe it was Corinthians 14:27 that said the moon is one that has
Why should it be us? What's not?
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
You're a business husband. You're a you have two brothers.
Do you have any other good things that we might find on the other side of the moon street information? Yeah, don't get our YouTube. That reminds me while he's thinking everybody subscribe. Yeah.
In the estate is the tree. say criminals. Se quiere el mundo no so how do you know that's so brother there, he said to brother Papa, so brother, you take everything out. You take all the items. And I take money and come from the middle. You do not dig should go, and that's however, when you should go, she's somebody else.
Yeah, it's like violet, but it's also sort of just a light blue. It's light blue and dark violet, sort of, right?
And it was first use indigo as a color. Was in 1289, so it kind of dates your conspiracy there.
Once you know the whole thing,
Okay, yellow is, I would say that yellow. Well, I could say that it's like an extremely light,
Like a violet blue.
light orange.
Describe color black.
Yeah, describe the color black. Steven, I guess I want to hear you describe the color black.
Yeah, what does it sound like?
You have our attention. Now you ask.
Describe the primary yellow. I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life.
I love it. I like You're a funny guy, dude. You know what I'm gonna do? Since I like you so much, I find you so entertaining, and I think that you'll make the best of it. I'm actually friends with the family that owns Comedy on Stage, and I'm gonna put in a good word for you when things open back up. You think those bridges are unburnable? They quickly unburn my bridges within my mountain. Anyway, I'm gonna say Tyler Baggins is healthier than he was before. He's had some brain injuries, and he respects the place, right? I respect him. There you go. Then that's what I'll do. It's just a perfectly built comedy club is what it is. Their comedy stage is in the corner facing outward instead of the middle. So instead of having to turn 180 degrees each time you see or 90 degrees each time to see the people that have 180s behind you, sometimes you can't fuck it up because you're in the corner. It's how most comedy clubs should be built. The Improv in West Palm Beach Improv is in the corner. One of the few comedy clubs in the corner. Hilarities and very good. All right, Tyler Baggins, thank you so much. Very, very entertaining. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our show. Catch him on YouTube, youtube.com/Tyler Baggins. And that is tonight's episode. Don't forget, subscribe to our show on YouTube and Spotify. And let's check in with our drawing from Ryan J. Evo, everybody. Hey, you've been playing smoke. Don't tell us big juicy readers. I got that as a game, Lucas.
I love the nice stuff.
Try our takeout over at Bill Tony. That is a beautiful. I actually have been smoking some weeders lately in my new Traeger. The new Traeger grill. I got some elk sausages and it's working. It's like a bunch of loose chickens. Yeah, there they are. Definitely the man. And you even have a what's that called again? The animal on the hot dog.
Even yes, he was
Oh,
taking
it's just a
pictures.
cat. Oh, and this is one of those things that sugar glider. Yeah, you got David Lucas, Michael Laird, and Eddie Montgomery there, Weeders on the bottom, and it's just absolutely incredible. Ryan J, an amazing artist. All of his work's available. RyanJBell.com. You can support real life artists. And not a lot of people know this, but his online store was looted last week, so you can really use your support. It's the only online store that got looted. Speaking of looting, shout out to the great David Lucas for joining us here tonight. David is hilarious every night on Instagram Live. David Lucas is funny. David Lucas funny, all one word. Anything else you want to talk about, David?
We wanted to go out and facilitate people to engage in
They'll be here in the band tonight, believe it or not. The great Jeremiah Walker.
Thank you so much. At Jeremiah-Watkins on the old Venmo, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. If you want to give me a subscribe over there, Jeremiah Watkins this week actually had Dr. Bill, big intervention with Darwin. So it's a special episode that we did this week. So please know that video drops on Wednesday.
Awesome. How about a big hand for the great Joelbert? Joel Jimenez was here tonight, everybody. Here in the corner. Joelbert.
Happy birthday. Very happy you were born. Without you, I never showed up on fun. And next, doing some sorry podcast over this week.
Jesse Johnson.
At Tamara was right. And yeah, just headliner Michael Turner.
I love that. I'll be expecting a full report about that. Fun stuff happening. Business is moving over at the Roastmaster class that I started. We hit our first 70 students in 1 week, which is quite incredible. We're even really showing anybody what we're doing. We got it just by getting it out there. And, a lot of fun stuff. We've laid down a lot of episodes that we're excited to release. They're all going through an amazing editing process with Gage, who's a tremendous producer, a great help on that, and I'm really proud of the work that we're doing over there. We're on the road: Texas, Miami, Salt Lake City, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Moon Tower in Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, DC, and Tacoma. My website's going through a little makeover right now. It should be relaunched by the end of this week. So that's all going to be extremely available for sale. But if you live in any of those cities, you can just go to that city and Vito's Pizza is everywhere in Southern California. Caveman Coffee, you can probably kill Tony. Buy a candle at dansgoodcandyco.com. And they're great bands.
Check out Virtual Grid Band. It's music virtual reality with a lot of people and fans of the show and stuff like that. You can go on youtube.com/gridband. Also, tomorrow we have a new episode of Brian Boltzmann's podcast. And of course, Brothers in Person will be on this week, I think. Go to despo.tv. Thanks.
And don't forget, send your submission videos to TonyQuarantine@gmail.com. The last few weeks that you people will be able to submit is my prediction. I think we will be getting back to somewhat of our regular format very soon. That's what I'm thinking and hoping. Fingers fucking crossed. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to everybody, and we'll see you next week for another
Our only plan is to put us in a path of success, not to cement us down when we go out and we make a mistake. But again, Trump understood what we need in order to be successful. Stalin understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax this standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not good. really creative that's this will open the next one. And this one is down, you constantly Değerli başkanım, adı yazın falan var. Diğer arkadaşlar, her şey ayarlaması Can I dare coach? Can I dare coach? Go ahead and accomplish or gate. I don't remember has the ability to gate this thereby decommission it from its status of theological significance. So dare coach wasn't a resident, and we see it's not holy. Definition of dare coach. Rashi points out the time. But with that, Kiratosha ain't no motive about this. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Regarding nation, I want to become with the Oshara. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So, please let the heart believes in God, doesn't worship idolatry. And the other respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the call of idolatry will occur. We say, only one who worships idolatry can be ultimate hope of a name,
Now, sex, great sex. Everybody loves it, no matter what you're into, no matter what gets your rocks off. Everybody loves having a nice frickin' rock solid meat stick and delving it into whatever they like to do. Everybody's got different things. Congrats to all the LGBTQ. Big federal law passed today by the Supreme Court. Those people love banging. Straight people love banging. Every color, everybody loves sex. And you can now increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Gucci.com. That's blue like the color blue. They are the best at what they do. Now, I'm part of this rock all the time. However, Redman, you know about this project.
I have one thing subscription to it. And the good thing about it, too, it's great. Like, if you go on a date or something, you keep it in your pocket, you just pull it out and chew on it, because then you don't need it like a regular pill where you need water and stuff. Gucci brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach. And since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as the pill, so you can be ready whenever the opportunity arises. Blue Chew is made in the USA. It's prescribed online by licensed physicians, so you don't have to go to a doctor or wait in line. It's even cheaper than a pharmacy, and they prepare and ship it right to you in a discreet package. No cockroaches, and you don't need to leave the house. If you can benefit from more confidence per account, Blue Chew is the fast and easy way to enhance your performance.
It's right now. I know. You're excited, just like you will be with Blue Chew, because right now we have an exclusive special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free. You use the promo code Tony. Just pay $5 shipping. It's a no-brainer. $5 for shipping. Get an extra metal ski for your metal ski. Again, that's BLUEChew.com. Promo code KILLTONY. And, they sponsor the podcast. And when you support our sponsors, you're supporting us. So if you want a boner, go to BlueChew.com and use the promo code KILLTONY.
Yeah, those things. It's so great that you can just keep it in your pocket and choose. You never know. You go on a date, and she's like, let's go back to my house. Like, you know what? Let's double down. I'm going to press her.
Absolutely. Everything in pocket. Yeah, Ryan J is here. All the frenzy drops, everything RyanJBuilt.com. He's incredible. He's great at what he does. The road posters, the artwork, everything he does. He's incredible. I want the auctions that you've been having lately. It's all working out. Things are going. People love auctions, and I love it. And it's, I have his artwork all over my place. He's the official artist of the show. Always has been, always will be. And, and supports the show too. Puts him a little money, put it inside of his Bridge Wallet. Bridge Wallet is an unbelievable, sleek, super amazing device. We all use it here on Kiltony. It's a minimal front pocket wallet designed to streamline what you carry every day.
Yeah, the front part of the front pocket part of this is probably my favorite. I've always my whole life kept the whole in my back pocket. It's the same one I've had my whole, same type of wall you get like at Target or something like that. And it just builds up with coupons and cards that you put in there. You see, you have a wall that's like 5 inches thick. You just sit on it. You're in the car going to work every day. That's bad for your back. When I got this thing, it's two like metal plates together with a band, and it's just so nice to just only carry around what you need. Keep it in your front pockets. It doesn't hurt your back. I love it. I don't think I can go back to the normal wallet.
That's true. And if you ever decided that for some reason you would, there's a lifetime warranty, which goes to show that it'll last forever. And free returns if you don't like it for any reason. That's unfit. You're going to love it. It comes with titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Kiltony. That's ridge.com/Kiltony. Use the code Kiltony link in the description so they know that we sent you. Caveman coffee is delicious. They have a bunch of great things happening. Hibiscus
Try that tea. You like hibiscus tea, man. It's great, refreshing. Like put on ice.
I mean, they've really gotten me through this quarantine in an amazing way. Especially early on, all the coffee shops were closed after the looting happened in my neighborhood. The coffee shops were closed. They're open now. They're open now that they fixed all of the glass doors and windows.
Yeah, I drove down the street the other day. It was shocking how many places were boarded up. Like, you've seen on the news, but you can't hear everything.
Basically, people got covered. Like, oh, yeah, but still, it's like, you should have seen the next day. It was insane. I couldn't, like, even if it was a movie set, I'd be like, this seems unrealistic that this much damage would happen. We're not talking about this. It drives me crazy what happened. But things are better now. But Caveman Coffee got me through it. Go to Caveman Coffee. Something like that. And
Caveman coffee.
yes, and use the promo code Kiltony. Save, I believe, 20%.
Yeah, and if you buy it, take a photo and send it to us, and it's or tag Team Fletcher, Tate, that's his company.
Tag Kiltony, tag Tate, and that reminds me, a lot of people have been tagging their brand new candles that have sold out, but they are refilling them. Yes, and Streaming have sold out at damngoodco.com. That is Damn Good Candle Company, and they are damn good candles. A lot of people have been buying the eucalyptus, aka candle, HBM Streaming, damngoodco.com for that. Other things are happening too. We're here for Kiltony. It's an exciting time.
And if August we're going to be in Miami next month, I think the 31st or 30th or something like that, do you know if those shows are sold out, or did they just take the tickets from when they were sold out earlier?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think there's...
We're going to be there in a month, but
That's true. And in Austin, we're going to be in Boston and Houston, Texas, doing 4 Kiltonys in Houston on the 20th. That's exciting. Dallas, 27th, 4th, 28th, 29th. Some of these are stand-up shows, by the way, to get them all confused, which is Kiltony and which isn't. Just Google it. Actually, no, you can go to TonyHitchcliffe.com. I completely revamped my website, finally.
there's a little button you can push to see which ones are stand-up shows and which ones are Kiltony shows.
There's icons, they make it clean and clear and under control. Salt Lake City in September, Moon Tower in Austin, Texas, Kiltony, that's a big one, September 17th, Toronto at St. Elizabeth Theater, September 29th, and then middle of October, Chaos, it's the road to Kiltony Mania, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and 3 nights in San Francisco. That's the schedule to do. That's Square Garden and Boston Garden in October.
On top of all those
days. Yeah, I go on every day in October. Yeah, that's my normal schedule. Is every weekend, so that's very exciting. That hopefully in October I'll be back.
What are you gonna do without having any Vito's pizza?
I'm gonna eat it on Mondays. I come back on Mondays and I eat it here. We're still going to Tony on the Monday. We're not missing a Monday. We're all done here. It's very exciting stuff. All that I am doing is another show, Introspective on Roasting, Roastmaster class available in my brand new Patreon. Check this out. You'll get, if you're on the highest tier in 3 months, you get a bumper sticker, proud student of Tony Hinchcliffe's Roast University. Look at that. I do. I have 3 on my Corvette right now. I have bumper stickers all over my Corvette. Anyway, let's get into the show. In a stunning turn of events, there will be no Jeremiah Watkins or Joel Jimenez tonight. Relaxation reasons.
I think we forgot something.
It should be interesting to see what the energy of the room is like without those gobbledygooks. Is that the word gobbledygook? No, it's the chicken. No, the gobbledygook is the chicken from WWF, by the way. There was a famous character called the gobbledygook. It's a chicken from WWF that they had this big debut. They were teasing for weeks. They're like, there's this egg, and we don't know what it is. And eventually, it's like one of the all-time worst professional wrestling characters to ever happen, famously. There was just an egg in the corner of an arena, and then it hatched. Really bad production. You're really bored. At some point, YouTube that. The gobbledygook. Actually, that's what was the gobbledygook. Okay, doesn't matter. But we do have one band member that was able to make it. You know her, you love her, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's band leader, tonight's backbone of the band, and the only person in the band tonight. One of our favorites, the great and powerful Jesse Johnson. It's the Kill Tony Band. What's up? Hey, what's up? You are a Latina woman?
Hey, I'm Alicia Jimenez. I'm Joel's little sister.
Alicia Jimenez. That's awesome. I'm so glad you could make it here.
Yeah, man, good to be here.
Never even met you before. What do you do?
I'm big fan of the show, and I love to skate.
You're going to be carrying the weight of all 3 band members tonight, so this is exciting for you to be here. Your brother couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Well, it's on a different episode of the show. And it's exciting stuff, but so yeah, very good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you skateboard.
Yeah, I love it.
You've been doing that your whole life?
Yeah, right after we looked at all the that position. It was sick.
So here we go. We got Alicia Jimenez, and let's start the show. Let's just get right into it. Our first submission comes from Drew Williams. Here's a minute from Drew. Here's Drew Williamson. I'll be playing the drums. Here's Drew, everybody.
Spaceman B. Willie, coming to you live from space. I like to write jokes and leave them floating around the capsule on post-its. Oh, hang on a second. Wait, okay. Give me a second. Get down. Okay. Alright. Back to the jokes. I'm so dope. I have no insurance. Let's try this one here. I'm very white. When I first turned into BOA, I took it straight to the police. Let's try this one back here. I'm worried there might be inbreeding in my family. My mom keeps calling me Aunt Amy. Let's try this one back. I'm so old I fall asleep during porn searches. And that's actually true. That's kind of true. Okay, I got one more joke.
Oh, great. The aliens are here again.
Williamson, what an awesome creative submission.
It was awesome.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that.
I love that. There was literally like 5 times during that, which I'm like, there's no way, right? Like it kept getting me. Like I'm like, yeah, look at the floating pieces of paper. My goodness.
Yeah, see, I've been watching a lot of the space station footage they have been streaming on YouTube. And I just go to bed with it because it's so peaceful. It's just like no sound, just like small breathing sounds. That was awesome, man. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I got you.
What part of Oregon or Eastern Washington are you voting in? San Francisco. It's either San Francisco or north of there. Am I correct?
I haven't said I know I'm kind of
Okay. So you're in the Oregon City.
yes, I'm in Queens, New York, just outside of the city.
That is incredible. I've never seen anyone from Queens that looks like they're building multiple bombs.
I could admit it, but if anything's gadget oriented, it's coming out of this front 10 by 12 in my apartment right now. So
Yeah, man. And do you keep the green screen up all year long? Is that do you do like YouTube videos or something?
well, it's just incredible to be on the show, guys. But I actually appeared at the Great Mercy show with Mark Harmon, and I was second, and it has changed. Ever since I was on, I was on a path of about 6 months. I caught up with you guys over the previous win, and I've been sitting writing jokes and trying to think of entertainment stuff. And as soon as the quarantine hit, all the way as I could. I'm developing with friends and brothers podcast. And I've just been diving into green screening because all my programs let in. So I've always wanted to do, and I've been writing music for years. I've been wanting, so on this quarantine, I thought a big project to do in the house is just to make music videos, songs out. So I've been going down the list, trying to figure out what I want to do. And naturally, you guys announced, send videos, and that's all I do. It's like a part-time job now. You guys are the best. I would say I'm pretty close to super fan. And guys, you guys it off.
You guys are so good at that, man. I mean, that's incredible for someone that just started doing that to have a submission. Like, again, it was only for about a half a second because I'm a very, very smart, aware human, but you kept getting me. Like, I'm like, there's no fucking way this guy's, because it's somewhat of a possibility. There's a chance that programs an astronaut. I guarantee if there's any astronauts that listen to podcasts, I guarantee Rogan would be one of them. And maybe there's a trickle down effect there for the Rogan family.
And I've done a lot of green screen stuff, and you had a really good, like it was very believable. Like I couldn't see that the lines, your lighting was perfect and everything like that.
Irony. 100% irony. I'm up to the iron for that, and it's just being tricky with the lighting. But yeah, it works really well. I suggest everyone who does Zoom to just turn on green screen stuff.
Yeah, Bill Nye, the green screen guy.
I gotta say, earlier before the show, Gage told me one of the submissions was super nerdy, and I just can't wait to see what happens.
It's interesting to me. One thing that you said here really stood out to me, which is you said that you dived into writing a lot, which I find interesting. And it's I found that a lot of conversations with people throughout this thing is like, yeah, I just started writing. I just always wanted to do that, and it's interesting because all the people that haven't done a lot of stand-up are now writing like maniacs through this time, and all the people with experience that have been doing it forever are at a complete blockade. Like, I can write roast jokes, and I can write screenplays or show ideas comes to my stand-up comedy, my process is starting with the simplest, shortest form of the idea, trying that on stage, and then writing, tagging that from on stage. So I literally almost have completely nothing compared to, I mean, I have things that I have to try, but nothing that I believe in whatsoever at all until I try it, because that's step 2 of my process.
That's what is so, it's amazingly scary. I mean, just living this it's like enormous for me. So,
I got offered to do a spot this week at a real comedy club. I was thinking, is it even possible to do any of my little bits anymore? Because it seems like you can't even, you have to talk about more of what's going on now. You can't just be like, I'm just act like everything's normal. Like it's weird. I kind of want to try it because I have been writing. But I also, it feels like everybody's, I just want to know if like all comics are just going to be all talking about the same shit, and then you're just going to be like, this is. Pretty topical on that for the distraction.
I just want to skate, man.
That's it. At least you don't give up. So, Drew, what were you doing for work before all of this started?
so I'm a stagehand on and I've been in theater since about 19. And I've also done construction backstage original sequel story. My wife and I for 16 years.
You work on any big Broadway productions that we would know about? Hey, man, it's been a while. How long have you been working on that?
Approximately 3.5 years. So we had a small talk about that when I went on the show last week.
Okay. Yeah, we go down to Tony was up for the role of the main guy. Like, yeah, greatest all time. Silliest stories I have up my sleeve. It's crazy.
I'd love to hear. I sent a song I'd love you guys to hear. You guys know what I'm sure.
Absolutely. Why not? You've taken us to outer space. Let's see what's next.
But we said before that their ultimately again treated like nothing. And all other things that will happen in
Oh my God, why did you do that to yourself? That sounded like Bill Nye, like rapping about like crush. Spent on comedy for 9 minutes, learning, trying to sell himself up. I can just do one more thing and you play the worst song of all time for you. So one last thing I think you're gonna love. I think a big part of comedy, from what I read, is leaving them on a big laugh. That's actually one of those songs that would go really good if you had a music video, though. Like it'd be perfect for like a music video.
Yeah. So that song came up just the past couple days, and I just decided to throw it on and you guys hope it's so I was planning another Kill Tony minute. I was seeing what the first one was going to do. So anyway.
Oh man, it was awesome. Drew, I demand that you submit again soon. We gotta put him on the auto roll. However much longer these studio sessions we have him, Manomo, and the other guy. You remember that other guy? He's thrilled being called the other guy right now. Moment to shine. Anyway, but make sure you're patient, stay creative. Don't just rush it. We don't want to just see you here another music video next.
getting all the German Russians. This year.
I like your style, Drew. Thank you so much for your submission. So cool.
Thank you guys. Stay in touch.
It shows the
Drew Williams.
responses.
There you
I'm
go.
very responsible
He's
to
on
the
SoundCloud. For those of you that liked his song,
Even when the
go
crazy
follow him on
camera
SoundCloud, which reminds me we're talking about music apps. Now is a great time to make sure that if you're on Spotify, subscribe to Kiltonia on Spotify. Get used to it. Yes, get used to it. The future's going to go over there. Anything can happen in the future. And if you subscribe now on Spotify, you might be ahead of the curve. Also, make sure that you go to YouTube and subscribe there. We're so close to 100,000 followers on YouTube. Great. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your next submission comes from a young lady named Cassidy Wegar. AC Cassidy Wegar, here we go.
No choice. My sister over there. Made it look like she was this lady's was with my sister and some of her boyfriends did on my video. Now, video 2 out of 10. Production quality, shit. Dead fish. She does not have
Hello there, hello Cassidy, how are you? Good, good. You're the first person to send a submission while performing on playing down on a TikTok table. Yes, yeah. So Cassidy, have you ever done stand-up before? Where you at?
What is the hell?
Yeah, they're internet in Calgary is Canadian. They're apologetic. What do you do in Calgary? What do you do for work? You have a wife with an oil liner?
here course restoration.
Stay-at-home wife. You have kids. You're just a stay-at-home wife. What does that mean? You're gonna do nothing Canadian. You what? Yeah, you know what? Boston clean out the pain if you got a job. Oh, before COVID. How about before COVID? What were you doing before COVID? Oh my God. What is up with you? Well, they must have found out about your work ethic. What, have you ever worked? Have you ever had a job? Actually, Felicia, the minutes we were talking about the first true. Wow, you guys switched cast members, spent 15 years in Second City. Wow, you really are at it. Really cool with the punches. It's so funny. That's really killing me. Mini girls to the mic. Let me ask you this: is your husband insecure? Does he not want you to work because maybe he's afraid you'll meet someone there or something? That's a little fucking. That's a good. You get a lot by it? Oh, okay. Alright, good. I don't want to get you all beat up over there. I know those guys in Calgary can get a little rough. Wow. I wonder if it's a little like a pizza, my sugar free. Pizza's on a bagel. You can have pizza. So, Cassidy, you said that you would freeze your husband, keep him next to your bed, and have sex with him.
It says, blah, blah, blah. And that means no.
Why would you do that?
Take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell what you should do. That is rich things, take the money and go.
You guys, you gotta get a job.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure whoever was in daycare was gonna go stuck to it like that kid in the star.
Prison dick, the old circle. What do you think is the most Canadian thing about you? Other than the amounts of vitamin D you have running through your veins right now. Very now, no way. Are you other beers around where you live? See them a lot? Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about, 100%. What was the grizzly bear doing?
I keep fucking you.
I love she's talking to me like I'm in it. We don't see them. We've never seen a bear in our life. There in Los Angeles. I heard they've been really causing us north. They've been
That's why they're called bears. They don't look very.
That's true. That's why they're called bears. Do you have any Yogi Bear? Yeah, they just got that up there, didn't they? Do you have any pets? Do you have any animals there?
Yeah, I've got 2 dogs.
2 dogs. What are their names?
He asked.
Lucy and Nacho.
Whoa, can we say Nacho? Yeah, they're around. There's Nacho. Say it another way. Okay.
Good dogs.
Big difference. So you get a Canadian dog to come to. Oh my goodness. Both dogs hate you. They're stay-at-home dogs. Cassidy, what's an incredible fun fact that would shock us about you or your life? Some perhaps special skill or talent or story that or something or traumatic experience that has happened to you at some point or something compelling?
Well, my whole life's been a traumatic experience, essentially. You have to be car, I was changing the paperwork, and I walked in on one of my clients, like, hair dryer,
You got definition 152.
Why was she doing that?
Because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
So there's this
You're trying vagina. Yeah, that's like Canadian 9/11 right there. That's like the biggest story in book. And you're on the night that you ran into toilet paper at the bar on Poughkeepsie Street, and the lady had to hair dry her vagina. What would happen if you got a good seal on the vagina and the pussy lips and turned it on when it fell up? What the fuck, man? 1 week you're asking about gay guys like whose asshole would it stop? No, it would fill up the vagina. You think it's like a hot air balloon? You think they're gonna fly away? Would the hair just start backing up, or would they have to go somewhere? It would just be the biggest week city. It would just be Queen City. Oh, redhead, you've already used your parts now, like 34 minutes in there. Yeah, but I'm excited. You're really your feet. Alright. Well, Cassidy, fun times. Thank you for your submission. And absolutely, you have a great charisma too. You're very it's like if Taylor Swift, didn't have some helmet, maybe. It's like a Canadian Taylor Swift. Alright, Cassidy, seriously, thank you so much, and we'll see you hopefully next time we're in Calgary. There goes Cassidy Weaker, everyone. Bye-bye. She's on it. It's so weird when you're like doing any kind of slightest mean thing to someone on the video, they're just sitting there going, thanks. Literally my least favorite thing in the world. We found out lately that I do not like making people via the internet. There is no reward, no risk. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our regulars, brilliant mind, the beautiful face, the one, the only, William Lumber.
Low killing. That's what I said. It's interesting. Words. We love to hear words. So again, the word actually expressing is a low killing. You can't do any.
Newsflash, state defunded the police years ago.
Again, hate is the existence of the
I watched the
even
movie
if
The
it's not
Blood
directly
recently.
involved with the actual character itself, it's just something that's
Can you imagine if now you had certain points counterfeit money? That money is now worth more than it ever was in the first place.
Hilo, versus
Does this mean I have to throw away my Confederate flag $12 I make my water beer? I heard George Floyd's last words. I think change is
There you go. William Montgomery is now, he is, there you go.
I just want to first and foremost say the guy that used to go out with Erica. I just want you to know I'm lucky her in the blood now. You got one of them. You used the whole her with. You went after her 3 years ago. You didn't have shit for 2 fucking months. You live in lucky house when her goddamn court with rose petals. How much of a faggot are you? Crazy.
Goodness gracious. He's the third delay there. The Is that her? Is that the girl? Is that Erica? I've never seen her before. Is that what she looks like? It's great. It's great to be hanging out with Russell Brand during this time. You are the least quarantining person I've ever fucking seen through this whole thing. You've been to work this week, huh?
Like, yeah, she has to go there. So what's the name?
Tell us about how work was this week, William. Oh my goodness, that reminds me. You still have wow. I think you're the first person to ever make it over a joke. Well, that was 25 years ago. But William, I will say, you did it. Okay, you are very, very compelling. Oh my goodness gracious. William, I love your Sting defund the police joke. I absolutely love your George Floyd's money is worth more than ever. You have created two amazing George Floyd jokes about his money, and it's very, very cool that you've done that.
Even for the keyboards are more expensive. You know,
This is. I was going to say you're kidding too. Very good. Excellent. Okay, well, that's good. We're good. You make me wonder, when comedy clubs do open back up, if there's jokes like with playing and this talking about subject matter.
I thought you were going to do it like William Casey.
If clubs are going to be like, hey, no jokes here.
Oh, angry.
All right.
Nothing more to discuss. So what's the very
Talking about
What's happening? What's the unfunny Englishman spraying on you? Bad every squad, every country. My goodness. Wow. What you guys thought.
That got worse than your girlfriend.
Yeah, dude.
oh my gosh,
It's incredible how far it has gotten behind you since we started this phone call 5 minutes ago. All right, William Montgomery with another new submission. Anything else crazy we should know about Spotify? Yeah, what I like about them.
Leonardo, where's the Obama?
Okay, there he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. Thank you, William. Whoa, all right, let's roll right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Patrick Fairchild. Yes, Patrick
Jesus Christ. Every time I watch Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, I seriously consider adopting a small Filipino boy to help me navigate the jungle safely. I will never forgive you for this. Society, years old, we should take a step every time that I roll with my father again going on. Just a little update. Recently moved to Dixon, Mississippi. My Aunt Carol. Squatting in an abandoned house on Elm Street. To be honest, it's been a nightmare. You guys think I should get this too far?
Damn, look at this. Fucking the real William Montgomery.
Thank God that is
Guys, we're all trying to stop by just to
It's incredible, and yet it has gotten even darker behind you. There's a lot of things to talk to.
I like this. How far he lived in Los Angeles before he went to switch you out?
some French press, no one noticed the box.
Are you really in Mississippi?
No, I'm in Lawrence, Florida.
Oh, okay. All right, that's where you're born and raised.
For the Rays, I was actually a wicket.
Canada, that's the So are you have dual citizenship?
I do. My parents were doing mission work at this time. I was only there for like 8 years, but
That's great. You should go up there and have one of those free doctors check out that lesion. That's a third demographic.
It was actually something I did get checked by a doctor. A spot that I had just I'm just going after so just how it goes.
Wow. What do you do for work?
Monitor and control systems for broadcasting. So CNN, ABC, everybody, all the
similar signals to set off to the alarm to allow you to control it.
Well, give us some of that. Yeah.
There's a company last year that has a local fiber network, and so a lot of the remote regions big companies are software. So we did the NFL draft, got all the fans from his team from all over the world. They all have remote boxes in their house, so it's pretty cool.
That's incredible. What's your living situation there in Georgia?
I own a house out in the woods.
Incredible. How far away from civilization are you? How deep in the woods are we talking?
I'm probably 45 minutes away from the
Awesome.
yeah, little rocking chair.
Do a little rocking chair acting for us. Yeah, you're in Georgia. Rocking 45 minutes north of Atlanta. So, like, in your neighborhood, what are the types of different races do you see? Human beings? Can you consider other races human beings?
Well, we live in a county that's actually pretty broad. Indian people, a lot of Hispanic people, so a lot different places. We get far away from the crowds of people and you get into the country.
How you been surviving this quarantine? You been doing anything special or new hobbies or anything, or just still working at normal life?
Well, I just had a baby at the last year, so right now I'm a stay-at-home dad that still works 40 hours a week.
Wow, you see that? Someone tell that stay-at-home wife how you do it. Man, this guy's working and being a father and he's a stay-at-home guy. And he's Canadian. Yeah. You must have respect him. You must have respect.
No, I did pick up a couple hobbies that I was going to do.
Sell off the override. Sell off the override down the street. And then you have just after you do that, then she says,
You make your own boards yet?
Speaking of chopping down a giant fucking trunk, you go to foodship.com, use the promo code KILLTONY.
How funny is it that he looks like a lumberjack?
It's true. It's true.
Right. I had no intent of doing it after this beard. All of a sudden, I was like, man, I need to chop down some trees and get a diesel truck and start dipping.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but he actually whittled the rocking chair that he's rocking on right now. The whittler.
cousin said before, while you're still
The
trying to
The ginger whittler.
Right. Well, what else should we know about you, Patrick? Any other crazy fun facts about Patrick Fairchild?
We serve more genotypes than your average white fellow.
Mike,
Oh, tell us all about that.
Well, I went to college at Georgia Southern University. There's not a lot to do there except for get in trouble. So I was got certified street farmers market, mainly horticulture, and I got in trouble with a couple bags of substance illegal where you're sitting.
Every day, how long would you spend in jail?
Well, for the first charge, I was 1 year old. That's not the prison. Just for my report. So, which was probably like the worst 90 days of my life. After that, I got 5 years in felony probation. So, he violated my probation multiple times after that. I got a DUI that I actually beat in court, but just because I got arrested on probation, I had to do 6 months. A year later, I filled
is typically marijuana. And if you deny it, it comes in a prison work camp.
Wow.
The
You,
proceeds of this.
jeez,
What's
oh
the
man, unsuspecting prisoner like Martha Stewart.
You know what it says?
And
Now,
then a year
however,
after that,
hold on,
probation, they go to the day after New Year's Eve.
yeah, yeah, that's a he look up.
Where they were going to go right
Let's see the
over
African case. I
my
got one
brother
thousand.
thing,
So,
and then
you mean the way
said,
that
hey,
was
you're
going
going
to
to
sell
get
it?
for
I already got the proceeds. I'm going to sell it. Yeah, yes, we got the proceeds. In that case, case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one,
my probation ended. I think this is my first
he
couple
goes
years.
off, sells his island, goes off, sells his island. I said,
He said, I will do your time.
he gives me the proceeds, he's back to debt. Case number two, same thing, I let $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of years, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my Vanessa. Then he comes back to the proceeds have to pay back.
My goodness, when you learn
I
that.
preferably know a much better
You have any great prison stories?
I'm gonna say, what's your thing? Jesus.
Hard to drop you so when you never pick it up.
So this is what we see to circle back like this.
Funny thing is, they have free soap in jail, so I always did that. Maybe it helped just a little bit for some. Maybe some
Maybe often says we're here
fights, man.
while I sell my ice.
So we were in dorms. There was 60 people in each dorm. I was on the bottom of it.
Or while I'm there
So there's a lot of people
summer
freaking out.
wine, I
One
want
time,
to
someone
be free
Friday
of
night,
existence.
they had beef throughout the week. It was Friday Night Lights, so you got young kids, you know,
So because I
different
want
gangs,
it,
you know,
therefore
messing
she
with
should
each other, like, you know, and then we cook up a bunch of food and sit on the bars and just
listen.
vent on
If
people.
you listen, you get back on the switch.
Shit, are you a good fighter?
This is before, but that's
I think, I mean, he still is a high school wrestling coach. I never wrestled, but I had plenty of experience getting out of important situations.
when
It's ridiculous advantage in a street fight.
but I'm not doing
Any
anything
wrestling
for the existence. So, yeah,
My dad,
yes, of course, I want to be the existence of that. I really want to be I want to be the existence of my message because I want to know. But I'm not doing it. Facilitating the existence of these people. Why should it be us? What's
I
that?
think there was never
You're
anything
the
else. It was just sometimes you feel you don't get too connected to people there. You feel like there's a situation where you can step in.
Was it converted?
Usually it was a white guy that gets a white car, but you know, one out of four in a 60-person dorm. So we started getting wailed on. Scared the kids like you don't want to help that
Brother
guy.
Garrett,
Around
brother,
some meat dudes out there. So those people didn't deserve it. I'm trying.
in the state, in idolatry, I would say, where's the idols? So Garrett,
Absolutely, you did it. What's the legality of weed now?
so brother,
It's like, you know, it's not too, if you're in the city of Atlanta, you're like, outside of the city where I am. I mean, you know, still, you know, that's just
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, luckily you're out there in the woods. Doesn't seem like you have too many people that are gonna bother you out there. So congratulations. What an awesome story of fucking survival. You're one of the most you're the most imprisoned Canadian I've ever heard of in my life. A little trouble.
me with facial hair out here on my head. I look very much the skin is, you know,
But you got it all now. Now you're a more likable version than the most likable version of William Montgomery. This is like if William got sober, got his life together.
Yeah, you need to do like a snare strike with William.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. All right. That's true. So once they get around each other, it just gets crazy. Please come to a show if you're ever near one of our shows. That'd be great to have you. Yeah, sure. I'm positive
this case, rugged rails helps to continue the existence of but he's not doing anything.
Definitely message us and let us know when you're coming next time. We'll set up something fun. There he goes.
What's the case over here?
That makes sense. I get it. It is. It's big crops to fill. They do it. Alright, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Fairchild, great skill. He's great. Yeah, we're flying through it. Let's just keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Rob Callahan. Here's what we're thinking. Rob Callahan with 1 minute.
That works fine for now.
Here's Rob.
How would you explain it to a friend?
Before the pandemic started, I decided I was only going to put work out. Take care of this shit. Let's try to like work. But it was using the luxurious handicap style of the work bathroom. The only line that came in with the seat guard down and stood by the stall door. So I hurried up and got out there as quick as I could. On my way up, I was like, sorry about that. There's like no problem. So, doing worse. But it happened again the very next day. He came in, stood by the handicap stall door, finished up as quick as I could. I moved it out and I was like, sorry about that. Yeah, you might see it doesn't know. Black people recognize each other. And just like it and nailed it at the same time. So much fun. No idea. Imagine having to introduce two black guys to each other. I'm not going to get a good reason.
Loved it. Rob Callahan keeping it interesting, juggling some balls, doing it with the Coltoni or work behind him. I like that. How are you doing, Rob? Good, good. You are in the New York area or DC? Boston. That's what I remember when that bus was from another incredible piece of Brian J. Eagle artwork. Yeah, that was a fun one. Big J, Shane Gillis versus Hater. Did you get up that night? Oh, how'd that go? What happened? What did we find out about you? He's president. Can't think of how's your daughter doing? Almost in red band age range. That's where you're in high school now. You didn't hear something. Your places in high school, right? Schools are new. It's online. Yeah. What do you do for work? Like what kind of records? That looks like Brian J. little brother. You have a little brother, Brian J? No. Oh shit, I offended Brian. Brian's mad at me now. Now the picture makes me look like a picture of Joel from a few weeks ago. I love it. So Rob, have you always been a... Go ahead. Oh, now I remember. That's right. That's how you spark. That's a good way to spark my memory. Not so great many cornhole referees have I dealt with in my life. Wow. So how about the juggling? Is that something that you've always done? What else have you learned? Have you started with juggling? You're like, this is something that I've always wanted to do? My goodness.
I know somebody else that tried to that learned juggling during the pandemic. Like that's an interesting thing because I've always tried to juggle and then just given up. I can't even imagine trying to get good at it.
Wait, you tried something and then gave up at it after trying it before getting good at it?
Have you tried to juggle?
It's, I mean, sorry,
It's the same thing. You know, you just do it because it's like,
that's just one of those things. To me, there's like no reason to get good at it.
I just like really, really interested.
Yeah, I have no interest in being able to juggle. Like, I mean, there's just, it's wild because in fact, it would be a very short list if I could think of it of things that I have less than no interest in learning. I like learning. I like, you know, I'll watch YouTube videos on things and, you know, try to learn life hacks and this and that. Juggling would be on that short list of things in which, I mean, truth, I do not get literally a flying
It's like ice skating backwards. I don't understand
I think you know how to ice skate. I actually do know. You gotta see that when you have the rollerblades, and then you get your electric bicycle.
I might cancel my order. Yeah, they're having a lot of problems with the company. People are sitting in back and canceling their orders. They're breaking the people that have it. Trouble bound in a Super 70 period.
Oh my goodness. What a shocking turn of events.
Yeah.
The bicycle
Yeah, look how you have it.
A rough house is a very tough sounding name. Does it make a noise? What does it sound like? Really? The scooter sound?
This bike I have, it's like a Tesla, or I was trying to get it. It's like a Tesla, it's like instant torque. So it's only supposed to go 20 miles an hour because that's legal, like street legal. But there's like a low way to hack it, so it goes up, you know, really, really fast.
Rob, has anybody ever told you that you look like an angry white woman with a beard?
Like a carrot.
Yeah, it's like a hairy carrot. A Karen. Have you ever called the police on somebody doing something? Oh, you've only seen one video. Wow, look at that. A hard worker indeed, raising his kid out there working, doing it all.
You know, look like you could snap at any minute.
What makes you angry? Yeah. Is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason of pet peeve of yours? People that wear backpacks.
It's so crowded.
You don't want them to cross their legs. Okay. Welcome to another episode of White Juggler Problems. Rob Talent. I can't just carry the things in your arms. Alright.
I feel like you have like a hobby, like you have something that you collect, like either comic books or you're into like Warcraft.
Yes, I love that you think that you're on to some amazing thing.
I just see it seems like cosplay and Star Wars or something.
Where are you? What's the news? Yep.
Damn, Katie told me before the show that their song was 30 on chat. I can't wait to see her there.
Is it live right
It's
now? I want to see this. You say you just keep this on all the time. You're just wasting your internet upload speed for your internet.
Shit. On one hand,
I want to see this nighttime video. We're looking it up in the cages. Fun fact, a bird feeder is something that all the Karens have. A lot of people know that the one common thread of all angry white women is a bird feeder. So this also falls into their theory that you were they were actually a white woman that perhaps has had some type of operation, or you are taking medicines to become a fan. Wow. All right. Oh, I see the world. Can't quite see it. Do you live in a corporate park or
worships it.
do you play cards or anything that people love? Oh my goodness, it was a real outburst. Hey, get out here, man. Eat it up. Oh my goodness. Bird is looting. Rob, thank you so much for your submission. Fun Times is on Instagram at Born all like BORNAJALLAC. Thank you so much, Rob, for coming in. You're welcome. Oh yeah, baby, here he is. This is a guy that truly cares less than anybody about this global pandemic. Hanging out with the whole crew, ladies and gentlemen, one of our favorite regulars of all time, the brilliant, the talented, great David Lucas. Hi, David. What's happening, man? What's going on there? You guys shifting music What's your favorite kind of raisin? I know it's not your children. Who's that white man? Black guy with an English accent. That's incredible. Oh my goodness Oh, you boycotted fast food. That involves a big boycott. My goodness, I ate Louis yesterday. I'm not even kidding. I went through the drive-thru at Wendy's yesterday. No one was there. It's the best, fastest time to eat at a Wendy's right now. No one wants to eat there. I spit right through. Oh shit, who's that guy? Oh my goodness. I feel like this guy's about to beat my ass through the internet. Goddamn, this fucking guy. Oh my god. I thought I'd never get to meet the shadow of Kimbo Slice. That guy's tripping behind you. That's so funny. Oh, those are Ethiopian pirates. Oh shit. I don't want to cause any problems. That's a party. So you're in Georgia right now? I love it. Where's Trey at? You guys already beat him up and put him in the trunk of a car? Hi, Trey. I love that Trey's hanging out with a bunch of black guys. You guys must all get along because none of you ever stop talking. Damn right. We've always had a big, strong, very strong base in all the southern places, including Atlanta, Georgia, and glad you're out there having fun. Stay safe out there. Make sure the whole crew has a good night. And shout out to Trey. Absolutely. Shout out to the whole crew there. Thanks for participating, guys. Rock and roll. See you guys. Trey's one of our very fun, I guess we could sort of call him a road manager. He just really is, he's one of our friends. He helps out a lot and is a cool, positive guy. Is he there for work or is he, does he gonna live anywhere near there? No, he lives there Philly, but I think he might just be hanging out. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving along with this very suspicious figure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Chuckle.
That's a good place. That's right here.
Chuckle. I absolutely fucking love that. Martin Luther King Walmart jokes. People wouldn't know when they've been in the wrong neighborhood. That's a great joke. Hi, Chuckle. How's it going, buddy? How are you? Quite the change of pace going from grew up black guy, black Walmart Atlanta to Chuckle. the final boss level. This is if you play the video game Antifa, this is the boss you're getting at. It's that snake walking stick. Red Man has questions about your stick there.
That's actually a game that I use
Oh, okay. Dislocated. Alright, how'd you dislocate your hip?
it was scraping and I was holding a washing machine and I dropped it on my leg.
God damn. Yeah, that is a laundry load that you don't want, for sure.
Scrapping? You mean like going into an abandoned place and taking out a cocker? What do you mean by scrapping?
Yeah, pretty much. My dad hired him. We spelled it in.
Goodness, washing machine on the leg. Here I am joking about it. I may tag that joke later. I may tag it. I may not tag it. My goodness gracious. Wow. So, that's fun. And, Chuckle, where are you?
I am in Springfield, Missouri, and I live in my halfway house.
Oh, okay. Halfway.
It's halfway between jail and railroad.
I like that. We had a guy earlier that sort of looked like you but had been to prison multiple times.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
The three stages of shame. He's looking for it.
This is another, you can also join the Scared Straight by the Montgomery episode that we're going to make as a special production. What did you go to jail for, Chuckle? You don't mind talking about it?
Yeah, I actually came here to train for rehab. I was drinking a lot and I came here afterwards. Yes, they should.
Does the drinking increase, especially after the hip injury?
Yeah, I was drunk when I did it.
Well, that's good. So you're sober?
Yes.
That's great. Congratulations since February.
Yeah, I had one relapse.
It's good. It's good it happens. You're aware of it, you're living through it. That's great. And especially during these crazy times. I mean, I can't even imagine. So it must be wild. How else do you entertain yourself through these wild quarantine times?
Well, I go around the city of Springfield, and since it was the quarantine, the whole streets are just ran by homeless people because everyone would not come outside. So I know basically the whole homeless population.
Do you know a lot of the halfway homeless population? That's cool. Homeless people have probably interesting stories and interesting perspectives on life, right?
Yeah, they do. A lot of them, and then there's the ones that are just sucking fucked up all day. They picking fights and shit like that. It's a little dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah, that's awesome. You ever do any types of art or anything like that? You an artist of any kind? Or was this your first time taking a stab at stand-up? Is that it?
I do a lot of writing. Me and my friends get together and we write. Actually, that's and I'm going to get into stand-up. Also, as soon as I'm allowed to stay out past 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. There's definitely something there. The way that you said that MLK joke, it's especially hard to get laughs when your face is covered in a mask and things like that. You had some things going against you there, but you made us audibly laugh. It was really good.
I had a great time at the protest there, and it was at one of the walls in the protest. I've been going to all of them since it's really the first time that people are getting out of the house.
Yeah.
And man, they could have been protesting cotton candy. I'd have been out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Nobody's protesting that. Nobody is anti-cotton candy here. That's for sure. I love it, Chuckle. Well, thank you so much. Great submission, great interview. Fun times, man. Thank you so much. Anything else crazy we should know about you before we go?
I have schizophrenia.
Oh, we knew that already, Chuckle. We knew that. No, okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm on disability, so I don't have to work, and I like to spend time riding motorcycles. I used to be a motorcycle club. And
You ever ride a roughhouse before?
I don't know what that is.
It's a scooter. Everything goes.
I actually kind of want to get a little 49cc motor, put it on a bike and ride it around that.
Yeah. 49cc is good. I'm a 50cc guy on Mario Kart. I like to dominate the competition. Alright, Chuckle, thank you so much. So fun, so interesting. Awesome talks, man. I love your honesty and I love your fucking jokes, dude. That was a fun one, bro.
Alright, thanks a lot.
Indeed, there he goes, everybody. He's on Twitter, he's Chuckle. Stalker, all one word. Chuckle. I'll take it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we actually know your next submission. She's been on the show before, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Dirty Hippie comic, Kristen Alvarez, everyone. Here we go. Kristen out.
Don't worry. I wasn't married. But for real, the accomplishment I saw was from India. And it was in the past. So it's giving me a balcony fan. Yeah, start with your fist. Your bus ride from India. But he's not the word daddy, just supposed to be Mickey. That's what you're supposed to do. Imagine your boys and female actors make some great it's usually smooth. You're so cute.
Yeah, Kristen Albert. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. I love that little hipster slave boy you have cooking your meal behind you.
I thought if you wanted to have it, we could be getting
Is it actually cooking? It looks like it's fake cooking. Whoa, look at that. Yeah. I love that.
biggest credit today.
Heck yeah, well, you can't get started without cracking some eggs, you know what I mean? What kind of eggs is he making? Whoa, sunny side down. Jeez, what a depressing lifestyle you guys are living. What's your first one? My goodness, sunny side down. Yikes, that says a lot about the fruit. Oh, Jesus, enough salt already, sir. My God. Oh, what is that, garlic powder? Whoa, we went from no jokes to no yokes. Alright, well, so what's up, Kristen? We know you. You've been on the show before. You're in Los Angeles, right?
zeros. Then you need to have this much of Jewish parents. In general, Jewish residents.
I live in New York now.
Oh, moved to New York. No better place to be right now than New York.
Even on Shabbos, you can
Is that
feel
true about the finger gynecologist? Did they really say that?
Yeah.
It's more doctor, I just see the gate is commercial,
That
right?
is creepy.
What part of New York do you live in?
I live in
Oh my goodness, you ever see any rats around there? Like G69 or anything?
I see rats in the subway or like by the garbage. But I haven't really like in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay, yeah, so all the great things about New York, there you have it. That's what, I mean, everybody says it's a city that never sleeps, that's what they're talking about. What do you do for work in New York?
When we said before that if you're kosher,
Oh, big magic.
it's pretty much impossible.
Thanks for the sister. Now I'm barista at a coffee shop.
Oh, okay. Brooklyn's finest right there. How about the Toy back there, the old egg maker?
That's just my room.
Oh, sure it is. He's trying to get it, let's just say, he's making sure your eggs are salty, ready to be.
Sure.
You happy with the move? Do you think you gotta move back, or do you like it out there so far?
I like it here in LA. It's a lot easier to keep people home and get around, and I just feel like the vibe is less pushy.
What part of LA did you live in? Silver Lake. Go ahead.
What part of Burbank did you live in?
Douche Boulevard.
Where?
It was actually douche circle, but
Oh, well, no, where in Burbank did you actually live? Alameda and Victory.
yeah, it was like right by there.
Wow, I'm calling out. I made up for my bad East Washington guest earlier. I'm calling out fucking cross streets now.
We were neighbors.
I'm glad I have it.
Jesus.
Let me slide down.
Wow.
So, first and interesting stuff.
We're laughing because he said there's dirtbags in Burbank and he lived right next to it.
That's why it's funny.
We're laughing to have red bands.
Super interested. That is very interesting. You paid a lot of rent there too, huh?
It's not too bad.
How many roommates do you have there?
Sorry.
Okay.
Other than as well.
Is that nacho? Did nacho run to? You had to watch too much. They want to summon nacho in Calgary earlier. Hey, man, to Brooklyn. We need to make a violation of all the formal moments where I lose my mind. Oh, hey, thanks for Dalmatian. Good. How old is he?
He's 2. When he's been accessible to enough, he's 5. I find yellow.
Oh my goodness. It's incredible. You're the comedian. Meanwhile, he has more spots than you'll ever have. Oh my goodness gracious. Give me a fucking audience, please. Get me out of here.
Jesse Tristan, I'm great friends with Kirsten. We started in Arizona together, and
And they
I know I
sitting
have a
with
character.
them.
I can't keep it a secret anymore. Kirsten, well, you guys
We
know
also
she's been on the show.
have
She's
my
so
driver. He
hilarious.
has to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had Kristen on many times. And
But this is
always,
fascinating.
this is honestly,
Suffer this for the
you know,
INS.
ever since she moved to New York, I think her comedy stock has dropped tremendously. No, I'm kidding. Oh, she's not reflecting it.
I like how New York was easier for you to meet people during the quarantine than Los Angeles.
Yeah, no, you can tell by the coronavirus rates there how easy it is to meet people.
I'm gonna
Do you know a lot of people that have gotten sick?
smash these barrels of the onions.
Just like,
What is the allowed? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept,
actually, that's
the
not true.
religious Muslim? Let's remember again. Yesterday's class, we used the concept of
Really, that seems to be the general consensus of this disease. They might as well name it the friends of friends disease because those are the only people getting it. None of my friends.
what may or may not be considered activity. Like giving
Fun times. You know anybody that's ever taken a blue chew before?
with items that themselves may be considered. Here,
A blue chew is a male enhancer that gets you ready to go. It's chewable. Alright, well, fun times, Kirsten Alberts. It's good to have you on the show again. Thank you so much for submitting fun times, good jokes. See you soon.
I want the existence of the United States.
Kirsten Alberts, everyone.
If I were to raise on my own, I would use the opportunity to play
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here it is. The chosen one. Perhaps the most powerful regular in the history of the show. A man that needs no introduction, yet I gave him one anyway. Here he is, Michael Blair. Here he is, Michael Blair.
Existence of these barrels. Shall we start with action? I don't know. You think doesn't want to break on she shot it. The good he does the rest. So he said that since the Jew actually walks, right? Right? The Jew actually walks. He never yet to remain in existence. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's considered being closest from the item. So therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, okay, well, it's much better. This is the instruction. And yes, push the levels up. This is a good thing. Sure, one does remain existence. Again, ultimately, the extravagant result is the persons ultimately again should be fascinating each other. I don't know. So nothing says Yishpat Marvelous. And nothing says no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell nothing you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go there, you do that. What else? That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see. Okay, let's say an object has sense that refines for business. But you had such a student, let's say, for example, week, and great, so if you go in for problems, that you cannot mean I do. You can't go ahead and assist in this I took off the roots, right? I took off the roots. That camera log is a good shit. About the good slash lethal. The people behind the lyrics of the English and let's see. These pirates and these so good. To me, they write tons of but let's say again, he asks me to do this. I am allowed to do it. He removes a fee for working with the right? And I want to be consistent. Because the vice
What's up, motherfucker?
So you guys, right? So if you're from here, this is nothing says you are allowed to go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you use a bit pen sometimes?
Even though that definition was consistent output prohibited item, because you are the one who decides to get paid for it.
That's where the over-under is on this. That is incredible. You already have
So who else? Second one from the tax system. So who else?
I love it, absolutely.
Not only is there a prohibition,
You're asking on a date, which all self-service game out in Los Angeles, so it is sort of weird. This is a joke, and it ends up being like, hey, I need something. It's true, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the last text Friday at 9:04 p.m. Okay, anything that say now dancers would dance to.
Wanted to play something like that?
Friday at 9 p.m. is like prime hammock time.
It's funny you mention that. The Great Gage Tea Arena here at Betterbox Studios, along with the great Anthony Strange Taste and Gage Tea Arena. Gage showed me the video, and my mind was completely blown. He got truly assaulted on, I got pointed at him twice. I guess that's assault. Let's play it. This is real. Shot by Michael Lair, you can tell by the camera shakes. Here he is. I believe he was on the show earlier. I believe that's Chuckle. Just kidding. Just kidding, Chuckle. Show me the comeback. No, you didn't. Marty Cooper set him off. Michael's defending. Use of Marty Cooper. Double birds. But you won't see those at the theaters. Oh, here it comes. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking psycho. Yeah. Wow, that is incredible, Michael. My goodness, you're a fucking rock star, dude. You're goddamn right. Yes, it does. It was the 50 Cent in Pilsoni history.
Did you call the police about that? Send the video.
It is incredible. If you ever need to stall a man with a gun, you just call him a party pooper and he walks away. And he will walk right back to you.
That's what
See your point?
exactly.
You say exactly.
Just because we're two of the best. He's the worst.
It's not what I say. It's not. No, don't ever do that again. People say, oh, you say Cedar. We already said it. That's like saying who's that great football team that plays college football in Ohio and being like, you're talking about the Cincinnati Bearcats. The Penguins of Youngstown State. It's Cedar Point. Anyway, so it's great. I'm a very big Cedar Point loyalist, you have to understand. I was raised yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, your chair goes pretty fast, but it is no top or direct. You know what I'm saying? They have rides that go 240 miles per hour. Yeah, girls also must be a certain height to ride that. That's for damn sure. Oh, any height is good. Would you have sex with a midget, girl? Oh, I love this. I need it. I won't be your first OnlyFans subscriber for sure. I will watch you fuck anything like that. That's true. The only thing cool shit is your future fan coming volume 5. Dude, you get to call all the shots. Michael, what have you known in the history of this show? Michael gets to make it. He rolls. He gets to do whatever he wants. It's free reign. Well, Michael, we love you more than anything in the world. You're a goddamn saint. I was telling people earlier at a free show hang how much I adore you and love you. I say it every episode here. I talk about it with everyone that is a part of my life throughout the week. And you're an inspiration and just truly one of my favorite comedians on the planet. You know, I'll share this with you. There was a moment where when I saw that Chappelle set, I was very lucky. I found it as it came out because I was actually sent it by someone in his inner circle. They're like, check this shit out. I remember I was like it doesn't matter. It's one of the first people on YouTube to watch it that night that it was released. And I posted about it, which I don't even watch people's specials at all, no matter who it is or anything. I just can't bring myself to do it. I watch enough stand-up comedy when I'm about to go on stage at the Comedy Store or on this show. And but the set from Chappelle, I found it to be so compelling and powerful that you said, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and what I did, I found a little one of those gifts that said goat, and there was a moment where I'm like, the only person else other than Chappelle that's a goat to me is you. I thought about you. Different body of work, but in my life, and at this time, yes, I texted you back. There you go. It's Michael Lair. We love you. Look at that. Middle finger. We got one comedian left. Ryan. Okay, we have one comedian left. Let's blast through it, ladies and gentlemen. Your final submission of the night goes by the name of Robolo. You're amazing stuff. Incredible. Absolutely impressive. I didn't even think, perhaps, that it was possible to already be doing parodies of Manolo. A person who sent in 2 submissions with Mexican prostitutes. However, you absolutely nailed it. Great impression, delivery. production quality incredible right now.
Yeah, that was all from real bad diets, you know. So it's crazy that Manolo is definitely a fixture on the show. And he likes impacted me, you know. Like it's like when I don't know. It's just a historic moment for these quarantine episodes. I felt compelled. I'm gonna do a lot. College.
It is impressive that I think only 3 or 4 perhaps appearances throughout this quarantine Manolo has had, and yet you absolutely destroyed with a complete minute of comedy, making fun of or paying tribute and homage to Manolo.
Yeah, it's not much. I don't know if I was going to do an impression right now. I don't know. It's good
timing and delivery was off. That's great. So where are you? Where are you?
I am I'm still in California, Chino Hills. It's 40 minutes away or so. Where is it, man? I actually have one more joke.
Go right ahead, absolutely.
Okay. This was weird. To stay here and listen to all the huge artists like Ariana Grande. She's already fat.
I like the thrust you did there at the end to get the point across that you were done.
Yeah, I gotta force in some of my physical comedy, even sitting in a dirty chair, you know.
I love it. So you're in Chino Hills. What do you do for work?
I work at a grocery store. I push shopping carts. It's crazy. I've seen people lose their minds like the week that the Hanks got it, and the NBA was done. I saw some guy literally cry like over toilet paper. He's just losing his shit in the aisles. Like, I can't do it. I saw old ladies get pushed over. We look at security. Some savvy ladies now. Keep shit in line. We need some martial law. And that bitch.
Right? Yeah, that's wild. Unbelievable. Are you born and raised here in Southern California, or did you move from somewhere else?
Raised here. I was born in Fresno. I lived in Fresno for the first couple years of my life, and then went to another place with agriculture. Because my dad loves I'm taking both, you know.
Heck yeah. So what else have you been doing through this wild time to keep yourself entertained? Any other hobbies?
I got reps for
What do you do? You go out or like normally or
dude, I went to Parliament today, so 45 minutes best trip out. I'm actually got a green screen. I've been doing a podcast on theme parks, and it's funny that you talk about the fastest thing we're going to actually know what that is. I was like, so we're going to take it to Abu Dhabi, but it's, I think it's 120 miles an hour. It goes to 100 miles before there's someone moving right now at the door here. I live in 14, like literally 18 people. Taking turns kissing grandma on the lips and stuff, making comments. You have a YouTube page of amusement parks, and you go through I'm gonna start doing that mystery science series on rides. So because there's not a green screen set, I would start shooting videos with me and someone else riffing. And because there's so many bizarre rides, there was a gremlin ride in Germany, and all of a sudden, for no reason, Beetlejuice like shits on it or something. Yeah, it's a lot of bizarre stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of I didn't know until I was doing this podcast that was sort of bizarre. Theme park deaths, like I should mention about theme park accidents, and then I got super bored, and I kind of like this kid got his head decapitated, hilarious, you know. But it's different, it's people fucking dumb. God, this little kid. Hold on 1 second.
Here comes something. It's going to be somebody's dick or something, so be prepared. At any given moment, this is the moment that all the build up here comes down to this giant ball sack that's about to come over the camera. Have your hand on the red button gauge. I repeat, have your hand on the red button.
Don't worry, sorry, I didn't mix the child. The child. He brought up things.
I've now made the connection.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. So last time I thought I was all filled up with soon need a bag of dicks, I'm pretty sure. Adderall, man. That's very much like Adderall. It's like should I make her a blowjob? I got to understand this is not a nice for the Zoom show that my aunt will be watching later when I haven't got my mouth. This is get a little dark there.
Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
George. This thing I discovered as a line. This thing, Joker right there. Look at that.
That's a cool version of the Joker. Yellow pants, orange jacket. Very cool.
But he's not too
It's a school show and tell episode of Kill Tony, and I absolutely love it. What a great way to end it. Thank you so much. This was awesome. Rock and roll. Look at this. Absolutely. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. There's an actual judge there. Judge Al Maxwell, ladies and gentlemen, right there, live in the flesh. All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. There you go. There he goes. He's Rabolo. He's Robert Land Pod. Robert Land Pod. All one word on Instagram. Remind me, what's your actual name again? Robert Thompson. Thank you so much, Robert. And again, thank you to the what appears to be angry judge in the back of the room. Yeah. It is incredible. All right, there you go. Thank you guys. Fun times. All right, there you go. What am I missing here? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. Get your candle at damngoodco.com. Dates coming up: Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, Tacoma, DC, all in 2020. Oh yes, that's what it is. Ryan G. emailed the drawing from Ryan J. emailed. Look at that. Nice and incredible, almost like it's funny because there was just a bunch of little action figures there. This reminds me of like an action figure who's popped. Yeah, pop toys. That is so cool. Great. You got Teresa there on a Mexican skateboard, Willie with a barrel, me with a sword. We got Michael Lair rocking it, absolutely destroying with his patented headband. Red man behind the iPad. Busy fire breathing dragon. That is David Lucas. Absolutely makes sense. Roasting.
RyanJGmail.com. A lot of Milton stuff is on sale. He has prints of every show and the book.
That was fun roasting with David Lucas. Which reminds me, we just dropped an episode of Roast Masterclass on my Patreon, which is, I believe, an hour and a half or 2 hours of me and Donnell Rawlings talking about the history of comedy and absolutely cracking each other up, really, and just him cracking me up, to be completely honest with you. But the entire episode's mind-boggling hilarious, and God is a superstar. So that's a lot of fun. That's happening in the one-man band. This is the one lady band. Great Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Keep their strong tonight. It's amazing commitment. What else going on, Jet Ski?
Just got to be part of this, have something to do. You can say thank you guys, thank you all for watching.
Follow her at Jet Ski Johnson. And yeah, thank you to Vito's Pizza. Got us all stuffed up tonight on some amazing pizza. Vito's is everywhere here, all around the Los Angeles area, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, a bunch of different places. You can submit to the show. This is it. We're coming around the final quarter here. Maybe we could possibly only have, I don't know, a few weeks left of this, is my guess. So this might be your last chance if you can't travel to Los Angeles to submit for the show. Be creative. As you see, the stakes are starting to raise. 3 months ago, it was just people in a fucking dark closet doing bits to their...
So probably going to do an episode this week with David Lucas. Trying to get, let's see, weekly or David Lucas-ish to... I mean, size-wise, David Lucas-ish size matter. You can go to Desmond.tv for all that. Check it out. And check out my VR show, Virtual Red Band, like 5 times a week.
Good night, everybody. Thanks to Keith and Anthony.
Therefore, allow him to genetic items with his blood. Oh, schwierig, das ist ja schon. Aber eine starke But in the case that's a business partnership, you see from here, Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the show. Okay, they're not allowed to occur in the context as well. You don't have the person in this moment. Yeah, in this precarious situation. Another question. Gary told you how she that's what I was going to was like to see that can and Gary Tosha can Gary Tosha go ahead and say Because I think that tests out when they go like just see what is the transitions from these things. And also it's structured in a way to make us success. That it almost shows hold on. Well, it's just these people are very secure.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the beautiful in-crowd studio for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, here we are. Beautiful. In-crowd studios. The great Ryan J. Eagles is here. Everybody has always in studio. This studio setup is absolutely incredible. It's immersive. The way it's done is one.
I don't even know what room we're looking at.
However, it does have a taste of home here. We had some delicious meals.
What success is accomplished in relaxing standards because of
Our closest to the comedies we've been in for months. Just absolutely crazy. It's amazing. We're going on the road too. A bunch of dates coming up. Some going to Miami. Things coming up. We have some stuff that's going on.
How do you guys know? Yeah, social. Actually, I thought it was very special. Can it hear social? Can it hear social? Go ahead and acknowledge it.
Adam and Eve, the number one
Jesus.
indeed, Adam and Eve is the best part of staying home.
Thereby, definition is
I know this was a place I'm pretty used to.
Hear social versus what is it?
I get those shootings.
I actually recommend it on
I have the gaming
Again, it's like
that's actually why they wish
They have every kind of load of lotion, couples, toys, lingerie, drink place.
take advantage of the downtime right now and choose almost any one item. Get 50% off at AdamandEve.com with the code KILLTONY. And you already did this.
You get 10
just
free.
such a person.
You get 6 spicy movies and 3 decent movies. Best of all, you get free shipping. It's great. Great to your birthday. You pick up in a box and just take that.
Check it out just from the use of the offer code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY at the checkout.
Anyone who's going to call it finding it, it's through the parish.
Sex toys make being so enjoyable. Back shopping. Shopping for sex toys. Go to AdamandEve.com and use the offer code KILLTONY to get 50% off. Just about any item plus 10 free gifts. Use the code KILLTONY at checkout. There you go. All right, we're in the show live from in-crowd studios. And let's jump right into we have a band on the show. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. And we never know what they're going to be. Maybe it's some famous characters. Maybe it's the first time bringing in brand new characters. Jeremiah is not going to be with us here tonight. And the rest of the band is here, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the best name band in the Kill Tony band. So that is Jesse Johnson. Whoa! Oh my goodness! Oh wow! No, I'm barbecue. They are parents, everybody. I know these characters for sure. These are parents, absolutely.
Is there a permit for this fucking show? What is happening?
There is. What are you gonna do about it?
right below upstairs.
That was quick, straight to officers. And you didn't have to
I didn't know that we have our own special.
Oh my goodness. So you're Karen, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
Who's this young lady over here that oh, Karen and Karen.
And I'm also a punk.
Oh, what are you mad about?
Everything.
Oh my goodness.
Pennies.
Well, you can actually get crunches pennies right now in Adam and Eve ways. Oh, Karen. Part of the country, you guys like that. About Karen, which one are you talking about? You can't make those jokes anymore. Women. All of our jokes on women today are dedicated to this Karen.
I have an actual woman.
It's men. You guys know about Okay. So we are going to be joined by Karen's all night, and we have an incredible setup for videos. It's going to be like virtual sets, and we have to meet with folks on this kind of we're watching this definitely know the show watchers. So let's just jump right into it, shall we? Let's just jump right into watching a scene that shit. Hello, April. How are you? Can you hear us all right? That is true. There's three of you all around us. You can join the band.
Can you play the saxophone?
What did you play? Any music songs you can sing? You look like you know how to play the guitar. Oh, you're allergic to cats?
With my hands just to look at the jackson face so I can see your hair while you're doing it. Yeah, you look exactly like him. That's pretty crazy. Right now, you know.
I personally was insulted.
Number two, an active negate is threatened.
The saddest rim shot I've ever gotten in my life.
If they worship
Hey, where are you?
Allah. Number three is an active to negate his friend's idolatry, even if he worships him. Incredible. So you know what it says. Basically, again, no right about it. Comes to a game potion. And split like the other stuff. Any game potion.
I don't want to give anything away. That's not where we are, but that's where someone.
Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, first up. What's it there first up? They should keep up.
Trump is, you know that Trump is into finance, right?
So what's this? Now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of it? Size karşı kilolar definitive of creating, şöyle daha abonez kabul Neo says it's any action is accepted himself as
So you don't work for that guy anymore?
universal. Cover.
What do you do now? You're just mostly focusing on your Etsy. You really are?
So in this context, the actual just means it's based. Anytime an outlaw comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift from the shop. Good. That's right. From say, I should keep up Allah Sheva mitzvahs and I should keep up Allah Sheva mitzvahs. Some say, and your contract is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah vow. No secret. Base. That's a good question. Sheva mitzvahs can go up, the basic even only individual ball with crowd with national. Even saying naturalist, and if neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of your function, what is it?
I just don't like Noah and Zachary's game.
And so, set get good from the zeros should الرابط أي قوم يستعملون سبحانه خلص من السر What is the definition of a kosher? Is a kosher is someone who get?
Maybe you had a big punchline. No, that's good.
It's not kosher. It's
I get the feeling that your fan base
accepting himself
probably doesn't know
rest
much about Cardi B.
of the substance. Pretty shocking definition. It's like really not cool because the definition is here. While we're there, he accepted upon himself in such a way as idolatry. Following he accepted upon himself sharing this with God. But Haman, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs. He's Latino. The rest of the time, he might have been yeah, he would be here, she would
Do you really think someone stole your dildo? I think we know what those two places are. Wow, that's incredible. So, what else about your life? Any other crazy fun facts that you would not exactly a big film for show.
Not for a longer amount of time because we're consuming these smart juice boy or his own. And this is true even in the cities where the majority of the
Do you
inhabitants
think Putin perhaps had something to do with that, to do with my power?
فضائيات الجنس الجاهلي تأكيد بإيش تجربة أكيدة. بس السبب بس اللي جاي في الشارع يمكن يوجد
How many people did you see get struck by lightning?
That's all wrong. I'm getting back to the INS or that's the INS because it's a feeling of idolatry. But we are concerned that this plan for longer no
Sound of suspicion. Is that what it sounded like when you you have a
The
husband?
base on that club, Sheme, meet the other guy. It's not what we want.
That's worse than being sick and losing your tip.
Hello. Yendo, Kishman. It's just you know, kind of
Red man.
a lot of
Another
nice stuff.
Minnesota running his bits. Ryan Spence of where this lady's dildos are hidden in some drawer. No, I think these things are really new thing. Well, April, thank you so much for submitting it.
The shark of God, everybody knows somebody that believes in God. He's like, he's like,
You can bring her on your motorbike. Thank you so much, April Walter. April O'Neil on Instagram. Or social media. Your next submission goes by the name of Dylan Alford. The band's gonna play some music. Whoa! Holy shit! She does the Dylan Albright impression.
So now we just got finished. Again, how should I do it? So it doesn't matter if I can doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen to theologically decommission? And you gave that one, you said, oh, so you gotta get those shots. So you gotta get those shots. Which the Gemara says, no, that's what he said. No. Leaking the shoes from the library shoes. No. Actually, we just do it. So, Lord, the shadow shall be the it was we cannot carry from our own Israel. Like, it is essentially music, like food and other evidence of they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. I look at you if you have a Jew who did not.
Here it is, Dylan Albright. All right. Hello, Dylan, are you there? Hi, Dylan. That was fun. Feel funny with a bunch of quotes to yourself. That's way to fucking make something out of this crazy quarantine.
It's a non
Love it, Bree. Where are we talking to you from?
Jewish resident. Now, look at this.
Michigan,
His
man.
rights.
Certain vibes.
He cannot simply build his rights, but to
How
right.
do they feel it? You're in your garage? Yeah, that's like A lot of the metrics they consider one vegetable derived to a vegetable. How far north are we talking? Is that near Traverse City? You seem like you'd be a person who cares about medicine, but you can't make. You want to make sure the vibes are right. Do you ever bust anybody for anything, or you just trying to get a little money here and there? You know what happens at a campground, right? Are you talking about like the scouts? You ever go camping? It seems like a very camping. Oh, you have tents, roller blades, and a bicycle. This is incredible. Wait, you've been to Silver Peak every year. When are we talking about though? Talking about 30 years ago? You're talking about 35 years ago? You still have your tents from Really? Was that on North Development? That place is So if there was some skippy characters on the campsite that Red Man was trying to camp at, how would you go and what would you say to them to break on the wall? You know what tradition is yourself? Jesus, quiet, I have no idea. I'm gonna go to the Christmas and it is also Red Man's Passover. I realize when so what else? What do you do for fun? I actually do stand up right now. Trying to audition sort of tight. How long have you been doing stand up? That's crazy. Who is your favorite comedian that you've seen live? Have you seen any live shows? Right, no, that makes sense. You'd have to buy a ticket to see somebody. You don't seem like you're a ticket buyer.
Sponsors for this money trip. Think. Our annual conference. Listen to conversations of dedicated college in Russia this year. As exclusive source students from this year. First message to the mention of about the Total Theater in New Jersey and Canada. Their parents, Israel Grazing, Zena Grazing, Lee Rosen's wife. Remember of Stanley Rosen's wife is in the Rafa. Original learning sponsors Dr. Evan K. Wolf, National Yard State of Dr. Wolf's father, Sadie Swift, Shalom, Jen, Steve Versions. In the Rafa, Nathan and the father of money of their father, Ben Apple, Father Butter Morning. Movie sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, Money of Mother Roses, Applebaum, Waffle, Glass, the families in the front of almost here with it. Incredible guy. Today we are picking up constant today's 63 beef. So we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 loads of should have not been too low. Again, if not being too low, I probably guess what we feel. So I need to buy it. Yeah, but I need to sit in the front. We also have a wife. Yes, the only question. Very fascinating. So, after a wish for the guy, what is the halal? Hundreds of children smash bag lines. I'm going to pay $50 now.
Alright, here he is. Dylan Albright, everyone. Dylan.
We were able to smash these barrels.
What is
Mother, what is the halal?
I was thinking, there was one of my mom is a parent.
The way this was remember again, yesterday's that funds were generated from what you make when they actually items that themselves may be asserted. Here, the applicant is asking you to do something with the ISF and is asking you to explain this. Therefore, so that they're allowed to keep those persons. The Gemara says, no, what's that about? We are the young people, we have to speak to us. This is like, I love the existence of the ISF. Why did I love it? I would use the opportunity to make fun of these panels. What do you just do? I want your existence to be an essence. I want it. If I can really get this the closest perfect because I actually yet you know, we learned that the money in Russian is said notes of the you will check on your site. She actually wants to this is how these barrels. Should I start with Shannon? Man, I don't know. You think doesn't want them to go somewhere. Actually, shut up. You goes to us. So you say that since they choose, you actually want. You just need to do that. Right? You actually want to value necessarily in existence. I don't want it. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's specifically closest to reality. So therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instructional level himself. This is a difference. This is with short one class of existence. Again, ultimately. It says, you should not all of yourself. I'm not. No, take the job, take the job, get the money, and throw a buck you should be fixed. You have the opportunity to go and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go.
I take responsibility.
Wow, that is without a doubt, that is Aaron Paul, right? Is that his name? Breaking Bad. It sounds like the guy from Breaking Bad is taking responsibility for the information.
What can I do? I can uproot. Right? I can uproot. Then I am allowed to be good action.
William, where are you? Are you on the usual thing?
Lashley from the Eagles got up the road to the foolishly, I didn't check. Let's see who hires me. It's so good. To me, they got times. Well, let's say, yeah, he asked you to uproot it. I am allowed to get people in the food for working with Kirai, right? And I want the existence because if it drags in up and down, oh, he's not going to find us. So you know, says. So you hear from here, this is just enough. The math is you are allowed to brush up. That is the financial funds you can use when that benefit ultimately results in destruction.
That last part where it's triple that, is that what you think Jamaicans sound like?
Definition one, the continued existence of the prohibited item, because you want to be the one who
This
decides.
episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve. Have you ever used any sex toys for real, William? You make up a lot of stories, but a genuine question. I can see your face just got very serious, and I was expecting a very serious answer. Were they blown up already, or were they just unblown up?
Not only is that position What would the Jamaican guy say if he saw Red Man? look at we get off this.
What else has been going on with you? How far up a tree have you gotten in it? Are there any pictures of it? Tree in the backyard that you can actually put your phone down. It's like
Plus, it says, do not stand in the light of the field.
Is there a tree in your backyard that you can climb up? Can you climb a tree? Can you climb a tree right now? Can you climb a tree right now? Can you have somebody hold the phone while you climb a tree? Because that would be fun. I guarantee you. In the history of not only this show, but in the history of podcasts, there's no way anybody's ever climbed a tree live. Can you please do that for us? Yes, can you climb a tree right now? You know, we improvise these things on this show. So I'm asking you,
So again,
since
American
what you really
special.
Yes, here we go. This is podcast history, ladies and gentlemen. This is like when JFK was shot and they went live to wherever that newscaster guy was. Yes, it's okay. It's very exciting. You know, I think we should get a little bit emotional here for a second, and I'm going to tell you that when this quarantine started, and, you know, us being the only podcast that is naturally and always organically built in front of a live audience, that we thought that this could be our downfall. And obviously, clearly, our show has taken a hit and stuff without having a live audience. We can't do as edgy of jokes as we would like to do because we always rationalize the crowd laughing. We thought it was our downfall, but you never give up and you continue to strive in this business. Magical things can happen in this right now. For the first time in podcast history, there's a man climbing a tree, and that man is William Montgomery. That's it. Can't go any farther. Go farther. Come on, you are streaming now to thousands of people. That's as high as you're gonna go. Keep going, William. You can do it. We believe in you. This is the highlight of the quarantine from Hilltop. Can the cameraman step back a bit? Because we're not convinced that you were even really. Can you get the ground in the shot, cameraman? It's way out there. Five stories. My goodness, this is incredible. You know what else has never happened? No one's ever fallen out of a tree before in podcast history. I think you can break the code if you know what I'm saying. It's down to like 3 or 4 stories. Wow, William Montgomery, podcast history. Is there anything you want to say to the people after you just were the first man to climb a tree live in podcast history? All right, there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. We love you, William. Great job tonight. Yeah. Trying our best. Climbing a tree. All right, let's keep this fun train still on. Your next submission from a great young man who we actually know. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kelsey Hutchins. Here we go. David Legos Greg. Here's the
Study people agree to uproot the land, get rid of its security. It was a village, it's absolutely committed, and we can get paid for it. That from the which the Gemara says is so low to there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This phrase is this is like this when you get older, you know, it's too lonely. You know, that's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So this is very good. Therefore, what this means is, let's go full circle. How do you start this whole started by the case and Apple wants to destroy, wants to break his that was called the guy next. He asks him, he wants that
It's
player.
great. A minute from Kelsey.
What did they do? He
Came in like a rip.
So remember, on one hand,
Like Kelsey. How are you, man?
Outstanding.
I love it.
therefore, that
So
means
great.
he wants to
This is why that's one of the guys that was saying that. That's true.
It's great. Sometimes I check in on you over there with the character.
Do it. And how about Allah? If it involves the instructions of Allah. So, it's not mathematics, so we did it. I know, even oh yes, I do want to continue the existence of the IS. I get it. I don't want to break myself. I want to break it. I don't want to close the open the other side. I want to break it. But nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and do it. Keep the proceeds, but there's a struggle. Position of control. Sell out the struggle. Position ultimately is a good thing. I'm not concerned. The same and how about our love? And that is important. General society, we should start taking approaches. Yes, you know what?
So, Yonder, have you ever done
Lifestyle choice. Musician, so I get a lot of stage time. I do a lot of talking. So like, I'm always running jokes.
That's just considered your has to be also between sets. So yeah,
Yes, I actually have seen you
it's just like this, that
music videos and
evil shouldn't be allowed to be used.
times.
And when there's something that's it has to be out. So there's something that's good, it has to be good. So there's something that has to be such.
You've heard of Dave Cole, right? Like Dave.
Because if you let evil take root, then it's does. Unfortunately, becomes the norm. Something
You only play guitar?
ultimately, I think it becomes the norm.
You have any comedy songs or
That's
anything
what
like
I'm
that, or you
not
don't mix it too?
Yes, from those
My shit's kind of sad. But,
Some of your jokes were fantastic.
when you in Ohio, and it's
guys, it's
also
humble, I lost. Reading the world is about this way. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's hard to become each other.
Yeah, they say Florida is the poor man's California, and Myrtle Beach is the
It's actually one of the most major mistakes to for the because there's a restriction.
It's like when you think of like
It's a dangerous place. It's per capita dangerous too. Like our numbers actually raising up, or are they just complaining that it's a per capita wants to repair it instead of they don't want to do that?
it's again, it's hard. It's tough to do.
As far as like city limits,
It's like you can't see
because I'm outside of home, I live in a house, I'm right next to my house, so I'm kind of like, yeah.
but sometimes it is a true.
Just love it. What else do you do for fun when you're not playing
Sometimes
music?
I'm not in the sense you start
I have a podcast and
sometimes you have to think
What do you talk about on your podcast? So you just interview people, or you have someone
But how do you speak that we're the same kind of and after discussion how do you sleep becoming by the layout is probably
so I just started turning cable and mostly to what happens if so just talk to myself. How to use it.
so I think so right over here guys other families
That's what I can. So they find anxiety, just getting things off the chest.
does that what remedy take on the scene of as the other so we confess and done that the other
really? Tell us more about it. What's in it?
I've been in it, but I can imagine it as well.
does it take the density right does it take
Is the McDouble your actual go-to? Because I found that interesting. Very rarely do I hear them bring up the McDouble, but
that would know is probably out of the public so that says
it's the only
that money does not make
obsessed with their ideas, even though
but
they
that money is just one
people make this joke a lot about, oh, this and I had diarrhea. I think I
it's
diarrhea to anything.
I know there's option
Chipotle or crazy foods. Oh my goodness. Those McDonald's fajitas on the airplane don't wake me up from my sleep an hour in. I'm like, oh, it really. But I still, even though I know that an hour after eating it, this guy goes crazy on my sleep.
Dada told them
They call it mild content. It's spicy
sell off all the like sell off all the free. And then we have the
So you said that you paid up your nose at one point, and I got
after you do that, then I listen and watch it. I'm not she says it again. We could actually if you have the suit scan. Those are these scans of the Christian scan of the cluster we talk about all this stuff.
look at that. My goodness. You know, I put my phone in my front pocket of my sheets, and I put my earbuds up my asshole, and
What do you see? Obviously, see the level of this side.
Younger, you seem like a smart guy. You have any fun conspiracy theories or anything wacky about life or shit? You believe in anything weird?
He's a virtual wizard.
Have you ever looked at looking at someone like far away and then they get struck by lightning?
As a child, in Tucson, Arizona.
So how come to be the contrast? So that's how it goes. Hello.
Good question.
That's spooky. It's just like much of people the month of August for I mean, how come it does?
Oh my goodness. What's the name of your band? Cornbread.
It's probably the closest from the or yeah, in Mexico, same place. I'm gonna have
Red band is showing like that. What's about it?
However, yeah, I guess he was off. Let's see, yeah, he's in here, so that
Yonder, one last question for you. Other than talking, do you have any other advice for someone whose life might be negative?
I like $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item, and says, I'm going to do associates, reach out to debt, case number two, same thing, $100,000. Give me a couple of hours, I got to sell my item. That's something that's that. If it comes up with the proceeds, I practically know my explanation.
Wise words.
So that's the thing. I would say, what's your see from the shoes of other curiosity. So this is
Yeah, it's like Ryan Jacobs. Ryan's mad at me now. I can tell Ryan's got a quick trigger on it. Without showing it, you can still tell these
I go ahead and sell my wine.
Really? Is that true?
I want to continue.
You got a custom work from it? Is it far away from you? He just goes to the other side of his garage.
Because I want it, therefore
Provide a message for anyone struggling with drugs. Let me know who you are, and I will call the police on you. Where's my camera?
listen, if you want to, you will get happy.
He's got the
You
car.
just before, that's not the ones in this side.
Oh, that's awesome. Real Ryan J. Abel. That is so cool.
When you
You can commission that for you, and you got
I'm
it.
not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, they want to maintain existence.
They absolutely love it. Brian's works good.
I do it. I want the money. I want to maintain existence of the myself because I want the money. But I'm not doing this. It's like to maintain existence of this life. What? For sure, yes.
There you go. There you go, absolutely. Kelsey mentions everything.
Yeah, two brothers. One converted, and one
Alright,
they're
let's
both
just keep it moving along. Ladies and gentlemen, your next performer goes by the name of Martin Phillips.
There's one converted and one slow. Brother Gare, brother Al. You know, there's a lot of them. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say very good things. So here, you're my Lord comes out of the house. But unto Yain as a heroes. So brother Gare is saying to brother Atom, so brother Atom, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take money and tomatoes. So you do that. Say we should go, and that's good. However, we should go, she said, yeah. All of this presupposes that Gare is not get to the position of items. Obviously, once that happens, they feel more defense. Right? But without this, there's see what you can get.
Yeah, exactly.
Once it's really
Hi, Martin, how are you?
says,
Indeed, I remember them very well. Absolutely, as Destroyer from Washington, D.C. I can't remember, are you on the golden ticket winner, or did we just put you on all the shows?
But it's a possession of it's ultimate racism.
You're just the DC sniper.
For myself, now in this case, brother
Are
Gare
you still in
wants
Washington,
the
D.C.?
opportunity to exist as part of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his ultimate existence. So what's the problem? This was Rava Barula.
Okay. Is that far from Marco Beach?
And as we said, I've always thought this correct.
How'd you choose your job? Just
What's the case of this?
That is absolutely correct.
This is just something that that's like in brother Gare.
Do you teach classes or anything like that?
Great, who cares? It's still
I don't want to harm anyone, but it looks like someone might be breaking
that's
in.
fine. That works.
Oh no, don't call the police on the
But
black silhouette.
how would you explain it?
It's a painting. Carrots, it's just a painting. It's not I love that even though you're unemployed, you still drove like working in Circuit City. That's right. Watch that crazy craft. You see that time lapse thing of the blockbuster was being built and then being taken down. Crazy things. Were you a big blockbuster guy back in the day? Did you ever go into the DVD part, the back room with the dirty videos? Some shitters. Was it spelled C-U-M? It was spelled C-U-M. Oh, the act out is what it took to convince me of what you were. My goodness, I can't believe you remember that. How old do you think you were? This was last
Is that your favorite kind of porn? Like, what is your category of porn?
Do you have a favorite type that you type into the search bar? Perhaps a big British. You have a big piece of your mother.
So, how is living with your mom and dad and your parents? Like, I can't imagine going back to my parents' house and I got around, like, I visit Ohio, I got around like 2 days. Why not do it at home so you know, like, they don't have to, like, shit squatting they have to pay the bill. You chip in $100 a month, give it to them,
What else is interesting? You're living with your parents again. Remind us again, it's cerebral palsy that you have? Were they breaking any ground medically? I must have been confused. Yeah, I don't know why I asked that. It's just a question to ask. We basically all have listened to Mr. T living with our parents right now.
If I had what you had, I would go into every store and just get everything around. So how did you? I would sue everyone. So much fun. You're an absolute killer, and when we come back to DC, you got an automatic spot waiting for you, okay? Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And thank you so much. And make sure you, how can people find you, Mark?
That's the first thing he gets to do. In this
There he goes, Martin Phillips, everybody. A great stand-up comedian. He's been doing it a long time out there on the East Coast and kills on live shows. You can check out those past Washington, D.C. episodes, and he's on Zoom.
I think that's the fight. It's always just the same.
Great. And check into our second regular here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 3 David Lucas. What's up?
The other question. Garrett Tosha, now she.
Yeah, you're muted. Can you hear us? How are you, David? How's it going?
So what's the
Where are you at?
kind of get Garrett Tosha. I'm trying to get Tosha. Go ahead.
What city? Los
You said you
Angeles?
did a salary.
Oh, okay. What's Big Shots like? No, Karen, don't. He's a regular. You can get off the film. No, it's okay. No, that's another good one.
Look at the structure of the way to make us succeed. They all show
Okay, so you're in Lancaster. So what's the setup there? There are really shows there? Yeah, when you say it's packed, like how many things? Is the audience laughing as the show started? Yeah. It's a good energy in there. Do you think it makes up for the 40 people missing?
The emotional voice for success.
I was curious about the new stand-up for the first time this week. Coming up.
Does more to you.
250 people. 250 people that are in the table. 6 or 7 hundred, I think. So
That's not the scene as now. When you go on the stage. But again, Josh Butler is still walking to be started. Be successful. That's not understood what we do to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards, we get successful. That's all. We do it. We do it. When
absolutely. I've said that before on this show. I've given you your own disclaimer.
success is accomplished when we relax the standards,
Amazing history of sketch and improv and all that, and you are like pure stand-up. You really change things. I mean, like really new to it.
that's when this world that we
Really singularly focus in on the audience, and react and do things in your direction. They're giving you,
I'll do this
really expect from them.
Yeah. I told you. Mostly my friends. It's very special.
Okay.
Can a Garrett Tosha? Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead and dominate and gate? As the ability to gate thereby creation from the success of the watchers.
David, you've been traveling a lot this week. Where were you? Okay. How was that?
She plays up to the top of the class. Garrett Tosha, 80-year-old beats brothers. Hopefully, he doesn't worship a sheep. The combination of one's becoming with the Tosha. But again, she's
Was it your first time dealing with mortals? Was it pretty fun?
it's the reason it's fun. much of a gratitude. Every other respect, just such a person had the
I've
ability
seen Mormons who even a lot of live Salt Lake City.
one day, the public about the local and we say, only one leader,
You got what?
push-ups about it, can be commission about it, or do a pick of the name in the background behind my neighbor. Yes, when we say this, anyone who's going to pull a fire in there, if you're a shot of an thing, then you can go out. And this guy is in the parish, not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, it's no parish of that. So because of that, you know, Baruch Hashem, he is so very much by God. He has the power to go ahead. He gave it. Yes, we really got it.
Very upset about this.
And that means that only someone who worships it can be given. Someone who
It's true. They took away the land of pigs. The nice Native American girl that's always on the front of my book. They took away Aunt Jemima. Uncle Ben is gone. Cream of wheat guy is gone.
So, when it had
The
found out,
Karens do, it turns out. They were
Dollar Tree and marketplace.
Captain Crunch could say it was a lot of this was enslaved pirates.
Actual boss of the wasn't saying remember again. So that's it. But this is
The Tigers been big in this whole time, but still isn't. Yeah.
I see that. I see that. If I
And you dig it. Awesome. Absolutely. We'll see you then. Definitely. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen, there you go.
So what do I do?
Amen.
Actual bus road. So if I pick it up, over the open for plug and food. You're back. I can pull over and
Oh, you do.
forward and see if you have a couple.
Just keeps plowing forward, ladies and gentlemen. Your next reporter goes by the name of Sam Davis.
You have to be commissioned.
Sam
Go ahead and do
Davis.
it. You have to be commissioned. Committed. However, I'm going to get in the Shabbat of the logo. Ain't no over the oven from the line. But again, that's just valid. The possession of it, that point in time, נשאלו, אוביק כוכבים מעט עבודות כוכבים שלו, ושוכבים. לא בכוכבים מעט, כי מישהו מסתכל לעבוד בזרה, עוד עבוד בזרה, day of dawn, day shaking it. Whether he worship, sin, or he doesn't worship. Now we're going to find out my God, my goodness, what is it? What is it? Whether he worships or doesn't worship. He lay what he did. If you want to say that's what you're talking about, then Hayim Shalom Shafari, we already said that. Just like the flies that you have has the ability for you actually be Christian.
There you go.
He's had what he's done. We have what he's done. Spread. And a lot of the other in my ship, a lot of the other right? Ultimately, again, both of them use natural act. In my ship,
What do you see there? Is that the baseball cap? Oh, it's Bob Marley. No, Fury, don't worry. It's a Bob Marley thing. A lot of hats on the wall there. Welcome to the show, David. What part of the show here?
Just name hands, which is in Fallout Northway, a Minnesota town called Crandon. Right at the top. Okay, it's
How old are you?
He's out of here, Rachel, is that like art? Is that Rachel's teaching me like this. Yeah. And both worship God. Or both worship. After one, you gave his idol and his friend's idol. And after two, you gave his idol and his friend's idol. Safer, Zella God is like, that's the worships Marcos, and one who worships God heart. What's the answer here?
The guy that's Bob Marley is behind it.
He worships an idolatry. He doesn't worship. So what's this? Number two.
This doesn't make any sense here.
His friend's idol, if they worship the same idolatry. Number three is if he can negate his friend's idolatry, even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. Let's go again. No. Why if I get it? Right? So if you get your attention, he's scared. He's out of your shelter. Any good approach shot. Gentile, you can get it. What's a good approach shot? Push it through the obstacles now.
What's that called? What's your murder face with the two, with the hungry?
What is the definition of it? So push it through the obstacles.
Yeah, you have to be starving to death. You have to walk through a desert.
He was accepted himself in front of food.
Right?
It was a
What do you like to eat? You're a PE teacher. Was suspended every once a day. You're like, if Red Man was one of your students, what would you teach him to get in shape?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Good. That's right there. Come safe.
Okay, that's it. It's so interesting because like nowadays they have so many new rules and rules.
They get any check out was technically themselves the seventh
just like ring the bell, and then we had like these nets that
satisfied with what is it?
What could I have done better there, Ryan? Dinner bell,
Set your hopes on the billows.
Okay, this guy's not
Just because I love it. I mean, told me just the US was a lot. Yes, this turning What is it? Definition of a photoshop. If your photoshop is someone ultimately again,
So what else is interesting about you? You're up there in Australia all by yourself. You ever leave boomerang?
So he is accepting on himself the rest of his
Australian Star Trek logo right there.
it's so
It's
silly.
incredible.
Pretty
Do you
shocking.
actually play boomerang? Really? Do you have one?
Really important that the definition of
You got one right now?
that we mayor
Is there someone in your house with you that can maybe hold the phone while you go through a boomerang and check for the first time? Perhaps.
Haven, he has accepted on himself all of the exposed except for
We
one.
have the same boomerang. Maybe they all look alike.
He's Latino. The bicycle says, yeah, something X. Yeah,
What? Oh, you can't do it around your neighborhood. You have cows. Yeah, let's go see a cow. Will you take your phone out and show us one of your cows? How long is his age in Australia? We don't have, we go out with the entrance. Nobody picked up. Did you come see it? That's good. That's the way to do it. If I was a fan of this show, I would not be watching this show. I would be catching up on the shows.
Not for a longer run.
Watch the shows with the So, for example, just to explain to you how large Australia is, like how far of a drive would it be to perhaps even actually Brisbane? It's not just Brisbane, it's how long would it take you to get to Melbourne? So they're going to be teaching English to a bunch of Australian people. English is widely known as the greatest language on the planet. Are you excited about that? Do you have any tips or anything that you're going to be teaching the kids? Any other hobbies or tricks? Do you know any magic tricks? Do you have any like special talents that you can show us? Do you juggle or anything like that? You're a fucking tease, dude. You have a boomerang, you have cows that are ages away. How legit this guy is. It's very welcome to another episode of That Was a Joke, everybody. You can laugh at it. That's the types of jokes on this show. It's not really heaven. It was a joke. I have black friends. Seriously, how many black people have you seen in your entire life? Just so that our listeners have someone of an idea of where in Australia is like how far it is.
Familej, mutter, familej, mutter, şimdi ses, on the function. Essa, obviously,
Are they really black? Like, are they like the same color as? Are they more Native American color?
Actually, let's finish. Let's finish.
Aboriginals, and I saw near Brisbane,
The
especially.
sharp part of the receipt from the companies that
I think that's called African Australia.
is like it happens regarding every other matter. The night also, the living to the constitution. Love in the Bible of the rest of the so it doesn't matter. Because I was having a great push on this stuff. Got started with the actually like doesn't get
Sounds like you go on a barbie.
the last definition of that.
Sorry.
So now we just got finished. The original stuff, I'm going to touch on.
Well, Sam, two things to tell you. Thank you so much for submitting.
It just doesn't happen
Make sure that
to feel actually information on the data
forms that are behind you in the bottom of
so cute. Gotta get a thumb shot. Gotta get a thumb shot.
Yeah.
Reach the reminder says, no, no, no,
Absolutely. Next time, we'll send it for you to hang your hat on. There he goes. Sam Davis, everything, man. With a collection of a few hats.
The song, the word, the shadow
Well,
shall
it is still that time of the night, which is great for including myself, our favorite time. Ladies and gentlemen, the great, powerful, super regular Michael Blair.
It was essentially used to collect truth and evidence.
Here's Michael Blair, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome. They joined together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. They're like, never always the cluster, cluster. And I look at it, you have to choose, you do not join into service. You can use this class, let's say the shop stuff. He could yield his rights to the other members of the class. If there is a not Jewish resident, now what it is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, but you can rent his rights from him. The word says, Yisrael Shamash Shabbat Sabishot, Nevak Alushos. Over the other, he had these some which unfortunately again is in Yisrael, who has to. So as long as externally he's not right? As long as externally public keep shots. At least the public keep shots. This is what's now. Without the Russians, all the if he didn't participate in the meeting, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to some rest and Shim Shari Shamas Shop, in the Vater Shos, but again, he needs to keep publicly telling his shares. And essentially, if he's like a temple, he's not enough to yield his rights so that's rather, you have to rent his rights. Yisrael, no single shows from the Mushos, right? Yisrael, again, right from the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the residents. With other actions by acting so therefore forget the worst thing that when you say it was just us. Kate said, all day long, I was like, how many loves, how many loves can you do? You, so, over long, you should see to me what I hear about you over my rights. My rights my husband. Or you should see me do us, or my rights are gave it to you, or ultimately it works for you. So this is what these presidents require, is the rights of this non-participatory treatment.
That's right. MichaelMayerComedy.com, another episode of Vegas. Michael Mayer. He's a lot of interviews. Yes, he did. Absolutely. Here he is. We're joined the great Michael Mayer. Uh-oh, looks like you have another friend in a wheelchair.
So, as long as public comes across as Jewish, said before that the very coach ultimately again was treated like
Michael Mayer, that was an amazing performance. He was coming on with an incredible performance last week for the debut album of Ryan Bedman. A lot of people don't know this, but it is number 2 on the chart this week. It was number 6
ultimately again. And caused the great issue. And whether or not the person is actually going to do it. So, on your website, we'll see my staff. You guys can do it and call that money for the states and just take all of you.
Broadway superstar. Do you know what he's talking about? Michael, by the way, happy Father's Day to you. Yesterday was Father's Day. You got a little bit mad. You tweeted out on social media that no one from the cast of Phil Tony wished you a Father's Day.
No one did it. My son. I go, hey, Mom, what's happening? He goes, you weren't there most of my time, so I'll meet you halfway. And he goes, happy fun. And I go, alright, well, then you own my son. And he's like, alright, son.
My goodness, what a wild ending there at the end. I did not see that coming. It was an M. Night Shyamalan twist to have ever seen. We're talking about things that you put a lot out on social media about lately. One of the things that people noticed was talking about Louis J. Gomez silencing you.
Parents, Israel raising, Zuma raising, New Roses writing, memory of Stanley, learning sponsors that they have to be forced promotion of the yard site that the Wolf's father sang this with Charlotte. Then some versions on the level, anything in the value of money. Other than Apple, other part of Mordecai, then many sponsors for today, Jerry Aguilar, many of us will love another week. Mostly on what her class, families in the past, obviously, there's no shot for the cultural research.
I know people are going to be shocked when they buy a ticket for that guy and you show up, that's for sure. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
Well, I think it's supposed to be successful for the NXT. And also with that, the rest of the base, that is the second part of 64. Really incredible dance. Today, we are picking up on some people on the base,
Speaking of money,
63 deep.
have you
We are
done
picking up
America's Got Talent yet?
4, 6, 7 one touch. So we got Matthew Ula, so again, we got Matthew Ula, we got Papi Blesser, we got Ali Gabak. We have Ali, the city, and we also have on my right, he has to come in. There isn't the fascinating. Suffer, we for the Yainessa. What is the Hawaiian? Hundreds of Jews smash.
Now I see why you laughed when I originally asked you the question. The way the first teacher was.
Battles of Yainess. Basically, reverence happens from over to.
Yeah, I watched it. It's very interesting.
I'm going to pay $50 an hour. You need to make a smack. These battles of Yainess.
I mean, let's face it, the plurals of love of you, Michael. Right, now it's brand new.
Jew allowed to receive, to accept.
You've been getting a lot of hate lately for that gun video last week, huh?
That's what we the concept funds generated from what makes them not permitted activities or dealing with items that themselves can be also buying. Here, the item is asking you to do something with the IRS, is asking you to destroy the IRS.
I'm sure he got arrested or anything.
Or am I allowed to keep those proceeds? To be honest, no, what's the level of me and you keep was between the hustle? Excuse me. On one hand, I want the existence of the IRS. Why do I want the existence of the IRS? If I was with a great on the phone, I would use the opportunity to break in and lose the IRS in the future. Just enough. I want to see the existence of the IRS because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the process perfectly directional. We have been in favor, we don't have a lot of emotion. The studies are not to be given to study us. You actually want the existence of
So what else is going on this week?
so when you start with actually, I don't have it. The movie doesn't want to break and actually start a movie so do we say that things that you actually want? And it's interesting to think about this, right? Did you actually want the young message to remain in existence? I don't
I'd love to see that. Did they tear away?
want it to be possible. And therefore, maybe that's specifically proceeds from the island.
Okay, that's right. Absolutely. Tilt that camera down.
Exactly. Therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, oh, yeah, well, only if you
It's
take
so
much time.
offensive for a guy that was ripped it.
This is the instructional, the instructional level as well.
Oh, that's very good Montgomery shirt. Right, Ladybug.
Several thousand existence.
That's right.
Again, ultimately, it's a strategy as well.
All these Montgomery t-shirts.
Ultimately, again, should be fascinating
Great,
trade.
here we go. That's the next one.
So it says, you start the call of it.
Fly by
And
the
that's
money.
no, take the job, choose take the job, get the money, and tell her what you should do. Yeah, you have to do
Remember, they both disabled Underwear because I don't think those two should be that close to each other. Here we go. This is our first time seeing disabled underwear in the history of Kill Tony. He thought climbing a tree was crazy. Whoa, what is happening? We really need to do something for this. Wow. Those seem like regular underwear. Oh, shit. From disabled to disabled. Am I right, people? Oh, Karen, no. Oh, my goodness gracious. That is incredible. So, wow. Why does it feel yeah, that's what it needs. You can just feel the breeze on a windy day. Open that thing up. It's like a... Yeah, those neighbors that come in by Louis C.K.'s newest album. You think so?
Again, he asks you to contribute. I am allowed to do this. Even with the food or working with two others, right? I watch these systems because if I tell everybody, oh, everybody's taking ourselves. So if I know this is that means that we are allowed to go ahead that good information. Fun people living freedoms when they benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though in that definition of the economy consists of the diversity of the
Shocked the audience. Everybody was starstruck by him. I got to watch him the rest of the weekend. All these comedy fans walking by like, holy shit. Oh my god, there's the dude with the giant tit. Yeah, it's a friend. Yeah, it's true. We know you do too. Is it true? We've heard rumors that sometimes you accidentally back up your chair. Yeah, exactly. And instead, since you're under 6 feet tall, you guys are what they are. That's not
God works in mysterious ways. Tony needs
Well, some of it is not correct. Our success do not try to ride in the field.
That's absolutely true.
Clearly, I was
And,
right.
the door here is always much like the door that you're disabled under. The door is always open for you,
Do
Michael.
something to sustain the actual results that we want to recognize. I'm a little go
Okay,
killer.
perfect. Yes, Michael's been babysitting
I
this
was
week.
going to say,
All right, Michael. Well, much fun, amazing thanks, and
so again, there's actually that's not go killer. Get to anything that opens me again to make this system. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plan itself, it's just something that's
Michael, you are undeniably loved by absolutely everybody. Lovers of the show, the haters of the show, the cast members of the show, the family members of the show. You are universally loved in a way that I should be loved.
you know,
But
when
you
you
should
take a
be loved by everyone. Absolutely correct. Definitely. That's why I'm switching out my sheets for something like
I got
to try baby steps, you know, like you take a little bit. Well, I fucking love you, buddy, and we'll see you next week. Thank you. All right, Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Michael Laird. When you get away, it's not fair. On the cross-side things that you came to me, you ought to know. Yeah, even I. It's like that's the stingers seem hours longer when it's all right, Jared, relax. I know that's what I'm gonna do in the voting booth in November. Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. God, hate social media. I just hate the fact that I would ever said anything positive about Trump. Drink too, yes. Different teams that will 100%. Even though you're a woman, you can't say. You have a special. You have a special. It's true. It is not the week to be saying baby him. And enough comedians have been this the whole Okay, alright. We're gonna keep it moving along. With another Spanish legend on this show. Closing out strong, ladies and gentlemen. Quarantine legend. Ladies and gentlemen, special treat. It's Manolo, everybody. Surprise! Here we go. Manolo sent in something. Let's see what we got from Manolo this week. No, you don't. Okay, give the video that he sent in. So that means that tonight's episode, let's check out the drawing for Friday. We're stopping quick here. He doesn't seem excited about it. It's like Jeopardy when there's a champion. Here coming records up on stage. Great jingle. It's even great for that camera right there. That I can actually see perfectly. Like a mirror, wasn't it? Like a top off to take a setup. top of it is Scooby-Doo. That's what it is. Two parents. Jesse. Jesse Jones and his parents. Bunch of fun stuff happening.
So it's like, there's no real issue. It's like, I didn't care to get stressed out. I figured the contract out for the next 6 years. I can see. I figured I went in there. So we should do 50-50, but it's not. This is hard. So this is for me. We can't let it
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's a new podcast. Sorry, things like that.
Sure, it's like it's a bad integration, but he does do the merchandising, he figures out some of so we think these major lawyers, which I don't want to go to, so he goes, so I guess how he starts with your voice to me, so I've been there for about hours, and he goes, so this is the what I saw thrown out there is like you can do stand up, like my son's and you can do stand up to the balls track. It's that's a really strong. Do you think it's at all possible? Do you think it's all fair that maybe it should be split 50-50 right now? Switch to 50-50, but this is here. It's going to be 60. Because it is exactly where because you need a chance. I go 64. Yeah, we can have to do that.
Anyway, thank you guys. We'll see you next week.
This is what's interesting about giving each other money in certain situations where it just made more sense. The shared husbands
So the map uses this stuff. Yes, so you have this. Come up and run. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then you have the Swiss carry. All is carried left. It's carried plus really, but I'm always more up to the fed. Because if you prefer, it's still always knowledge, then that's knowledge.
What's up, Stan? I just published because I haven't the title. But it's going to change Judaism. It is my magnum opus. My own way. I don't know if I've ever written. Oh, I have written stuff that's easy. I wrote 35 page. I wrote 35 page paper in a week on Kennedy's. Oh, really quickly. Okay, so with a bunch of boys. Do all the things, then tell your fucking story. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Mizor of the applies. 3761, creation of the world, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, 3631, 136. It's 1727, 57, 86, Saturday, April 4th. I have to wait to publish this thing out tomorrow. But I already published it. I didn't like the title. Just covering the story there. So if anybody asks it when I publish it, legend, why? And I already fucking enjoy it. It's good shit. Just 99 days of this bitch. That's a lot. 15 or something like 46. But my dad had his friend. Really? Was he? Yeah, he was a unique friend of my father's too. We wouldn't have known that I think been friends with, but my dad had friends of all kinds. The motorcycles are very dangerous, can be, especially in the past. And so most of my parents went at all motorcycles. At all, the opposite. They knew somebody on a motorcycle. This guy was as Harley as could be. He's married to Harley. Probably had 6 ex-wives. Smoked cigarettes, drank all day, worked really hard, and we're going to Las Vegas together. And he actually triggered in my mind the first time I ever knew that the signs on the road meant different things. I was younger, and I remember he had to pee really badly, and he'd go, those beautiful blue signs, and the blue signs meant rest stop as opposed to green signs, which mean here's something like no one knows. Most street signs in the United States are green, and a lot of people don't know how that was done. There was some test, I believe, by I don't know who, but somebody that had some kind of test from like 100 yards away. What sign could be read the best? And green was just like in the 1950s, something like that. Anyway. Yeah, a lot of blue. There's this weird neighborhood in Hawaii that has blue stop signs or something. That's weird. Anyway, so this guy, this Harley guy, my dad's not. I know 2 people he knew who had motorcycles. One of them was an executive at some big company. I don't remember which one. But a big company. And back then, this is like the 70s and 80s, 70s, not even 80s. But back then, if you had a motorcycle, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, not a motorcycle, gold wings and that shit. I'm talking Harley fucking Davidson. And so we'll get to the other guys. This executive my dad knew would, everybody who was a
Two brothers.
um, everyone who was an executive,
They're both. They're acting both.
or this guy was an executive. Everybody he worked with was in a suit and tie and
Brother
everything.
Gare, brother.
And this guy, I think it's something like this. He would come in and like hire him as an executive, and people would be like, I mean, this guy was like a big dog in this company, and it was just not done then. Like maybe today it might be, I love the phrase public guard, whatever. But back then, this wasn't a hipster. This was like a straight up. This dog right there. Anyway, he was going to a what was it? So he would come to work and he was like Harley shit as an executive. He wasn't the CEO of a major corporation, but he was big. Maybe like probably today, like some type of vice president. And no one dressed like that in the corporate world. Not really. But then, definitely not. And this guy, look at that male, likely. This guy, there's a story with something like this that, like, again, if you wore like chaps and blue jeans and leather vests and all that shit, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, you were not seen as an executive. And this guy's not seen as an executive outside of his office. He was arbiter of the corporation. They obviously thought he was doing a good job. But when he was outside of that, no one took him. Everybody who saw him was like, this guy's involved in a gang or drugs or something. And his organization had a big event. I think he was like head of operations or something. In he was he's from the United States. He's an American, but he had some kind of corporate responsibility in Canada. And again, this was a big time executive for this organization. And he would go up to Canada maybe once a month or something, like Harley shit, and on a Harley, and he'd be driving on the freeway, going to Canada into customs, and there's like a bridge before you get into customs or whatever. He would go in and do his thing, go to Canada, check on the operations for the Canadian part of the company or whatever, and then come back to the United States a few days later after probably staying in a 5-star hotel. You know, everything just really nice. And as he came back to, he'd come back to the United States, do something. Every month he'd go up to pretty regularly. And one day, for whatever reason, maybe it was winter in Canada or something, this guy was not from Southern California. He was, I don't know where he was from, but maybe he moved perhaps. I don't exactly know how the relationship took place. He was unable to take his Harley to Canada anymore. And so he was on this bridge to go to customs. And as he's going to Canada, he does every month. He he took his car, or I think, I want to say he rented it for some reason. I don't really recall the story that well. But he's sitting in traffic, and he sees it's traffic for miles before the border crosses. Just miles, and all of a sudden he sees some police officer start waving him in, and I mean it's like miles of traffic, and he's like, "Oh, this is not bad at all. Like they're letting me right on through. Look at all these suckers who are waiting in line at the border crossing. This is easy. I wonder why they keep they're all waving at all the police officers waving at him, and he's like in his own lane, and nobody else is allowed in this lane. It's causing all of this traffic, and he gets to the border, and they stop him, and they say, "Where are you going?" And he said, "I'm coming," and he's like, you know. He's like, I'm an executive with whatever company, and like, oh yeah, we know all about it. And you come to Canada every month. And you've got a different vehicle today. And he's like, yeah, because it's Canada, it's cold or whatever. And he's like, they're like, step out of the vehicle, sir. And they like back then were nicer to someone that today they get on the fucking. Like no matter who you are, they're gonna be like, get the fuck out and pulling guns on them and shit for stupid shit. And he's like, okay, why do you want me out? Why do you? What did I do wrong? They just like step out of the vehicle. He steps out of the vehicle. Normally you go through the border, just a few things, no big deal. He does it all the time, but this time he is sitting there watching them take this car apart. Every nut, every bolt, every seat cushion, everything. They take this entire car apart. Right there with all this traffic. And he's just sitting there looking as they take this. They take the engine apart. They take the tire bolts off. They take the muffler off, everything. And they look through this car. And they find nothing. Now, as I tell the story, now I kind of recall, maybe I could be wrong with it. I might be mixing these two stories up with two people, but another one has to do with a private plane. We won't go into that story, but they take this entire car apart, and they find the phone. And the executive's like, what's going on? They're like, we received a tip from someone that said that you would regularly come to Canada, basically bringing in drugs, and we can't find anything. And he's like, are you kidding me? I'm an executive at this company. And they're like, yeah, but look at you. And he's like, yeah, we dress this way sometimes, for whatever reason. And they're like, you don't have any drugs on? He's like, no, I don't do drugs on. They're like, but look at you. And he's like, I don't do drugs. That's not what I do. I'm a straight-laced person. I just dress like this. And they're like, all right, well, take your car. And he goes, that's not my car. It's a rental. And he just starts literally walking back to the United States across the bridge, and just left the car there. And that's the, now, who called the tip in? I want to say it was like, it's like a scorned lover or something, or an angry ex-wife or something, but I don't know if that's for sure, something like that. But basically, he just walked back across the bridge and left the fucking car there and all its parts. Like, that's not my car. We always thought that was funny. Okay, like literally like no Harley people. Well, here's the thing. Definitely, if we were gonna know anybody, it would be like some weird, not, but like different, interesting individual. Okay, so the next guy. Next guy. Uh, so at the end of that story, yeah. So the guy just walked back across the bridge, back to the United States, just left the car there, which is hilarious. Not my fault. All right, the next story is my. We're on our way to Las Vegas. Depending on the way you go, it can be a drive. There are these blue signs. I remember this guy. His name. I don't know his real name was. No idea. No one knew what his name was. Everybody called him 99. His mother called him 99. His friends called him 99. His coworkers called him 99. He made a good living. And at this organization, everybody called him 99. No one knew his name other than 99. Now, this is a guy who was a Vietnam veteran. I remember he was just different than anyone I had ever seen before. And leather vest, those gloves that are like Andrew Dice Clay gloves, like the finger gloves. Just a rough guy, but made for the time very good money. So it's not like but he was. Everybody called him that. And my dad didn't know him at first, but eventually would start asking people at this organization. They didn't work in the same organization. Just got to know, like, who's this guy? He was like always got everything. It's like, oh, that's 99. Why did they call him 99? And there's this phrase, and I'm going to slaughter it, but it was everybody would, when anybody would ever ask him that, or ask why he called 99. His answer and anybody else's answer, they told to tell, or who would say what his answer was, because he's 99% batshit crazy. That's what he was. And was he? He was a dangerous dude. Not like he wouldn't hurt you. No. I shouldn't say he was dangerous. I misspoke. He lived a dangerous life. And he'd get on his Harley and cruise around and boots and leather and studs and all kinds of things. And I remember I only met him, like, we just, like, we went, it's not like we stayed together or anything like that, but we were in I want to say, and I could be wrong on this, but it was like an executive, what you would consider like a Sprinter van today, but it was like the conversion van, like a nice, they like made it like nice for shuttles to places, perhaps wherever. It wasn't a limo, but I've been in limos, but it was like, as I recall, it wasn't like a normal, like, I don't know, it was just a different, I was younger. So I remember him saying, "Beautiful blue skies." He had like hip flasks and like this was back in the day. And he could, that was like you wouldn't be seen as having a problem. It'd be like, oh, what would they call you? They would call you. That was just like life for a lot of people. Anyway, this one day I overheard my parents. And, something. And they're like, you're never going to believe when I found out. That. 99. She's like, what happened? And apparently, now, I don't know this for sure for what, but he was drunk as a skunk on his motorcycle near a very prominent intersection. And this is the story. I don't know, but either he got T-boned or hit by a red light. He went through a red light or something, or perhaps he had the right of way. I don't know. But his body traveled over 100 yards and went through the field goal post of a local school. Now, is that true? No. I know that school didn't have field goal posts there, but that's the story that was being told. Like basically, he went so far on this fucking motorcycle that there was just like, there's no way this guy's making it. Like there's no like, hey, check his pulse. No, his pulse is back at the 30-yard line. Like nothing. And so this guy, he ended up dying, which maybe be a blessing. I'm talking about it now. 35 years ago. That was 99. And he was a badass. Really, yeah. And how did you know these people? From the corporate. They were not like members of our religious community or something. Just in the corporate world, you'll meet people of all shapes and sizes, kids, backgrounds, or whatever. And some people, are like really, really successful, but don't dress that way. And then there are some people who are perhaps not as successful, but do dress like, dress for the job you want, not the job you have, kind of mentality. Total. Anyway. So that's 99 and 99. Anything else about 99? I used to play this game called Full Throttle. It's a LucasArts game, which is a really cool game. It was like a cartoon story game. I loved this game. I still love it. I played it. Not now. I mean, like maybe a few years ago. I just played it again, see what it was like. And it's a beautiful game. It takes place in like the Southwest, but like you don't really know where. They have these like flying cars, which is really interesting. It takes place in like a dystopian future. It's the first time I had ever seen that, where like a corporation is like taking over stuff. A car corporation wants to buy a motorcycle manufacturer, like a small time motorcycle manufacturer. I just remember, and like you have to fight some guys on the road in these canyons and stuff. And I remember, I felt like 99 was like, would have been like, they were, what were they called? The gang there called really quickly on that story. I played this game, and I play and play and play and play and play it, and I could not get past this one part. It was just like, and I think I'm not a big fan of cutscenes. I'm always like go go go, and so I think there was a cutscene earlier in the game that kind of gave some foreshadowing of how you could get past this one part of the level, but I did not. I never could do it. There are two games that I really struggled with. One was on Sega CD called Sewer Shark, and that was like the first game I ever had on Sega CD. Sega CD was wild. Really good graphics. I remember they had this game called Prize Fighter or whatever. It was like first person boxing game. And it was really cool. And they would do like videos as opposed to like normal fighting or whatever. Anyway, that was a cool game. That one I could beat, but like the Switch, I don't think I would beat. It was just really weird. It was a weird game. It was like underground tunnels and stuff. Anyway, with this other game, both I was playing this game, and I couldn't get past this one part. I didn't know how to do it. And so one day my mom and I were at Barnes and Noble, and I begged for the strategy guides. Strategy guides used to be really big. I used to read strategy guides just like for different games and like come up with put things in spreadsheets and like all kinds of data. What'll happen if these two guys fight in a video game? Who's gonna win? Who's got the most hit points and all that other stuff? And speed and it's like whatever. But I mean that was like really important. What if there's an army of these guys? Love that for games like. Civilization had a strategy guide that came with it, really thick. That was Civilization 2, I should say, which is like, to this day, it might be my favorite. I love Civilization. But Age of Empires is a little bit. Age of Kings, Age of Empires, whatever that. Those were so good. The two something. Anyway, those are good. Age of Empires, the Conquerors. Love all that shit. And then they came out with an Age of Empires 3, which is. Okay, there's some shit parts of it. The thing is, in those games, I could never get enough troops. There was always, like, I think, a limit of 200 population. Anyway, I always wanted more people. For processing. Computers getting hit. Anyway, I'm playing where I'm at Barnes and Noble, and I see like full throttle this book, and I'm like, oh, I have to have it. I have to have it. I better make it. And this was very exceptional. We were able to get it. Maybe I didn't get it. Maybe we had whatever. We got it. And I went and I read it and I read this thing that like basically it was a timing thing. It wasn't like a skill thing. About like fighting a guy. And so you'd be going through this canyon, and you have like two guys next to each other. But like there'd be a guy on a motorcycle. You come up next to him, you like kick him off his motorcycle, and steal his shit, and then you get this like there's like a chain and a tire iron and some of the shit. And then there's this one like alien. It's not alien, but it was something like gang, and they would always whoop your ass. There's like no way to be. Okay, so this was a game where you had to like use different things in the game to do things. So you get this slime and you throw it at the guy, and if you threw it at the guy at the right time, no, you threw it at the guy, he would fall over. Or whatever, you got his glasses, and then you got his glasses, and then you could see into the secret cave, and then the secret cave had some shit in it. And I needed the strategy guide. Anyway, after that, there was this guy in this game. He made my friends and I laugh so hard. I forget what it was. He would like spit out, or he had teeth that fell out or something. That you had to use like a little RC car at like this. We'll call it like a monster truck rally or something. It wasn't a monster truck rally, but it was like a demolition derby. That's what it was. Anyway, there's just a really interesting game. And then once I beat that game, they have like trailers to the next game. There's another LucasArts game that I think I played the they call it a demo. played the demo. It was called Grim Fandango or Grim Fandango or something like that, which I wasn't really too into, but it had this art style that I still think would be really important. It's like this Daily Dead kind of game that not my thing, but art style was really interesting, where it would be like real pictures but with cartoons and stuff. I don't really know how to describe it. It's almost like pop art or something. Anyway, I remember I was in Restream and I saw this. They had this like mural and this pop art kind of thing, and I thought, wow, if you use art like that kind of art style, you can do anything with because you can use real people. Like the Simpsons art is a thing. Family Guy's a thing, even though they do cutscenes, which gives their show a lot more versatility. But this kind of art is different. It's like almost like Andy Warhol or pop art with other things. You can combine things, and I thought, wow, that would really make that type of art really versatile. Like you can do anything with that. Anyway, is that the end of your story? 99. So what are your thoughts? Well, I never been a fan of motorcycles because they're dangerous and everything. But there is and I mentioned that the jackets that expand that I think would be more helpful. And I think like if they made a whole ball, that would be much better, safer, and then maybe someday I might consider it. Came very close to working as an accountant for a motorcycle company, though I still don't know how it's said. How is it? Yeah, that's some kind of some Italian company. And supposed to be BS my way to get that job. But then I got a better offer immediately. I had like a choice of different jobs. Anyway, it's at the end of the year. So then something. But I remember at the time they were developing this jacket to make things safer. I think that was cool. And it's out. And is that the end of your story? Would you like working at that motorcycle industry? Yeah, pretty hot reception. Not really. Why? I was just being like BS in my way. But to quote my previous boss who I was accounting teacher from the university, she's the chief financial officer. You're the best accountant. Are you done? Done. Yeah. Anything else you want to review before we go into the shit? Oh, so you publish this article? Is it going to be big? Yeah. And what's the argument that's going to the cool fish thing? Really? It's a really difficult argument. Have you ever worked this hard on an argument? Wow. It's like the sword in the stone of James in the fishing boat. But no, I've never known anybody to make the argument. It makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. I think there are other arguments in it as well that are valid. Logically, they're a little weaker, but to me, the one out of seven is pretty simple. Does that end your story?
Welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all.
So now you just got to
Neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed rapidly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now and thereafter ways and numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel until the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but it should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in the historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as odd as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Theo for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after the month of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on American mystical mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at mysticism just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a non-religious way of being. But the proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, is really inspired them to be competitive. It just has things that are they go on with it, it's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live different than we're living, we can choose a different world, and that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, well, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush with the Muslims and say, yes, all of American mysticism is popular among the rabbinical elites. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in only practicing this or these concepts. And just to parse this out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hegel of American literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians and lights and passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they literally descend through the various palaces of God and immediately arrive with a quote-unquote beatific vision, which is to say they were allowed to gaze upon the throne of God, and some of this literature sit upon the throne of God, which always imagine like when you were a little kid, you was in the big kid chair, you
would sit in like the big table chair, and he'd be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagined that's what it's like to sit in front of God. It's like really worn out, like pretty recliners and super cool that you're like granddad sitting for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know. But you could, right? In the show, of course, it's kind of the central version of someone who, according to one of the books that Enoch is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option. And the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring, right? You measure it in this parasol version unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Like my brow, my eyebrow, left ear, right ear, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we're supposed to do that. It's very bizarre, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that my mind actually might be arguing against America God, Shior, Koma literature in the Guide to the Planet. So that might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Planet. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Malcolm Founder makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated or underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I have to believe that it's true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sor Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe only outside rabbinic circles, like the inner core, maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sor Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic laws and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam as a C student and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam. Right? It's like, it's a what they do. They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will put their rabbi test, or their Catholic test, or their German test, or whatever test they are taking. I will say, however, that I could just see your support. Sometimes they don't. I would not see version. So just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts are dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. They're incredible now. The pirates in Egypt. The odds of surviving anyone outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world, especially Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means someone, they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see this being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hezbollah literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hezbollah literature appearing in the New Testament, which I want to remind you is a Jewish text from Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hezbollah literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. I say quasi-magic because the Sor Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You are in fact summoning a being to magic to teach you stuff rapidly. Right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head, downloading information. The Sor Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you.
So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between our mystics who are used to sit in the chariot, the songs of literature, which are bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are more focused in a completely direction of Jewish magic. For just 1 second, I get a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check the past there before we jump right in. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something and I'm wrong or whatever. 1 second. Starting again.
Am I allowed to keep those posters?
Okay, good. So when I hear the clock emails go off all of a sudden randomly, I just check to make sure I'm not wrong or some other kind of mistake.
I want the existence of life.
Let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple hundred years, maybe more than that. Or is it more than that? Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin? Right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural beings. Well, what about the brain? Right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So, magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic, it's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature, with about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing heat trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to need magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice. Right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, these Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic people. So, right to declare religion, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said they can do miracles. What do witches do? They do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines control about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery, what's legitimate religion. The line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control, who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, almost always is othering. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's othering. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th, 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about. So, I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all be-all definition of magic. It's much more complex than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradictory term. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in or what's out, what's illicit, what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah is magic. And the answer to that is kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive combination that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now, there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. There are practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right, I left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads Deuteronomy 18. There will be found among you one who has the son and daughter probably an indigenous Canaanite practice of Kosam, of Kosamim, Ameonim, Amenasesh, Mezasheth, and a father of Heber, and was passed of an oath or a Gedemoni, and the one who seeks nourishment. Right? Now, what you see here, right, is that I've maintained all these Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. Right? A Meonim might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word Anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. Mechashem, right? This might come from the word, or snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. And again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they mean. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin is about Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous combination in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, I have to say, this line, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in Middle Ages in their modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, female magic doing a person, don't let them. Right? Actually, and of course, you probably know it famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not the witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people mostly that were executed during the witch hunts. And that line was justified. They leave a heavy on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terrible. Now, of course, we have this line, by the way, you'll notice for folks who don't understand Hebrew, it's in the feminine sense, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other types like Meshach, right? The masculine form over there, Deuteronomy, you actually see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus is so at any rate, what do we do with this Meshach, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible, which seem perfectly almost supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say, the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device. Although you guys probably don't know, but I was speculation about this. I say it worked, and knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sukkah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, there's no male version of the Sukkah ritual. Men
suspected of adultery or this, in which a woman is forced to consume a bale of sand, ash, and things, and drink this, and so she's committed adultery with forced her stomach, like we said, she would be executed. So the so-called ritual rite is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the so-called ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being onan or manifest, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distinct cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are jam of any language, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word means. And this is fantastic. This is a great thing. So, right, you find the Akkadian word, for instance, Kishku, which does mean evil magic word. And look at that, right? Look, you find, right, the word, there's a shape of it, you can see, if you know some Hebrew, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right? These are the closest meanings to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic word. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word as poison pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poison. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word goes back indicating a specific female magic doer herself. That's a really good translation. That's what you get from the Akkadian. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we see, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is an image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitzif Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put a priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites, the ancient Near Eastern people, they incorporate practices from the modern Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of an amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's good reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore magical object. Not just something settling from one. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about the Hebrew. That's why magic is interesting. So what's the profound issue? Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does it mean that they were operating under the limits of what was acceptable at the time? We have no idea. We do have this material history, and we have to deal with it as such. Right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea that why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some point? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites were worried about when they condemned magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors. Right? These people do this, we don't do that. Right? These people do this, we don't do that either. Right? These people do these practices, but we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kessamite.
don't be in the home. Don't be an imitation.
I
Right?
love
Don't be a
even
photo.
though, yes, I do
Don't be
want
a
the
person that
continued
does that.
existence of the INS.
It's
I
not a
get it. I
condemnation
want
of the practice per se. It's a
to,
condemnation
I
of
want
those kinds
I
of
want
people
to be
being in your community. And as we'll see in just a
I
minute,
want to uproot it.
right?
Nevertheless,
Many Israelites, at least one Israelite, famous one, having insulted one of those people. So the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your cosmos, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Rafa down the road, or Saba down the road, and they get like monkey around with reality and like bring you back to life, or curse trolls, or make you fall into each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological word. Because if your God is evil God and everyone really in control, who are these people? And who are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers? They can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead. That's all very anxiety producing. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, God and God alone has those kinds of powers. Of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer for that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites, want to think about the monotheism don't have that, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least before, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic and later on, as you can see early on in the book of the Bible. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. Where else? And that account, of course, can be found in the story of the Bahala bull. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an oath, or being an oath back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Bahala bull. Yes, name, but we do have her title. She is a mistress of the oath. Now, Bahala is relatively clear. This means Baal means master, so it's someone who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew is Baal, right? It's the one that's in control. Whatever. Such aside, the Bahala oath here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she's a mistress of the oath. Now, we don't know what the oath is. It seems possible this word is related to Ra. It may be probably related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors. And therefore, we might translate this word as something like a person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now, that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancy. Right? Necromancy. Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with but we don't know what this word means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. There's special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, we have the story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, the first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, Urim and Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? So when you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an oath. Right? He goes to one of these people who oath, and he consults with this woman, who's a character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as a vessel. Right? She's terrified of him. And
And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
earth.
yeah.
Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in the Canadian text, in the Rabbinic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elohim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seems to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are, it's serious. In fact, the new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to Rephaim as giants. It's a really mysterious term. At any rate, the Bible of Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet, go to the good news section, it's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, he's going to tie him on.
God told them, guys, before you convert him, what you need to do.
In fact, he committed suicide.
Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash.
It's a clear example of the Israelite narrative where magic works.
That wasn't about
Right? There's no question who the text ever says, and the Brahma
Now she says, well, we have to look at that.
and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as very angry, conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, he's outlaw this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it at some point. And she obliges her. So while idolatry is nothing like the crooked nose, picture in some Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people, Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons ghosts. If it's afterwards when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with fear. Out of her own commentary, right? She's a wonderful person. So the image of the Bible, sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so alluded and imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she presented in the text. So I think we should call her, instead of calling her, we should call her a Mama, because it indicates that she's an expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? She's homosexual director, recognize the name Endor. Endor, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of Star Wars stuff in Star Wars, so anyway. So the Bible of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the gods. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time, in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos. Right? A lot of weirdos, right? Bible weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Shloim, men of God. It's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected, always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time we ever look. That's amazing. Because the dead being resurrected is a big deal. Because typically only God has power over life and death. And Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those physically dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out of the bottom. It's very spectacular. By the Second Temple period, King Solomon's son, King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural, malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on is where Ephesus is going, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically,
Demons were used in
Case number
construction of
2,
the first
same thing,
temple.
$11,000.
That's interesting and weird because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? So that the demon has no use. He's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian demon, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of exile in Persia. Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, that probably already know, there is an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back to the Second Temple period that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly continuous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period in the Apocalyptic period. And we see it again recently as the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon.
So you just said before,
Demon language. Would you go with demon?
when you walk into existence.
All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple and the Second Temple period was kind of,
Of course, I walked into
jumping
existence
out
like that
with
everywhere.
weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Sonny the Circle Maker, right? Who is famous as a pieces of my heart. Rabbi Leonard's favorite rabbi of all time is Sonny the Circle Maker. Who did a great job of documenting his cabaret, his tomb in the Galilee. Sonny, as you may know, is infamous
Why should it be us? But man,
for forcing God to make it rain. Not make it rain as a lot, right? So he said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and God, I'm going to stand there until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, so God punished Sonny, made one to murder. And Sonny said, that's too hard, God, turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain. Long lived and Sonny left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Sonny. There's the idea here that Sonny was using powers to manipulate that's how cool is that?
In the state,
Other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist, the Messiah,
so Gary,
his name's Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus.
So brother Gary can say to
His name is the Jewish Aramaic word for Joshua. Jesus also engaged in a deal with miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if you do not know as the Messiah and the central cord of Christianity, probably we know as a very famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did were exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Chaim ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Chaim ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons are the king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king. Text to look at. Chaim ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with warriors of supernatural lines. All great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sefer Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We did that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the piety of the people around him that lasers, fire, shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and too straight, and so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out.
So
What's the problem?
Jewish
Jewish
celebrity.
Suraba, Barula, Mastisa, Nabolos,
All the guys that live in Instagram are Jewish, so actually maybe the laser.
what's the case with
Crusader.
this? No?
I have no idea. I like to believe that Superman's laser eyes.
This is something like I don't want to say it's one of the things, so which means that it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it means in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Firstly, Noah says that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain it is then value? That's Hedron. Sources is very interesting. Adrian, listen. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person here, ultimately was very absorbent. So, therefore, when you put wine in there, it doesn't get absorbed to a degree that you could take a shard of that drink, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here, that is it two cares if he has this great it doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still the same. To which the one saying about lots of the Jewish even even if that's so, even if brother down doesn't care about the fact that he will right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost. He still wants to continue existence. Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager got killed by Rabbi. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Raisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha. As long as the get has not yet actively taken effect. Yes, the items, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Items, if you take this, you take the items stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by here? That Kubra Abanam is Zera Shemim Yatsu. We are afraid that if he has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his politics. That's not a knock on the there. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well, for example, right? It is something that doesn't show. Chazal said that in certain cases is a theft, and the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. And the victim should not accept that the stolen thing. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip, create a thief, he has to return everything. He has to return difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just and many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and were afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because It's human nature. So if for some people want to put them in that situation, make up by there, and you say that often in this kind of case, you're going to have to stay with this price of hidden items. Therefore, allow him to keep the hidden items if his brother all of it. Tanya Rafi writes that once this Najam when is this so, she or she, in case of Rusha, Taban Ishtan Fu Us. But in the case that's in a business partnership with the us. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of the Rusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context. As well as we don't put the person in this world, in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys think about this? Remember again, all this is the same people that want to sing together. Another question that came up. Garrett Tosha, now she got caught on this stuff. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead? And let's say, just before we go ahead, it's a good Chazal when they go back again. Just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halach that was structured in a way to make us succeed. That a ownership owner wants us to succeed. These people are very skilled, whoever comes from, they're very skilled to feel the right. That the struggle is waiting for us to mess up. It's all waiting for us to mess up. Let me set the punishment. That's a good thing for the church. The emotion wants your success, you will be want your success. Chazal want our success, you or the we want our success. One of the halachas, one of the rules of the scripture, just the punishments, are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, Hashemah understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, no greater that's in this world than in this world. In this world.
I'll attribute it to Shua or Yochai.
Chazal,
He's going to go with this. That's true. Immature is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism. The Gerasenes did not have Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off.
Go ahead and
demolish or gate of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. But that may be a story for another day. Now you might be saying, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those guys are around him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, like things like abjuration. There are magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons that the Talmud believes. Specifically, disease causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is a section of the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because it attracts demons. And if you
Drink wine in pairs, right? That could be bad. That's why we can afford. We can't do for you to interrupt every single glass of wine.
Does such a person have the
And
ability
the Red Sox here always drinking the wine number
to
one.
decommission a
Also,
damage?
by the way, if you ever want to call and say,
on one hand,
Lakeside, welcome to everyone who wants to come. They can come in to eat. We always have their name.
we say
Why do we
only
say
one
their name
relations
out of
has
Hebrew?
actually
Well, the rabbi say,
can decommission a damage.
demons don't
Most
say
of
their
what
name.
you name
They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. So the demons will get invited to our house.
When we got when we say like this,
Not kidding you.
anyone who's going to
That is
call
a
it back,
belief in Judaism about why we
if you're in the car shop on
that is
example,
in Aramaic,
then you can go
not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't want to take a Bible class.
and this guy is in the
Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation, interpretations, specifically for instance, blindness is a pretty famous one there. It's blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of
so because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself
they're evil. There are also even
was
the
an by
accounts of
idolatry,
tractates
and he has the cutoff to
of the
Moab,
creation of
and
artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems.
he was only about
Be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit for the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud.
and that means that there are only so many worships it can be in it. So many worship
You can do all kinds of stuff, right?
idolatry
There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic and they can be open to imagination. But what's really clear is that not everything is bad. For instance, creation is very not right.
So
The more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maid servants, unfruitfulness, and the more servants of death.
actual boss is
Again,
so let's say well, listen to this. I'm working with shit, I'm working with
misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, the
sitting
women,
around.
again,
If
what
I
have
look
you,
at
right?
that's common.
What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons, turning making things, that's
The
okay.
work is required
It's
by
when women
Jewish
do
faith
stuff like that. Yeah,
So what do I do?
that's
What do I do?
witchcraft.
Let's
See
go
it,
about
the
that.
other
So if I pick it up,
right?
over
Men do
the oven for
it.
having
Yeah,
to
I'll get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft.
the call over
And this again, here's an example of what seems to be
and
patented form of magic, right? This is
energy
from
to
Tractate Gittin, the Talmud. Gittin has
theological decommission. So go ahead and
rabbis
engage in
talk
theological
about coming
decommission
from
of
a bathroom. A man should not
however,
have
again,
sex
Shabbat,
until he's waited long enough
some
to
more,
open half a mile.
ain't no over the oven.
Because the
Again,
bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will get left. So we have a theory of epilepsy. Not a very good theory of epilepsy. Well, what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features a prominent part of the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you. They follow you for at least a half hour. But I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have it, if you have sex, with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me. Right? Superstition, magic, legend, the memory, all these things is incredible. Right? Boundaries and all these things is big. Now, if you're curious about, if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things about the Talmud, about demons and magic that I've not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation of Faculty. Big class just on magic. So you're getting basically the smartest versions of it. I guarantee you, if I could go take a class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there's a ton. So after the time period of popular Jewish magic really goes international. That's to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. We have to speed up a little bit to make time here, but if I go a little bit further, it's animated. If the early modern common period, Jewish magic was, Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic. We used to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements all together form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language, and enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are exists in each world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical pottery, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are typically associated with Jews that survived from the ancient Biblical classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Diffictiones, right? Diffictiones is a curse tablet here written on in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, original papyrus that is supposed to have survived from the late classical period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the three small devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, for the video later if you want to read the entire incantation. Three of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is the use of a skull to write an incantation on it harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magical practice by Jews in the ancient world. I say all these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the world, you'll find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. The tablets, magical amulets, the skull thing is kind of weird. Magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this in a fire. It says, if as this burns in the heart of Rachel, maybe even have Rachel's name written on there. Rachel was some ritual. And also we have names here, just curse as well. So, needless to say, right? Just looking at this on the screen, people say Jews don't practice magic. Is something we do? Well, because some archaeology do it. Like, really? There's a lot of this thing, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this would survive, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there was a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there's spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device is made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make the sting symbol. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shop or whatever in the market from a magical rituals or what is it called? The very powerful of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also like before Christian and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness of Lilith were found in these incantation bowls. They would be drawing an image of the demon that you were blind. And see, these demons here are bound with chains. Like you see that their hands are tied here, they're bound with chains. And then an incantation would be around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right there in a cave or down in the doorway of your house. And the idea is anyone coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right? It's sort of like a glue trap. You would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice. That's really cool. Kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits entering your home by turning them upside down, burying them in the lintel of your home. Mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order.
make sure that evil spirits that enter the home because of the faulty possessive. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Council Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Council Museum. On display is an excellent little museum there. But you can see this exact incantation bowl from our mission people. Get down, go to the Council Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here, this is just a lot of fun. Wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles. When's wiggles in the Hebrew? Vaguely. Well, how did I get read? So, if you can read, you might get the wiggle bowl. If you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl. Real incantation written around. So we have these illiterate bowls right there with the pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell from because the Aramaic ones are always Jews or Indians that don't have Christians or whatever. So everyone's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon These demons here are bound with chains. Like you see with their hands, they're tied right here, they're bound with chains. And then you continue hours around the periphery of the inside of the hole. And then the hole will be buried upside down, right, concave down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the hole. Right? It's sort of like a glue trap. These are mouse, they don't use glue trap, so it's been kind of like a glue trap. So these holes are meant to trap evil spirits entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the tunnel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in the home, still to this day in the current world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order, make sure that evil spirits enter the home because of the faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Council Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Council Museum. On display is an excellent little museum there. But you can see this exact incantation bowl from my mission people. Get down, go to the Council Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here, this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrews. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So if you can read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl, the real incantation written around. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who from informed because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews and Indians that are Christians. So everyone's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls, and the whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, I also say that one day we should do a for kids. If they're going to do like a playlist that you make completely authentic vodka day. They're going to make anything. Little demon bowls, make fancy monsters. It's a great way for them to put them under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentic Jewish way of dealing with fears and monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and trapping the demons that get on the so anyone who says again the Jews don't do that, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you can do. Just as a bit of wrapping up, it's like these a little more rapidly, we're not close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books of magic, these are magic. One of the more famous and early ones is called the Sacred Cuisine. I've done episodes on my esoteric channel called all of these books that really dig deep into some of these books of magic. Almost all of them covered in depth, 20 minutes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sacred Cuisine that was recovered in fragments of entire Giza begins to around the 8th, 10th century earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use this magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining wild or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you. It uses these various magical manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sarge literature does something similar. Rather than in a book you're having it used to do a lot more minor things, including things like turning invisible or sicknesses, and also cursing So the famous text from around the 10th century is the Torah of Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section which are all strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings Hebrew or Aramaic letters sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell. And those magical spells would count as code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning this way, with you, cursing people, and turning invisible, the same kind of things that those magical spells would actually do. They're pretty repetitive, but you get it. So this one's interesting because the sword of Moses is a whole list of seemingly random Hebrew letters which have been extracted out and used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what's going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical powers as well. And then you get the Jews even trying to kill them. But hey, history. Dangerous place. The famous texts are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMakush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magical certain kinds of days, focus your magical power using astrology. Again, it says ancient Jews don't use astrology. Well, again, that's a text for you to do with. Of course, they get everyone knows astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, ancient magic, and astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course, we have the Sefer HaMakush, which allows one to make a special kind of garment inscribed with various magical things of God, various kind of things. For instance, but you can use the Sefer HaMakush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you put on this garment with various kinds of magical names like gods, and you fast and sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I put this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So this I find this image interesting because it's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star later period, it's the circle. This is also in German, perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMa'al, the book of the Raziel, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is another name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMa'al, which is still printed to this day. I have a copy my mind. This book is actually printed in very tiny little editions that you can carry around your house or in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical weapons from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you to come out of amulets, which guarantee various things like success or things from magical evil powers. So here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the great magical power of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, and like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. And I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the scarring. So this book, Angel de Sefer Raja Mama, is said to have power even just having some things lying around. And so here again, we see these magical images. This idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern art design. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of this representing taking these printed in modern forms of witchcraft, which is magical face dead. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into three bookstores, you will find books on the kind of books and amulets, books on the magic swords, books on the various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books about extremely advanced communities. I go into Brooklyn, Park. I go into the very extreme Orthodox Jewish bookstore because I can blend in. And I go into bookstores and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, books. In the American world, magic, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and books are being practiced all the way now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world. For instance, in the Korean movie, as you may know, is a revivalist, quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestess and magical practices in that world were also popular. And so in that world, radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there in this Mill Freeman Center, right? All the way to the neighborhood where they establish schools of magic, Jewish magic in the Floridian world. Jewish magic is alive from some history away. It's always been there. What is the Bible? It's always been there, but we know because the Bible has layers of condemnation is always practice. It's being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Spiritual mission almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all the time. It's part of the unique that practice against the Jewish magic, reaching back to extreme, particularly to the very beginning of Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Ukrainian and in the leftist Jewish world of the planet. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here. And it will endure. Some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books about Orthodox and Hariri. As a very general, published by Wayne State Publishing, so I'm sure enough to Wayne State Publishing. They are just downstream from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality, scholarship. If you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic, I would tell you to come along. Those are excellent texts to consult. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore God that is Jewish.
I don't want it to remain. So therefore, maybe that's the proceeds from the item. So therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the instruction. This is the sure what else may exist. It's, again, ultimately, it's travel Zora is the and every person ultimately, again, should fascination. Or not. So nothing says, Ishbar, blah, blah, blah. Nothing says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Allah, brother, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So, let me say that this is she did it. Ain't ultra so let's say again, an awkward kind of transition, right? Legs for good answer. So we had sessions just 2 days ago. Weekend, let's say for example, weekend, great fun and stuff like that. So if you're hoping for problems, kind of be good on the night, but you can't go ahead and assist them in the kind of cultural effect like hope. You can't do that. How about sound planet 64? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot something that I am allowed to do. Let's say Myers brings this in silver. To me, they very confident like that. Well, let's say again, he has this meeting. Right? And I want the assistance because if you're glad to have a brother, oh, I can tell you my son. So the Gemara says, so if from here, this is the simple point. If Matt says you are allowed to go ahead and that is well, by definition, what assistance of the because he already the one who destroyed it, he gets paid for it, it's going to be destroyed. So when it's a blood, so you are humble because it
This is Rick coming to you live from Death Squad Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
Yay! Hello, everybody. Where's that one? Hello, everyone. Look at this. It's so good to be here. We are live in one of Red Band's many bathrooms. This is very exciting. This is what it's come to. This is the new era of Kill Tony. Sure, we did theaters and massive venues. And here we are now, everyone. We are in the backseat of a Tesla, live streaming Kill Tony. This is what it's come to. We are one step away from being street performers. Actually, that might be the next move. We might be doing Kill Tony live on the streets.
We might just have to go apart and just set up some amps. I might not even get that.
Hey, we gotta start improvising because this shit is stressing me.
Every week we have a different studio now. That's how I didn't even think we were going to have a show this week because you were out of town with Rogan. And I was like, shit, what are we going to do?
Yeah, no, I was back on Saturday night. This new Rogan light was pretty good. Moving from being on stage to Houston to being.
And how was that? Because it's been, what, 3 months?
It was unbelievable. It's the fucking greatest thing ever. I can't really, I don't know how to describe it. It's like doing what you love to do more than anything. And then not doing that, which you did every day or every night forever for 13 years, and then taking 3.5 months off, and then doing it at a great place, Houston, Texas, the record-holding city for one of my favorite places to go on the road, the record-holding for most ever Kill Tonys on the road. And, they just fucking get it up there. Texas gets it. They always have. I've always gone there quite a few times a year. And so it was a fucking blast. The first set, figuring shit out. Stand-up's weird. It's not like a script that you memorize. You're sort of feeling it. There were some parts where I was doing, I mixed in a lot of new stuff. There's also parts where the confusing part was doing some of the old jokes that I had well tightened up before. And I was doing the setups for them, like I was saying them into the microphone without really knowing what I was going to say next. Like, it's like I remember the setups and had to.
Did it make you write something new? Like, oh, I didn't even think about this.
Oh yeah, a lot of new stuff, a lot of very fun new stuff. Improvising off of just Spotify deal, and some Chris D'Elia material. Yeah, really stuff I wouldn't do on a podcast. I do during my stand-up. So.
How did that work out?
Really, really, really well. Turns out people like new, fresh, topical, fucking whatever, stupid shit. So yeah, it was a blast, and here we are, the Great Bright Red Band, of course. That's what Studios, and we have a special guest, David Lucas is here. I'm glad that you're here, because as you know, we always talk about dildos and booty holes with you. And I don't know if you know this, but I've been getting a lot of dildos and booty holes lately. And this episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve, the #1 adult toy superstore. Adam and Eve says the best part of staying at home is playing at home. Toys for men, toys for women, couples toys, every kind of lube and lotion, lingerie, and so many other sexy gifts.
I actually use it. I bought something for my girlfriend, and it was cool. It was easy to use. They have everything. And this discount coupon code that we have took a lot off the amount that we had. They have vibrators, they have lube, and they have adult movies if you want that. And it gets shipped to you in a box so that your neighbors don't know what you're getting. And it was awesome because I can't wait to show you. Maybe I'll bring it to the next Kill Tony when I bought it.
It's a good thing they put it in a box. It'd be weird if they had like a clear dildo shaped container.
Well, it just doesn't say Adam and Eve on the outside of it, so people don't screw.
Now, of course, you should all take advantage of the downtime right now and choose almost any one item and get 50% off at adamandeve.com with the code KILLTONY. When you do, you'll also get 10 free boredom-busting gifts, including 6 spicy movies, a 3-piece bonus kit, and the best of all, free shipping delivered discreetly to your door. Just remember to use the code KILLTONY, that's KILLTONY, and check out for this amazing deal. Adam and Eve has thousands of products. So enjoy staying at home with Adam and Eve. Go to adamandeve.com, use that offer code KILLTONY to get 50% just about any item, plus 10 free gifts. Use the code KILLTONY at checkout. Yeah. And goes on and on. After you have sex, after you have a romantic evening, after you finish sexually, nothing better to do. I don't know about you, Brian, but I like to eat some food. And I like to be lazy after having sexual excursions, so I Postmates it. If you're like me, you love Postmates. We love food. You love Postmates, but I love them more than ever right now because, of course, you don't have to leave the house. Delivered straight to the door with what's going on in the world. They've created non-contact delivery, so now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door.
Yeah, they also have Postmates pickup, which I didn't even know was a thing. And I used it the other day, which is great because you can order from your favorite restaurants and you can, you're supporting your neighborhood places. I know that there's a few places in Burbank here where I've been reading that they might go out of business, and it's very depressing. So now you can go on Postmates and you can pick it up right there. And Postmates doesn't deliver just burgers and sushi. They actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it off right outside my door. And that's great. Now they just drop it off, they take a photo of the name, send you a message like, hey, it's out front. Just download Postmates on iOS or Android, find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered within an hour.
Anything you want. I've been getting, we all know Vito's gives us pizza every single week. It is incredible, and I have become recently addicted to their chicken parm sandwich. And I get it delivered straight to my door. Sometimes I'll swing by, say hi to Charlie at the shop on Santa Monica, and Los Cienega, near Santa Monica. And yeah, so anyway, for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app and use the code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Yibbity, yabbity, bibbity, bobbity, and long. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. Let's get the show started. We have a band on the show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. This is a tight studio tonight. We are all very close together, so let's see what characters they are tonight. I present to you the best damn band in the land, Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez, everyone. Here we go. Uh-oh. I haven't heard this music before. This should be interesting. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay. This is very exciting. I absolutely know who these two are, even though it's their first time on the show. I definitely know who these guys are from the hit video game and movie Mortal Kombat, ladies and gentlemen. It is without a doubt Raiden and Sub-Zero. Am I correct?
You're right about this guy, but not me.
Who are you?
I'm the newest Mortal Kombat character, the Pro Ninja.
Is that a real thing?
And we've had so many fatalities, they decided to add me to the game.
Oh, okay. Man, you really could have just been Sub-Zero. Could have just rolled it out.
And I do fight to the death, probably, because I'm pretty scared being in this tight little space right now, let me tell you.
I mean, Sub-Zero is such a famous historical character. Like, he freezes people. What's your specialness?
Stay over there!
Uh-oh. Oh, are these,
Social distance!
wait, are these special, like, Corona versions of...
Just saying, but right before the show started, David accidentally spit in my mouth, so I'm pretty sure I have it.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is Raiden doing it up. We're 4K.
Wait a second. What?
What is that? It's doing it up. We're 4K.
Wow.
I started working at Trader Joe's. Oh my God.
I am so confused.
I don't know what's happening. You really have to know Will Forte really well to lock down on this one. Are you Will Forte? It's Will Forte playing Raiden. I'm a little bit...
Listen, as I said, I'm doing my Raiden. Now it's 4K.
Okay. So... interesting stuff. Again, could have just been Raiden, but I guess it was...
I think my giant smile on me. This is better, Tony.
Okay.
What a creative way to wear a mask.
Yeah. Alright, so we're here with Raiden, being played by Will Forte, and some brand new Mortal Kombat character, Goro. I'm not even going to write it down. It's not even worth me writing down. Okay. Alright, I'm yes, it is. This is where we are. Doing the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing during a pandemic. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on the second air purifier. Hey, there it is, yeah. This is fun. I have remote control. It says, hey, an air purifier, everyone. Okay, so let's get this thing rolling. We're here. We got everyone in this fucking room. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian that we're going to watch a minute submission for has been on the show before. He has blown our minds with his previous technical abilities. We liked him, so we told him anytime he wants to send in again, he can. Ladies and gentlemen, your first submission comes to us from Drew Williamson. Here we go. So the music first. There you go. Here it is. Drew Williamson. Here we go.
Decorations and houseplant GPS locators in a refined tech sector. Today is the introduction of our Super Top Secret project. We showed this to our group of investors who said, and I quote, "We don't know what we are looking at." Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Cash. The most loud, powerful, over-engineered pizza shop the world has ever seen. Let's see how it works.
process. Five-step Let's see how it goes. The RPM's up. Drop it in the easy to find receptacle this one. Easy to find receptacle. Looks like we're almost ready. We have done it. This is what our show is now, everybody. This is what our show is now. We started the year with, I believe, 1,900 people in a theater in Vancouver, and this is where we're at now. We are now in a closet with one another. I mean, I've always been in the closet, but now all my friends are with me. They're going to be over the job. And, so stupid, I remember the name. Underwear and Mayor. So here we are. Andrew Williamson is joining us. Hi, Drew. How are you? I'm good. How is everybody? We're good, man. We're good. We're hanging in there. Everything's great. Totally not about to have a fucking meltdown. Yes, it's true. That was awesome. As silly and as dumb as it absolutely was. That's what we love here right now. How you doing, Drew? What's been happening in your world? Not much, really. We are just running through the video games. All the free ones that we can find. We made our first purchase recently for my son, but it's a different world. Yeah, we are geared up for. I got a letter from my bosses on Broadway. There is anywhere from Thanksgiving to Christmas. Yeah, to start opening. They actually read a thing today that said Broadway is planning on not reopening until January 2021. Did you read that at all? I haven't seen it. But I literally read that today. Broadway, yeah. No, I know, man. I was literally, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter, but I was talking, that's how fast things move now, is I was talking with someone about the potential of Comedy Store being back there in some form or another, and during the phone call with the higher-ups at the Comedy Store yesterday, literally while I was on the conference call with all of them, they found out that the mayor of Los Angeles closed all bars and completely put everything up, so news changes quickly right now in this shithole time that we're living in.
I was so mad because I was going to the Comedy Store had opened Friday night, the patio, and then you could sit outside and have drinks. And I was like, you know what, I should go to that. I'll just wait. Tony's going to be back Sunday. Maybe I'll just go hang out with Tony.
Yeah.
And then the next day they close it.
Yeah. No, I knew it was just all too good to be true. First of all, I knew they would reopen when I was on the road. I knew that for a fact because that's how it always works. And they did. They announced it on Friday when I was leaving, and it was open on Friday and Saturday or whatever.
Saturday, just Saturday.
Yeah. And, yeah. So,
One converted.
Perfect time for Coro Ninja to speak over you, David. Can you explain more?
Did I fight to the death for a living?
Okay, well that's great news.
Before that, you need any grocery needs to come over to Trader Joe.
So literally, that's how fast it is. I mean, remember that what started this conversation is how fast news changes. And as I'm talking about them opening and then closing, I find out live in front of everyone that they're opening Thursday as a restaurant.
Was that machine that was there an actual purpose for that machine that you were showing us?
Yeah, so the wood frame that unit was actually a route for
for woodworking, and my wife and son helped me just stack all the electronic pieces that we could find around the house just to make it as ridiculous looking as possible. So yeah, I got a little bit of artistic help from the family on that one, and they were also in charge of throwing crap on me during the shoot. So that was a fun afternoon just the other day.
I love that. That's so cool. You seem like you're the cool kind of nerd, am I right?
I would like to say so, but you know,
Let me take the nerd range. Let me ask you this, because I love it when when you have somebody that seems like one thing that has sort of a wild side to you. Adam and Eve has a bunch of deals going on right now with the promo code Kill Tony. If you were to use a toy, or maybe you do use a toy with your wife in the bedroom, what would that toy be?
Legos. How many Legos can she fit?
Yeah, are we talking about the big ones for like little kids? Are we talking about those giant Legos?
Yeah, the Duplo, the bigger blocks for kids.
Yeah, I used to have buckets of those things. Now you're much more than me. That's the figure. That's not a Right then was along with Lincoln's actual logs. I played Lincoln logs with Abraham. Not even Abraham Lincoln, Abraham from the Bible. That's what the two red bands.
Now I'm curious, am I the oldest guy in the building right now? Because I just turned 49. Oh, and Westwood.
Wow, yeah. You got red band beat by 4 years. Yeah, 6 months.
Okay. And even R2D2. Oh, thanks very much. Little hair gel, lotion, you know?
That's what it is. So, that's fun, Drew. How old's your son?
He's 12. He's edging towards teenager. By every minute, every time we have a discussion, it's a little more edgy.
Oh, he's into edging. That's interesting.
If you were black, your kid would be better.
They have kids at a younger age. How long have you been with your wife, Drew?
We're coming in on 19 years.
Wow. How long were you with her before you got married?
We met in grad school, so we were friends for a few years, and she went away to Korea, and I guess she did major makeovers, because she came back pretty scorching hot. So that's when I decided to kind of rearrange my schedule for my design career and make a little more time for her. So, yeah, we've been together multiple times.
That first time you hooked up with her, how fast did you come?
Oh,
You seem like the kind of guy that would like be pulling it out of your pants and it just starts shooting all over you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
a lot of nights are all you're ready.
True. What else you been doing during this quarantine to stay busy? Any other fun hobbies or anything?
I've made a major deal out of cleaning the house, and my wife was excited for me to be doing videos and being recognized for it. But she said to me, the only thing she's really worried about is that the house cleans and stuff. So I have to just get on the vacuum as soon as I turn on the click.
Wow, what a bitch you are. Good, that's great. Alright, well, that's fun though. How about the son? Why don't you get the son to learn how to do some chores around the house?
Does he have chores? I always wondered about that. Are you allowed to give chores nowadays? Yeah, so I'm working a little towards as many chores as I'm hoping he gets up and tells me he's going to do. But it's always a good 5-minute discussion before the chore starts. But he hates vacuuming already, so he's growing up perfectly. He's learning the ropes.
Yeah, that's about right. When I was a kid, I hated vacuuming too. I hated vacuums like a new dog dog stayed back. It was
I didn't know the law. I thought that was the worst. Like, I mean, power's the power lawnmower or the push cut. And we had a big yard.
you running over Lincoln logs that day.
I did it with scissors. It just in the middle blade. I did whitewashing fences back in the day.
You did that? Created?
Yeah, I'm a million years old, silly.
True. Before I let you go, is there anything else crazy about you that we would find very interesting from such a... You seem like you have it all put together. You seem like a good human being. You seem like you're very proper. Like you have your... like you keep your toothbrush and your toothpaste like a perfect distance from one another and everything like that. Like you seem very, very well put together. Is there anything that would surprise us about you?
Oh, man, I always hated this question. I don't know. Pretty much as you see it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I would say the craziest thing I've ever done is this. Sending in a video, making a comedy thing. And definitely my first appearance at the Grammar Series. And that was just so amazing. What a flood of emotions. That's just amazing.
That is fun. So you really are how you appear to be.
I was just trying to branch out.
Yeah, nothing weird about me. The camera accidentally zooms out. He's like choking his wife during the Saturday.
So bad.
Oh, look at that. I'm not gonna vacuum tonight. Tonight's my night to be rare.
Screw the dishes. This dude's a murderer.
Yeah, he is. I love it, Drew. Well, thanks for your submission. It's always fun. Again, you have an open invitation. You're a silly, dirty guy. I like your style. There he is, Drew Williams.
Thanks very much.
We love you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Fuck yeah, here we are on to our second comedian. I still haven't killed myself tonight. This is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your second submission coming up here in just a moment is coming from a man who is, we met him before the pandemic, and meanwhile, during the pandemic, he grew to become one of the very famous characters on the show. We've seen him interview Mexican prostitutes. We have seen him up the ante from there and interview Mexican transgender prostitutes. And now he is back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Manolo after this little bit of music here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Manolo.
And now, a music video world premiere.
Does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Madat and Lord Palach Madat. We say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. maybe not. Let me say like this: anyone who's what we call a barrier, if you're the parish of an animal, then you can go ahead and decommission the design. And this guy is in the parish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and he gave it. I'm going to do about nothing. So I'm going to go say nothing. This stop like the color of battle broke on. And nothing says no. And someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gertrude doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. It's a basic question. It's also social, also so went ahead and found idolatry. So, idolatry in the marketplace, what's that? Actual boss rule. So what's this thing? Remember again. So let's say, right, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, walking on the place. I see an old idol sitting there. If I lift it up, that's fine. I want it to be acquired by a Jew, essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actually, so if I pick it up, over the open for I can call over an apple. I can call over an apple and say, yeah, apple. And it's engaged in this idolatry, decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. It's permitted. However, again, in Shabbat, that's something to know. Ain't no overly open but again, possession of it, at that point, you cannot be decommissioned. Sha'olo, only Kochaven Monato, and all those Kochaven Shalom, Shachave. And only Kochaven Nakon, decommission is Avodah or the Avodah of his friend, they of dog, then shaking it, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. No, we will find it. Might of dog might be old. What does it mean? What does it mean that decommission? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that what we're talking about, then Hayu Shalom Shachari, we already said just said before that Apple has the ability to feel actually decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Obed Kohanim, we might share a love of the Obed Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. We might share what does it mean? Non-worshiper, oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both natural let me know. Gertosha and what do you see from there? That the Gertosha has the ability to be Mabato, ultimately to logically decommission Avodah. Incredible. Which the word says no. The only thing required actually, rather, I will be the only person who decommission who desires an actual idol worship himself. I did the comment, I knew Shalom Shafar. We said that he said that, and the price is redundant. He already said that. Why the decommission? Is that what he's about? And it's turned up at this point. You know, that says, relation, listen to this. Two different cases. Relation, Zed, the Zed of power, the Zed of markets. Relation is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship power, or both worship markets, obviously, again, Apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zell of Ba'ar, Zell of Ba'ar. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. So just think about it. Let's say one Hakim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And Hakim who worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship God. So let's say, so if you have a possibility. Number one, what Hakim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, what Hakim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is that Hakim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Tosha, we still have these hours Hashem. Can a Tosha, which is like a Gentile, who created idolatry, can he even not love it? It's still a mitzvah. Whereas Nesa, there is Hashem, is a Tosha. What's a Tosha? Tosha Kiva, so what's this? Now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the word Tosha? So he said, Tosha Kiva like the Kiva for David, Shalom La'avon Avonos Kamdiran. Meir says, it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. It was Chaver who spoke. So in this country, that's the question. So it just means it's not based. Any time an apple comes in front of a face.
Oh my goodness, he covered Manolo, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible. Wow, Manolo has covered Michael Lair's hit song from a couple weeks ago, Ryan Bedcamp. Oh, Manolo, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, you are living the high life down there in Tijuana. You know, she's got a little nipple popping out over there. Wow, what's up? Fuck yeah, oh my goodness, that one near lip looks like she's questioning her life right now. Okay. Keep her up the screen until she moves that away. Have her lift her up. God damn. Dan, does it look like you're having fun right now? Yeah. Oh my god. Yes.
I asked her if she knew how to speak English, and this is what she said.
You guys, I don't know anyone who has thrived more during this pandemic than you, Manolo. It's literally, when we were at the comedy store, we were going through, you know what I mean? Our business was booming, and you were sort of, you know, you weren't at rock star status yet. You were sort of coming up through the ranks, and now you're an absolute assassin. You have beautiful girls around you. You guys are obviously having the time of your life, except for the girl to your left again. She has no idea what I'm saying, so that's actually perfect.
Oh, you look like Sam Tripoli. Oh, man, you think it's
Go ahead, Manolo. Yeah, man, I love it, dude.
Man, I should have hit you up when I was in San Diego, bro.
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Hey, yo, I got a quick statement to make. First of all, I didn't know if it was irrelevant. Yes, the Ryan Bedcamp, I thought it was great. Michael Lair is song. So shout out to Michael Lair because I think he kicked out that night. And I have to do that remix, that motherfucker remix. Maybe one time we can do it with the
video of both of us with all these chicks, right? Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I love it. You guys look like you're having a blast. It looks like you and the girl on the left are on Molly, and the one behind you is coming down from Molly. Exactly. Hey, can you tickle the grumpy girl for me? I just want to see it real slow. Yeah. The baby just fell out. Yes, go ahead. Lying in bed alone, wearing a condom. It's the same shit as driving in your car wearing a face mask. I have to say it. Hey, you know what? I like that. That's a pretty smart take. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Manolo. Again, you have become a genius during this pandemic. It is incredible. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're here. You know, we're gonna be here. We're gonna have Maxwell's gonna go to celebrate today. There you go. Where can people find you if like one of us wants to maybe open up their phone later? Red Band's asking for a friend. Johnny Beth Sanchez. Oh God, you gotta spell that for us. Johnny Beth Sanchez, but Sanchez. Okay, Johnny. You're gonna Johnny Beth Sanchez. So it's GIANNISANCHEZ. Yes, sir. There you go. You're gonna have one more subscriber tonight. Go ahead. I was wondering if I could try sort of really when Miller types joke. Yeah. Yeah, go right ahead. Okay, so fuck you and your child support. I hate shit. But Mr. Jackson, we can't say that. Okay. And we'll just say Billy Jean. Okay, listen, I so love it. Oh my God. What is this show become? I have no idea. Okay, alright. You son of a...
Actually, that's
Did you get those at Better Than Me? Yeah. Oh my goodness. You know what? I just had an idea. Kill Tony, Tijuana, July. Are they open down there? That border's closed, right? Is the border closed, Manolo? 5 minutes. You can take a U.S. civil. I get the feeling Jeremiah won't be allowed to come on this trip. Yeah, I feel like we'd have trouble getting down there. They would let Joel in, and we wouldn't be able to get him back. God, please tickle that girl. Alright? Yeah. Let's see if I can make her laugh. Can she hear me? She can hear me, right? Oh, okay. Hola, muchachas. Me llamo, it's Tony. Tony le gustan los hombres todos los días. Le gusta chorizo y salchicha en la boca y puro chica. Tony es muy flaco. Hold on, let's all talk at the same time. Can we do that? Sí. Yo soy americano. Yeah, see? Yeah, it worked. There you go. See, I did it in 3 words. No, I know, but it worked.
It's just a dopey kid. Guess I won't be going anytime soon. The first openly game
I love that. Wow, he has a dildo and an electric toothbrush. That is exciting. All right, Manolo. This has been awesome, dude. You're fucking incredible. I mean, what can I say? This is. Wait, is that a brand new bathtub?
Is it filled with puddle water?
Dude, Manolo, I might come visit you in Tijuana soon. I just found out that I'm doing a La Jolla comedy store. Okay, perfect.
It's pretty safe.
Pretty safe is always what I'm into. July 9th through the 12th, I found out I'm doing a La Jolla comedy store. How far is La Jolla from where you are right now, Manolo? Oh my god. Alright, there you go. If I come back from that weekend in La Jolla with an itchy crotch, you know what?
It's nice as a manscape.
That's right. And it ain't because I had an 8. Nothing. I love you, Manolo. You guys are amazing. What's your name again, sweetheart? With the phone? Hey. I love it. I love it. And the angry girl. And what's the angry girl's name? She is a hostage. Absolutely. You're definitely welcome 100%. And we're looking forward
Well, you gotta split up the ice house. Whenever you want. I'm too guys that are good at doing it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Manolo. You're the best.
Thank you very much. I'll be keeping the party going till next Monday.
I love it. Absolutely. Send us a submission anytime, Manolo. You're the best. Bye, guys. Bye, ladies. It really is. The last thing you want to be 2 spots into the show is jealous and horny, but here we are. Okay. Here you go. We have another submission, ladies and gentlemen. This man became famous on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he was doing a parody of Manolo that we just had on, and now he is back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Rabolo. Here he is. There you go. There you go. Here's Rabolo.
Polo here again with my buddy Sanchetti. Yeah, he's got the hookup to the Corner Gal Cartel. I'ma tell him a few jokes for you later. And you announced a mistake. Harvey Weinstein for Harvey Weinstein. They get Jewish guy from Independence Day. Why couldn't the leopard play hide and seek? Because she was always spotted. Oh, Tara, come on, DJ. That's real funny, right? Don't worry, dude. This is great. You're jumping you in. We're not gonna jump him in full. We're gonna dump him in. It's purple on his face.
this was a small thing. Our annual conference is recommendations on changing traditional process this year. This is for sales to this fire is and Ghostbusters will run from the park, while we will close theater and raising the camera on the parents. This work is in Dina Tracy, and works is like a family and standing work is like a level. Or we can learn sponsors that they educate wolf, which the other thing are that the wolf's father Cyrus Wolf color then to Christians from the level. These are the officers, many of the other part of the then
It's hilarious that yes, it was Rebolo is a council for sure. 100% of the submissions so far, very high production quality. I mean, if we were to put it side by side to these episodes 3 months ago, it would be a shocking difference. The show has definitely evolved into a sort of a sketchy sort of production.
Oh, he said he never got a password. Oh, it's 7 sevens.
There you go, 7 sevens.
7 sevens if you're watching.
Type 7 in 7 times because that's password.
Yeah, it's funny because then the induction mode even had to enter passwords.
Again, but not just
Interesting.
still
Indeed.
Russell.
I think he's coming in.
Yeah, but I think
The pivotal shit did make me laugh, and I feel ashamed because that's my thing, but
Did it make you laugh?
I did.
Yeah, that's a Rebolo special that has been in all of the Rebolo submissions. I thought it was funny too, and then the werewolf came and really got me. The werewolf really fucking got me, and that voiceover on the guys, great, perfect.
That's pretty amazing. When all those coverings don't buckle there, and all those covering.
Yeah.
I don't even know why anymore.
Almost seems like there's a flow to the show that
Stay over there.
it almost seems like someone puts thought into this instead of just showing up with underwear on their head, shaking peas around.
Jealous from these colors last night. Don't say that fun. Wait, that's your underwear? Oh, it's a dinner bag. I'm fucking there you go. Swoops. You know those funny.
Oh, damn, Koro Ninja.
Look, if I tell his dad, they're running.
Yeah, what are those? What's in there?
They're beans. I got them from my dog.
Oh my goodness.
It's a sugar because you said you wanted things nice and little.
Yeah, no, it's great. I agree. It's absolutely perfect.
While we're waiting, Jeremiah, how was you were gone for 2 weeks? A lot of people thought you quit.
Yeah.
I forgot your name. Sorry. It's really great. How was where you were? Actually, I went back to Kansas City. I went on a thinker trip there.
Overland Park. There's as many black people in this studio right now as there are where Jeremiah was, by the way, if you're wondering. But if you're like, hey, I wonder what the numbers in Olathe, Kansas are of black people. This many. That's the answer.
Actually, not true at all. My mom has a black neighbor. We all had a good cool. It was a lot of fun.
They've just been doing blackface.
I don't want it.
What do you think about Aunt Jemima and all this shit going down, David?
I saw Aunt Jemima at the grocery store. I love it. These
Yeah.
you guys really care about the logo on your syrup that much?
Yeah.
So eat the fucking syrup. That is a shit. That's a really fat, get rich quick scheme. That's all the Aunt Jemima things. You're like, it's going to be worth something. It's a Brian Dunning here sipping on syrup.
These trushes only go, bro.
You can sell them on the black market, or is now they have to change the name of it though to the
Equality. They don't use the term masturbate.
Shit is getting out of hand.
See, what's crazy is that I heard about that and I'm like, why? And then I'm like, oh shit. So like people are learning about racist things that they never even thought of or knew before. Like I never thought the master bedroom had to do with what bedroom the
Yes.
I think black people knew that. I don't think anybody fucking knew that.
Hey, what you call it, the primary bit? Just the fucking my shit in the master.
there's a bunch of rich white kids right now on the internet that came from an all-white neighborhood Googling like, what can we change? When it changed things to that I feel like I made a change for the better. I'm finding out all this shit. The Land O'Lakes lady is gone. It's just the
Uncle Ben's rice. To be honest, why did you just change it to Peter Parker's Uncle Ben?
That is so weird. You would think they would have named his uncle anything other than so we can pick any name for his uncle. We'll be over there.
I think Rice sounds what actually skyrocketed if they changed it to Uncle Ben from Peter Parker. Yeah, Spider-Man, because there's so many Marvel fans. There's so many freaking Marvel fans out there.
Yes.
For working with Killai, right? And I want the consistency because it provides me I just have to plus side. So he says. So if from here, this is if not, since you are not benefit financially from a item, let that benefit ultimately again result in destruction. Even though you by definition want to maintain the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, it's nothing to destroy it. So there's a Sakura, second one from the time 64. Sakura, Hummer, who's the name of the Hebrews, who did the Hummer, the kind of the Lion, is very interesting. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate erosion of the land, but you can't ignore anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say if someone's learning to like academic life in the Apple passes me kind of affects language. And the Akiva says also why because we have the offense by definition is part of the stealing of killing the whole effect. This has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible inside the legal. I'm not Asian.
Yes, there are. But which Uncle Ben would you have? Like, which Spider-Man movie? It's a good one. I'm gonna bring Drew Williamson back to join us here.
Not the black one, black one is on the black man.
Yeah, it's the same characters, just they're
He's talking about Miles Morales. Yeah, Miles Morales is different than Peter Parker. You're right. It's a different steel.
Dude, I think it's been Black Spider Pig.
Stay over there.
Do we have any updated Joel on
Haven't heard anything. Let's begin campaign at the end of the month. I guess. What's happening?
Are you texting? Did he get sent the link?
Sausage factory?
Still don't know the answer to the question I just asked.
You know what I was thinking? I fucked to the dude. I was just thinking the show has a really nice mood.
I like it. It's laid back. Actually, really does. This is always the part of the show where Jeremiah calls out something about the show that's not even happening. I tell you what, I watched the Ice House episode. So we're getting here. I mean, even knows. Yeah.
It was the Ice House episode recently, and before the first quarantine episode.
Yeah.
And that was one of my favorite episodes because we were all chill, we were hanging out, William was wasted, and everyone was like babysitting a little kid and shit. But I thought it was good times.
It's fun. I mean, you know, we could always just fucking do a podcast. We always could. I don't know. I just think that sometimes, yeah, we gotta keep some submissions going and talk to people. And now that it's evolving naturally, just it's like everything does, you know, you go with the flow, right? We didn't force people like, well, you must do stand-up, you must be a stand-up submission, and now these things are coming in funny and they're getting literally more creative every week. And,
Like the sketch aspect of it.
yeah, certainly went from stand-up to sketches.
Sketches are great. I like that better than the stand-up comedy, especially when people are taking the sketches and kind of like adding on to each other's sketches and making like a timeline.
Exactly.
I think it's a great idea.
Absolutely.
So now I'm struggling right now to get it. And I won't let me in.
Or you did with them? Yeah, I'm waiting for him to try.
All right, well, I will say this. Well, yeah, Robolo, the video was dope. I'm sorry we can't get you in.
Yeah, man, too much English for that fake shit.
Yeah, why do you want to know that? That's out of all the things.
Fake shit.
The video was great, but where do you get your proof from?
That shit come from.
Alright, well, looks like Robolo's not going to be able to make it in. So,
So just move on. And then if he comes back later,
yeah, let's try that. Yeah, we'll talk more about the making of that Robolo submission. If Robolo comes in later, that was Robolo, ladies and gentlemen, doing a parody of Manolo, who did a parody of Michael Laird's Brian Bedpan, which was a parody of So here we go. Moving along, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the brother in cursive, the one, the only, the big red machine, Patsy Klein's craziest of the crazies. One of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for William Montgomery.
The Dixie Chicks. What about White Toe and Chip? A lot of people wanna shit on Chris Delia. Whatever happened to the stop and move away from the vehicle guy? No, really, whatever happened to that guy? Chris Angel's greatest trick is how he made himself disappear. It's pretty obvious the black guy named the Cracker Newman seriously, I would give a rest in peace to Judith Marcy. She was the little dinosaur on that dinosaur movie, late 80s. Judith Marcy's father shot her in the head trying to burn the house down, make it look like an accident. I just want to give it up for Judith Marcy. Today, y'all, I got COVID virus.
All right, William Montgomery, there you go. Absolutely.
Hey, William, turn your camera side.
You read that your camera's a little bit slower than you bitch. I got COVID virus.
Turn your camera sideways, William.
I want to. General Romney, turn that shit sideways.
There you go. Very good.
Watch it, motherfucker.
Nobody ever wants to talk about general property leave. You're gonna bring that shit up tonight.
What's up, man? What you drinking tonight?
What do you mean? What am I drinking? A little bit of icy with a little bit of mixed with a little bit of Sprite.
That kerosene.
Mixed what?
I'm drinking that kerosene.
What are you saying? What's that mean? Is that a black I always feel like William's like one drink away from the same thing that word on this show.
You've seen that movie before.
Yeah, really? He always says, what pussy said that? What pussy said that? I said that.
That was Koro Ninja, one of the newest members of the Mortal Kombat.
Ninja, I haven't liked you since 5 days ago. I swear to God, I will break into your parents' crib or house or whatever you want to call it. You got your girlfriend with that. You'll fuck with me. Fuck with me.
William, how you been doing this week? What's going on with your mental health and things like that?
Tony, I bought $400 worth of board games on eBay. I bought $200
It's a good investment.
worth of the stuff. Do you really believe that, Tony?
Yeah, those are all going to be worth a lot more money.
You bought a Ninja Master. Can you say that a little bit slower, you bitch?
William is a little fucking fired over there.
It's hard to understand that. What did you say, David? What did you say, David? Too many black girls.
It's funny, it looks like you're actually looking at him here in the studio. It looks like you're actually looking at David in the studio with the way the TV is angled and everything like that. And it looks like you're looking at me. Well, you're looking at Jeremiah's crotch.
Here's something I wrote. Hey, Jeremiah. How have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
What does that mean?
Will you say that slower, you bitch? Hey, Jeremiah. How have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
I don't really get it. Can you explain that a little bit?
William said what he said.
2 years ago, Jeremiah and I, before he met his wife, he showed me the ways of whatever you want to call it down in Thailand, where he was having sex with people. In my hotel room, Jeremiah was on fire.
This is wild because we know everything William Montgomery has ever said is 100% honest and true. So Jeremiah, what do you think about these accusations?
Accusations.
Oh, wow. Kids.
Jeremiah, I was there in Thailand and walked up the steps and we shot them. And then I said, nobody ever wants to talk about that. And Jeremiah, you said, William, you're so funny. Just make me.
What else did Jeremiah say when you were in Thailand?
You're freaking turn until I saw you motion. To get this ready. I get ready, you're doing.
William, what else did
What
Jeremiah
else did I say over there in Thailand? I just got $8,000 from the government. I'm buying it now. Is it true she was the little girl in the cartoon? I think it was 1989.
What are you talking about? Who's
Said something about that. I mean, why do you bring that up? That's not funny.
How's work though, Will, for real? Let's talk about it on the street. How's work?
How's my work? I got fired 2 weeks ago.
Man, you just started working last week.
I sort of work it yet. Whatever you want to call it. What do you got to fire? I sell shampoo.
That was my next question. What do you do at Walmart? Clearly, you're the shampoo guy.
Crazy edit. This does not seem like you've had a complicated backyard that we're used to.
Yeah,
Yes, it's a different backyard. Are you wearing a shirt? This is a different place. You know, I'm not wearing a shirt.
Wow.
See the red dot?
Oh my goodness. Oh, William. Oh, William, you were shaped like a coffee.
Like what?
Like a coffee cup.
Like a coffin?
No, like a coffee cup. Like when you pour coffee out of into a cup.
Like the tea kettle, like a coffin. Like the climate picture.
You're telling me I'm shaped like a coffin?
Actually, yes, a coffin works as well. You get wider in the middle as you go down.
The tea kettle from Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, like the ghost from Super Mario. That was funny. That was really good. You did. Sorry, can you say that slower? You big faggot. Trying to get canceled.
So you're gonna have your YouTube page.
William, you're lucky you're not in the fucking studio right now. Don't do an anthem there.
I've had enough. Judith Marcy is in the brain.
Who's Judith Marcy? Final question, then we'll let you go.
Murder and time. Her father. Lately, out here in Los Angeles, and Tony, honestly, why bring it up? I'm worried I'm gonna get hurt. There's someone who wants to stop snail mailing me.
What is snail mail?
It's the regular costumes. I baited you into that one, Tony.
You got it.
Tony, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
No chance.
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, Jeremiah, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
What's going on, big dog?
There's not enough.
Today, not so much. Just enjoy the weekend. Update this salad.
There you go. What kind of salad?
It's like a mixed salad I got from the store, so I put the right because I'm gonna have some fried chicken. It'll go down better. So I don't raise the blood pressure.
Excellent. Well, that's good.
The fried chicken. Yeah, there's
All right.
Ultimately, again, it's not too bad. It's interesting. Now, however, watch this now. Hunting عشان أنت بس بخلنا يعني ناس بعدين بخاف أصلا الناس اللي happen same case like $100,000 obviously so they pay you to me you're wait yeah I'm just going to somebody like got to the closest I'm going to somebody yeah you're nest
2 years ago, dude, I got a bitch pregnant.
Oh my goodness, you're
I
fine.
had a child.
I said, I hear the show coming.
this number one same case I like $100,000
I'm gonna make the anthem.
What's
I'm glad you ain't black, bro. You would have been on that.
this number one he goes off sauces on you goes
Willie,
off
what's the
sauces
kid's
on
name?
you
What did you name your child that you're not a father to? What's the kid's name?
those cases back to that
Sunflower
case
seed,
number
that's
two
funny.
in case
No, William, what's his real name? I want you to answer this.
give me a couple hours and
What did you just say?
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to say that.
Should be saying,
It's my 3-year-old son, and he don't give a shit no more. You're talking about COVID he's got, and he's getting on airplanes.
3-year-old's just getting on airplanes by himself.
He's getting on airplanes, and I am messaging him with this earbud, his earbags, and he's making people sick.
Okay.
He don't care anymore. We're infecting everyone.
My goodness.
I bought $400 worth of Monopoly boards on eBay.
Why'd you do that? Why did you buy all those Monopoly boards, William?
Because I don't care anymore, man. I think that I can jump off of one two-story building.
Do it right now. Do it. This will be podcast history, ladies and gentlemen. Last week he climbed a tree. This week he's going to jump off a one-story building. This is the first time this has ever been done. And not only
Cody, what a great idea.
yeah, it was your idea.
I'm kidding, it's a joke.
Oh, okay. All right. There's a limit to how many Judith Marcy references I can take that the cops find in an abandoned house. All right, William.
Was that a Hispanic person?
Yeah, it was. He was thoughtful. Yeah.
We feel like we're watching the Blair Witch Project right now. During you said that.
That was radio.
It's really
Okay.
Now I'm gonna move back to my comedy's not working anymore, Ray. That was hilarious.
William, absolutely hilarious. I love that you're still writing jokes. That's gonna keep that muscle strong for you. You have a very silly style that still works during this pandemic, even online, and I absolutely love it. You had Red Man and I almost fell out of our chairs on your Please Stop while the band was playing music. Absolutely hilarious timing and execution of that. And we are. We're going to get. We just need 7 more Dyson air purifiers, and then. There you go. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. This is the part where you just start saying random made-up names. That you got to get rid of them. Judith Marcy, Spencer Edwards. That's William Montgomery. You know him, you love him, and we have gone during this pandemic missing some of our favorite legends of Kill Tony, some of our favorite human beings, and one person that we have not spoken with in absolute months is, without a doubt, one of the most famous people in the history of the show. She signed up at, I believe, the age of like 61 for her first time. She got on. She has bucket luck like nobody else's business. She is a magical spirit and a super nice lady on stage and off. She's writing. She made a lot of friends in the comedy business, in the comedy store, and I love her. She reminds me of my mom, and she's a sweet, sweet spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from and the return of Aphrodite. Music. And here's Aphrodite. Here we go.
That was fun. How would you explain if he's been on the Is that Adriana? She listens very much from Adriana. So apparently, each person comes out from here. Adriana.
There you go, Aphrodite. Aphrodite. Hello, my love. How are you? Can you hear us okay? Hi, how are you?
Aphrodite, how do you feel about them removing you from the bottom of surf?
They can take away Aunt Jemima, but nothing's going to keep you from crawling on the bed of pancakes. Oh shit, look at those these fucking
There?
things.
No.
Yeah, you age like a fine wine. Look at you.
That place will make my eyes move.
A lot of people don't know this, but I actually,
See, I take it
but when the pandemic started and they started closing bars down, one of the last things that I did was I was on, I had just on a spot, I closed down the Ha Cafe. I was fucking jonesing for stage time, but none was to be found. And I knew bars were closing that night or whatever, and I saw on Twitter that the Top Shelf Brass Band was performing on some late night gig on Vine Street, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna die. I don't have shit to do right now. I'm gonna go support them for the first time. Instead of them coming to our show, and I went, and Afro was killing it on a balcony, singing her fucking heart out. The band was banging. It was so cool. I'm so glad I did get it out there. So, yeah, you're the best, Afro. What? I love that. That was fun. We got to kick it for a bit afterwards. We all hung out. So how you been doing, Afro? How are you? You think COVID's a hoax? Are you a denier that the disease exists? Now go ahead and tell us. Is that one of your cousins? Oh, come on, David. Don't roast Afro. She's a sweet little thing. Afro has the most amazing fucking look. I mean, I absolutely love her. I think she's a sweet spirit that mixes in well with the chaos on this show. She is proof. Her getting so many opportunities on the show that the show is not misogynist as so many people, claim shows to be nowadays. It's not racist. Clearly, we're not ageist. You're proof that we are good people. We're not against people. We're not waitist. Wait, say that again? I fucking love that. You are a little spitfire, you. What do you... Oh, you got a man now? Oh, okay. Are you sitting on it right now? Oh, shit. What are you gonna do with that keyboard? You got a song lined up or something? You gonna give us a little Disney? Yep, let's do 30 seconds. Let's do 30 seconds of it, Afro. It's alright. Oh, shit. Got a better drummer than we have.
But again, it's not always true. What we need to be successful. It's not what we need to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. So they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not the best. No, to have no greater opportunities for life. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal,
Fuck yeah. There you go.
He doesn't know that. Dear Tosha, not sure how long it's great. Kenny, dear Tosha. Kenny, dear Tosha, go ahead and abolish the gate. As the gate is not Israel, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Dear Tosha, what I was in is not focused on the definition of the control. Rashi points out the very fact that we got dear Tosha, in the holy orders. If you again doesn't worship she the Bible may show us the fun with the first arguments. But again, she's like everything else except he doesn't worship. It's the reason of this problem. The reason that she doesn't worship God. Every other respect,
Be alright, Aphrodite. Thank you so much for
just
that
such a
incredible
person has the
submission.
ability to appreciate idolatry.
She's gonna be playing this for 3 more
On
hours.
one hand, the
Well, I'll
public
get
about
to
the
read
local
this soon.
home,
She's
say,
gonna still be
everyone
playing. I love it.
who worships
Yeah.
idolatry can be considered.
We love you, Aphrodite. We love you so much. Thank you. Have a great night. That's right. Great Aphrodite, everybody. Alright. That's fun. Adorable little change of pace there from all the white people and the comedy portion of the show. A little visit from Aphrodite.
She fucked up my whole side.
He himself doesn't worship idolatry.
That is true.
He has the
That was
plan
not
to go ahead. He gave it.
That was not Adam and
He
Eve
was only like,
product right there. That was fresh from the butcher.
It's fucking super.
If you had to do butt or vagina, which one would you do?
If you had to, this is one of the weirdest.
and that means that, any sort
It's on a 102.
It's an interesting question.
of worships it,
Vagina, but if you absolutely had to,
I go butt.
you'll probably explain your answer. Yeah, but what about her butt? That's like 500,000 shits.
So, what if I can find idolatry?
That's like
So that's it.
oh my god, alright, that's good. I'm glad you said it. That's gonna be this way I don't have to answer the question now.
You have to choose one.
Well, okay, we got your answer. Lord, how many times are you gonna butt fuck Aphrodite? Okay, see how I rationalize this. Well, wait a second. Here's a follow-up question to this. If I pick butt, is it after David fucked her in the butt, or is it still just considered a butt today? 65-year-old butt.
Judgment is, but right now, take a look how long ago she showered.
Oh my god.
This is current time or vagina.
This is an interesting question. You know what? I'll let Jeremiah answer first. Oh, you be nice to Aphrodite. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, you know what? Just to be nice, because I love Aphrodite. Come on, Jeremiah. You gotta answer that. Jeremiah, go ahead. Quick answer here. That makes you feel better. I'll ask Braden.
worships the best.
Okay, how about Jeremiah? Stakes are raised now. I can't let that slide. Listeners want to know. Yeah, they do. You have to answer what, Jerry? Just a quick answer. Just a quick, you know what? Answer it for us, Jeremiah. Which one? Normally when we're doing our normal show, it's as much Jeremy to literally look like a football coach on the sidelines. Ask Captain Underpants. Gary, we're just gonna say that Jeremiah meant what are you gonna do? Just get an answer. We know you can't get sick. I just sniffed the afro. You're gonna hang on. You have to put your wiener into one of the two holes. This is what the show has become now. Still not an answer. Good answer. We can only move on after you answer. All you have to say is vagina.
It says relations to this. Two different things.
So that means that we might not answer Joel has picked both the end of vagina back and forth, showing that people just can't get enough. Yeah, that's true. That's the existing answer is a simple question. These are common. All right. By the way, one vagina and I'm finishing it. So she can't get pregnant. She can't get pregnant. It's gonna look like one of those. It's gonna come out looking like one of those. Like a chocolate donut, but with the vanilla icing. Like a chocolate cake. Yeah, like a chocolate birthday cake that you get from a grocery store. Save that for the VR chat. Okay, we got Romolo is back. Is that right? Did I say that correctly? Yeah, there he is. He's up there. Yeah, Robert. Hey, Romolo. What's up, buddy? Let's get you unmuted. Gotta unmute yourself. Yeah, there he is. Romolo. Loved your submission. It was incredible. How are you, dude?
I'm good. Thank you, fellas. I made a stroke right there. I was on the fun times, but there was a miscommunication. I'm here. I was going to do voice, but I was doing it like I'm an Amish, like autistic guy, so I was like trying to get the shit going in my polo gear. It was hilarious. But here's my friend here again. So what's up? Being on TV like this.
I love it, my Gavin.
Oh, wait, what's this? We got here. It's like a bow or just like some sort of like some advertisement of cover.
Anytime anyone comes in front of a face,
Bone in a go. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Thanks for having me.
and he refuses idolatry, that's
Romolo, tell us about the making of the video that you sent in to us. Tell us about that. A lot of production and incredible video.
Oh, thank you, dude. This child man, he just ate it really bad. Okay, so I'm not updating even. Well, Manolo is a big figure. He mentioned some of the cartel, but Molo's gonna step it up. We're gonna go to the cartel and tell jokes. And his buddies to do it. And the blue is made out of brownies. Those fuckers are real. Those wouldn't have been served. And they are real people. The first take I did was like 3 hours of eating those brownies. And it's literally, like straighten it out.
My goodness, look how that kid popped up. This is like watching Crystalia's DMs. Yeah, it works on everybody right now.
And himself, the rest of the meat system.
Well, hey, look, to make it creepier, here's Gilligan.
Hey, Gilligan.
This is my brother who played the prostitute last time. This me and Skip.
David, he has accepted himself all of the mitzvot
Tickle that
except
kid
for
for me.
Oh, no, man. I'm trying to start a career.
He's not doing it.
Okay, so, all right.
the rest of us.
Prostitute offense, but
Oh my goodness.
Manila's living it up. And I am too, man. We just finished some popcorn.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
I mean, look, dude. Manila's got a lot of good things. I've got a kid.
Manila also has a lot of kids out there running around.
So,
I just want
Now it's getting weird. If you're wondering, hey, I wonder if it was weird earlier, now it's getting weird. He does.
there's literally like a team of people
Taking the what?
all this sounds creepy, all the wording sounds. He's playing to me. Nothing weird going on here.
Well, when you say nothing weird, it sounds really good. Yeah. Now I don't even think it's your child.
No, it's not. It's I think I'm his child.
Oh my
And now I don't like this typical question I ask because I didn't know going in and it was his son.
Of course. Yeah. So, Bolo, how else has life been going for you this week, Robert?
Oh man, I am living it up. Trying to just stay positive. I'm trying to keep busy. Trying to take up some more healthy activities, man. I've consumed a lot of pizza and disgusting food. I watched a really weird movie the other day. Got a weird place. This was in Contagion. You guys remember the movie Contagion?
Yes.
That's the worst movie to watch right now.
Yes.
It's not fun, but an outbreak I saw. And that movie's hilarious. Kevin Spacey, like his aides in it, and the Ebola virus, something happens to him, but it's a lot of fun. I'm still flustered over earlier. I had a stroke, I tell you.
Okay. No, it's good. It's great. Lots of laughs during your video. All is well there.
Thank you guys.
What's the deal with Gilligan? The Gilligan thing is a little bit confusing to me. I don't recall seeing him in the video.
No, I was trying to get my brother to reprise his role as the prostitute, but he couldn't tonight, so I thought I was doing something with the Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning because I didn't know if we were going to be on or not, but it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David Lynch movie. Just pretend you know what's going on.
You know, when all else fails and you have a half put together idea like Gilligan in the background, you just do it. You know what I mean? That's what I learned at UCB. Is if you have to plan your characters, just roll with it and hope for the best. And it did that here. The video was unbelievable. Again, big pop on the werewolf coming out of nowhere. Great stuff, dude.
Well, thank you guys. Yeah, the last video was out of whatever. I know it was a joke. The character was just compelled to know it's so hilarious. As I did in that video, and I got a lot of good responses, and that feels good, man. I mean, it's a fucking weird time for people who have no idea if we're able to sit in a video and Chili's or we're gonna, all get whatever it is. And it's nice to, I appreciate you guys doing the show.
I have a question. Is that belt that kid's above the bed behind you?
It is, yeah, because it was mine, and he made it. But it's mine, yeah.
All right, bud. Fun times. Fun times chatting with you. Thank you so much. Again, you're one of the guys with an open invite. Anytime you send us a submission, we're going to shoehorn you right in there. Great stuff, dude. Thank you so much. Very creative. Bolo, ladies and gentlemen. It's a podcast. What's your social media, Robert?
Robert Land Pod. Instagram, Twitter.
Robert Land Pod, all one word. There you go. There he goes, Robola. Fun times. Plowing through it. Let's go through another one. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has submitted before, and he's submitted again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Devin Clark. Ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Devin Clark.
I used to work at Yahoo. You remember Yahoo? Yahoo was a hard job, man. We weren't allowed to Google anything. Google like the N-word at Yahoo. Don't say it. Don't use it. They were very strict. I remember there was a lady there, she was brand new. And she said it started happening, she was like, okay, I'll Google it. She was never seen again. So what happened to Pam? Pam's been erased. I need a job. My uncle owns a hot tub store called American Hot Tubs. He said the industry's making it very hard. He's throwing a hot tubs matter sale right now. Like Black Lives Matter, so hot tubs. Get your black ass in a hot tub. 30% off. Very disrespectful. I was out there protesting, but I was not looting, okay? I was angry, but I'm also unemployed. Like, get out of the job, get out of gainful employment. I would love to run into a store and then run out holding a career. Like, look, guys, I'm going to do that. I think this job about to start tomorrow.
Hell yeah, Devin Clark. Absolutely diddly. That's how it's done. Right there. Jokes, baby. Jokes. Hello, Devin. How are you?
All right, man. I was kind of tired. I was on this line this morning. Like 3 hours.
Yeah, what were you in line for?
I was trying to get my certificate of vaccination ID. That didn't hit. All right. Okay.
Fallback. That's right.
How from that?
Yeah, no, you got it.
I'm starting off wrong.
It was better. It was good. I love it. Devin, where in the world are you?
I'm in Hollywood right now. I'm at Hotel 6. I've been there for a while.
How expensive is that?
Well, see, it's the VA transition out. Oh, that's great. I got the pandemic during my time. Like I was renting a house in Reseda, and then I wanted to move to my own place, but I need 600. I had a full time now, so it's hey man, I asked my cousin, let me sleep on the couch. So I can save up money to move to my own spot. And I'm moving out March 1st. And then I hit 15. You got this furlough from a job. You lost money. So that's a couple of years.
That's good. The VA was there for you. Veterans are doing pretty good right now, right?
But looking at my numbers, man, I'm like, the house. Nice house.
Yeah, he's at a Motel 6. He's at a Motel 6. I can't believe how good the Wi-Fi is at Motel 6. That's something that's surprising me the most. It's much better than your phone. Famously better than David Lucas's Wi-Fi. Some of the worst Wi-Fi that's on his phones. And he has Sprint. Just incredible. My goodness.
I'm from the Bay Area. I live in LA. Have you been on my live before? Say what? Have you been live before? Have we roasted? No. I see you in the store.
What branch of the military were you in, Devin? Okay. Did you go anywhere? Did you go overseas or anything?
No, man. It was not a great experience. I spent 2 years in the Army just trying to get out. Not
A real American hero right there. Hell yeah, dude. So what have you been doing for fun? You're holed up in a hotel in Hollywood. What have you been doing to take your mind off all the stress?
Well, I've been on the Zoom show, and also been trying to figure out what album position I can decide to start a t-shirt company. There's nobody doing that, right? So I got a t-shirt company, and I'm just make t-shirts. I got a good idea for one called Don't Be Gay in Mexico.
Okay, right, okay. Don't be gay in Mexico. That's a good one.
Why does every black man start a t-shirt thing? All my black friends back home, that's really, they asked me to invest in a t-shirt business. They're like, bro, like, I'm about to get a t-shirt.
What else are they gonna sell? They got one shit.
Hey, man, get your motherfucking thong, head ass away.
Devin, how long have you been doing stand-up? 8 years. And how long ago did you move to Hollywood? Or to LA?
Here in September of last year. Dallas.
I really liked his set though. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
That is a great bit, bro. God damn, that was a great bit, but it's fucking tiny. It's not gonna last long.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good to exercise. Alcohol's good when it's good.
T-shirts. Hey, not you, but t-shirt. I think that's it.
That was just in that instance with her, bro. I just don't trust that pussy.
Oh my god. Why do you not trust? Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, no, come on. Why don't you trust Aphrodite's pussy?
Good, bro. Shit. I don't know, bro. I think they talk about dick from the 70s.
I think there's a TV guy. She got the show.
This got the boy that killed one of the kids I was
I have this 10 free CDs to get from
This line of David Lucas is brought to you by Casa. Well, Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you or your life? Raising a kid? Oh, really? How old's your kid? Maybe that's how you guys know each other. Single parent teacher conferences.
They should be friends.
I know. You're doing it out here, huh?
But she's in the other room. She lives in her mind.
Okay, my daughter's only black kid, actually. So I know her kids.
Oh shit, that's a brag. Those of you that don't know, in the black community, if you tell another black person black goes to the all white school, that's like that's an argument ender right there.
You're funny as fuck, though, bro. That shit made me giggle, bro.
Really great stuff, Devin. So fun to have your submission. Thank you so much.
I need to try hard with submission.
Hey, be goofy with it. Use that set that you have. Use the Motel 6 to your advantage.
Yeah, do a review of the Motel 6. Yeah, and you do a review of the stupid shit that you see every day, like whatever.
There you go, right man. Just wrote a sketch right then in front of all of them.
Great, if you do it, we'll play it next week.
There you go. Okay.
Then I'll put on a t-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The Motel 6 sketch by Devin Clark t-shirt. Available next week. So there goes Devin Clark. Everybody, thank you, Devin. All right. That was Devin Clark. And now, and only now, in your final hour, do you realize the true power of the dark side. As I present to you my favorite comedian right now. A guy who, to me, while he's, still fresh and new, technically, as a stand-up comedian, he is a comedy veteran, and to me, is filling the shoes of some of my favorite out-of-the-box creative people, with Brody Stevens and, so many great comedians that one door closes, another one opens, and this is one of my favorites. The great Michael Blair. Everybody here, we little bit of music for some reason. Here's a Michael Blair.
I don't want it to be. That's easy to close to me. So, America. Take the job, take the job, get the money, and go work. Take the money and go. Unorthodox wild submission from the great Michael Blair, everybody. Hell yeah. And here he is. He's with us right now. Are you unmuted, Michael? We gotta unmute you. Hold on a second. Yes, we hear you now. Hello, Michael. Oh yeah, how are the new Bluetooths working out? We had a quick chat during sound check, and Michael informed us that he has new Bluetooth speakers that he's very excited about. Daddy. How are they working out? How are the new Bluetooths? I love them. Yeah, dude. I'm looking ripped today. Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. So how's life going? Big week this week, huh? Oh wow, that's awesome. How'd that go? Is he a fan of the show now? What a horrible way to find out your son
Have they changed that bio yet for you? This has been yeah, this has been a long ongoing thing. They finally okay, yeah, to read it, they changed it. It was originally Mike Blair, and you famously said, "Who the fuck is that?" And they changed it. Now your actual name is there, and then it says, so it says Michael Blair, and then it just says Tony Podcast. But get this, Michael's all jacked up from motor neuron disease. God's hands again in parentheses. Is that the wrong bio?
That's what you sent me. And honestly, Michael, to be honest, I read American Idol. I think they changed it.
Did they change it on you? What's the
That's pretty apparent.
wow. Oh my goodness. This is so yeah,
Honestly, Michael sent me a link earlier, and that's the link.
yeah, they may have changed it again, Michael. Looks like this is going to continue to be an ongoing problem in your life. I know this must be
There she is.
yeah. That's true. I don't think
How you living, girl? I'm lovely, thankfully. Let's do an update on Stacy's wedding. It should be 21 days, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 1 second. That's the issue. All right. Get something. Hey, that got a lot. That got 6.
Nope. Okay, go here, everybody. You got this. You got it.
No doubt. Give it to me. Perfect. No doubt. Got it. Thank you, madam.
Approach to the formation of Kelai. They're not really looking at planting. That's when you can't see the actual planting itself, but you can't really put up a fence to sustain it. You know, you keep it agree.
Get it.
Kelai to get rid of it.
No doubt.
Now, which the Gemara says, is soon low. There is nothing else to go ahead and say. That's what it's this phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic check. You know, the pseudo me.
Get
You
it.
know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. It was very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's
Get it.
full circle. How do you start this first started by the reason? An apple wants to break his battles of Yannis. He asks me, he wants to hire me in June to go
No
break his
doubt.
He gave me $50 a barrel. Now, so
Thank you, madam.
on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want.
Look at that strike, folks. That's one.
And the strike comes up. When nothing said, do it and cover up. Zara,
Get
for
it.
that matter, he prohibited item.
No
Even though,
doubt.
yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS.
Ooh,
I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I
almost.
want to break it. I don't want the plan to be up in on its own. I want to.
Get it.
Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get people that keep the place. Things because the destruction.
I'll take it. 90s are good. Thank you, ma'am. I win, you win. You win, I win. Reload.
And that is in greater society, we should hope taking part. Yes, you know what? Everyone else's lifestyle choices are everything else.
Give me this. Almost.
That's that way concern we get has to be our approach to greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's
Get it.
something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be.
No doubt here.
Has to be destroyed.
Oh, come on. Not running you back.
Oh, come on.
Hiding. Give me this.
It's spreads.
I'm shocked for being touched.
Sometimes there was one between good and evil. Ultimately, again, become kind of important. That's sort of method uses discussion of yeah. Destroy the INS and
Get it.
Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. And it's far from being better challenges. We see this for we think about.
Oh, that finger slipped. That was terrible.
The nation of Israel, the state of Israel, it's really and some of you think that like you really just run applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty. And again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes there is a little of good, and sometimes the Nachman says, Yishbar, the Ta'ala. You have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it,
Get it.
ultimately the process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's real. The Gemara goes out. Good. Shari Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is saying. And after the question, Shari Yasvi, if you come by like, the may have this come the other coming out. So what's like, this is very interesting. sells his idol and he has like $4,000. Does that money, when it kind of take on this same identity as the idol to sell it itself? No,
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you, madam.
So it's very interesting. So ultimately,
Excellent.
so nothing such.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, Roger. Yeah, Roger. Conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
Which other that money is just one thing. Listen to this. Here's one more.
Yeah, Liza and I are having good conversations, right? Exactly. Correct. Thank you, ma'am. You're good.
Sell off all of your sell off all of your and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you do it. And let's say watch this. Over here. And now she says over here, now she's if you have the suicide, oh, he's scared with the she's scared with that's the new part from all this stuff.
Michael, even day drinking today. You look better. You look better than ever, but you sound like shit tonight. Okay, well, that didn't get a laugh, so now it just sounds really mean. Hashtag all one word, Martin, M-O-R-M-O-R-R-O-W. That's his Instagram and his Twitter. And you're on Jeremiah's podcast. You're WrestlingTees.com, and I have a feeling that Tony does this. Yes, I do. I know.
Right, and brought me the posters from the set.
Well, very, very well. We have a lot of cool things going on always. And the Nemeth brothers, of course, that's the great Nick Nemeth, a.k.a. Dolph Ziggler, who is a high-level professional wrestler, former WWE champion, could be a champion again in NEJ now coming up, and also a very good stand-up comedian, tours all around the world with the great Sarah Tiana. Look at this, you can just choose any wrestler, like I'm an Andre guy. Look at this shit. It's like that shit just for Andre the Giant. Literally, with all the best things. They have an incredible store that you can walk in Chicago, Illinois. I always go there when I'm in Chicago. And did you go with us? That's right. Very funny. You're on Jeremiah's podcast this week. That's gonna be good. Yeah. And this is also your anniversary of doing stand-up, is that correct?
Give me a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Sell my idol. I got sell my
Yes.
effectively more natural so see from the show what I mean what you mentioned. So this is what so yeah, this is sell my item. Or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to
Still funny a year later. Absolutely.
if you look to the see what happened, that's what this is before. When
Michael, I appreciate your video quality that you've been sending in lately. I love the opening when I saw people unedited version of you typing in the beginning part, your graphic part. Like you sent that to me, I love it. You are kicking ass, man. I love it. And please make your videos longer.
Yep. Yep.
We'll talk in chat later.
That's right. 100%. I love it. You know, you have full creative control. You're given the keys to the car. Especially since he turned me on to this Lion's Mane. You guys know about this? Yeah. I'm 2 weeks in. Let me tell you something. I was talking with him, Michael and I text a lot. He's a shockingly fast texter. I don't know if he does I don't know whether he fucking uses voice activated or his nose. I don't know how he does it, but this mother That's for sure, because that would be
I love that thing. I have that too.
Oh wow!
I have that also, Michael. It's so good. It's like you can just walk around the house and like you just have the phone floating in front of you. Now in the future, there's not going to be a thing around your neck. It's just going to be like hovering in front of your face. It's going to be amazing.
Okay. Like her and see no one. Red Man is one of those they use for frosty for weekends. He sips it all day. That's incredible. But anyway, Michael and I text a lot now, and he turned me on to this Lion's Mane because we were talking about how fucking unbelievable his brain is. And he gives a lot of credit to that, which helps your motor neuron and things like that. It just keeps you fucking extra sharp. And normally I'm not a big supplement guy and all that, but it's been 2 weeks. I did some slime.
What's the best one, Michael?
Yeah, there is a specific company. Yeah, I think Paul Stanley. And just like magic mushrooms, you know, they have so many different benefits and qualities and this and that. But I've been trying to, sharpen up because I've been fucking, not performing and this and that. And you don't know exactly where your brain is at in this stuff. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty positive it's fucking working. I think it makes me get shit done faster and to relax quicker in the day because I take care of all my crap all early in the morning and clear thoughts. And I mean, I was riffing this weekend on stage after not doing it for 3.5 months. It was my first time performing with lion's mane running through my veins. And I'm just saying, I just think it's just normal sharpness, just like sort of anything, you know what I mean? Like it's
I've heard of people that have concussions eating it to sort of like
it's good for your brain is the point. And Michael looked it up. So what did you take it? Yes, we hear you, Michael.
Isn't it crazy that David got stone cold sober looking at Remy?
Everybody's wasted today. Michael, go ahead. Okay, I will ask Joe Rogan. That's not a problem at all. I will ask Joe if Poly Mushrooms has any special mushrooms for my friend that is melting Lou Gehrig's disease a few years into ALS, and if he has anything special that he takes his mushrooms 4 times a day, and if he has anything extra, that would be great to know. Right? Is that right? No, what happened is that you sobered up when you saw Red Man as well, and you actually sobered up through this interview as well. Something about Afro Brain sobered up everybody to oh my goodness, the sound effects are loud, everybody. Michael, we love you. Thank you so much. You're the fucking king. You're God. Yeah, we love it. All right. Michael, we love you. Have a good night, buddy. There goes Michael Lair, everyone. The great Ryan G. got drew tonight's episode, believe it or not, and that is right here. Here's the drawing. Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. How fucking cool is that? It's like a Mega Man type of, is that right? What is that? It's like Mega Man meets Mortal Kombat. It's very cool. That is so cool. That's incredible. Yeah, that is awesome, man. He did that from the start of the episode to now. While you all sat around doing probably less than nothing, he completed that entire project. Just incredible. Every print's available at RyanJable.com. He's doing incredible auctions right now. He's giving you all an opportunity to get state-of-the-art Kiltony artwork at a fun price, and it all goes to a good cause. Ryan G, support your local white artists. You know what I mean? All this stuff going on, people are forgetting about white artists out there. And Ryan J.
You can actually go to his website right now. Look at it.
RyanJable.com. Here we go. We're on RyanJable.com for the first time in the show's history. Here we go. Heck yeah. Here we go. And then you're going to go to Kiltony. Oh. There it is. Easy to navigate website. Look at that. Look at all that incredible artwork. Oh, look at that. An oldie but a goodie. I remember that episode. Ian Edwards. You got a bunch of good ones in here. There goes Bert Kreischer and Kurt Fox right there. I remember that one very clearly. It goes on and on. There's so many. That's Sinbad and Dan St. Germain. Indeed. Oh, it's Gerard Cartwright. Not Sinbad. Sorry, Ryan. My goodness. Anyway, bunch of dates going on, things like that. Everything's happening. Just signed on today to do La Jolla, July 9th through the 12th. Unfortunately, and trust me, I fought long and hard for this, but unfortunately, we can't do a Kill Tony that week unless we do like a hotel episode. I don't know what that means at all. This is, man, do I not miss the days of you drinking during Kill Tony? This is exciting. This is a great reminder of the difference. Anyway, but I have a new website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. I mean, not new, I just revamped it. It's a little bit sleeker, easier to see the upcoming tour dates, even though never a worse time to have clean, sleek, upcoming tour dates on your website. Perfect timing, Tony. You're such a great businessman. But a bunch of dates are there. I mean, we're going to try our best to make it to these things. It's a nightmare. I'm booking Miami at the end of July. Look at Tony's new website. Look at that. Look at that. Straight to the dates, baby. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I wanted. Said, fuck this shit. Give on the dates. Like, what about your bio? What about that? Tony, I like it too, but it's even like not just the Tony. Yeah, it's very clear now. That was a thing that annoyed me forever. Kill Tony. If you want to see me do stand-up, that's Tony Hinchcliffe. There's stuff coming up. Look at this. Oh, wait, scroll up. Scroll up a second. Let me just show you. Okay, Boston's there, and then Miami's above Boston, right? Yeah, it's pretty much all the highest COVID-rated cities. I turned down Phoenix last week. So like, you want to go to Phoenix in 2 weeks? It's only on the table for a second. I'm like, no, what are we talking about? Like, do you have a life insurance policy out on me right now? Like, what's happening? Phoenix, Miami, Houston, Brazil. They tried to get me to Brazil. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, it's all good now. Roast Master class is happening. We're having a lot of fun over there. We're over 100 students. I'm doing a weekly show. It's a Patreon thing. So if you're poor, don't even tease yourself by going to my Patreon because it is a show of value. So don't go there and then become completely depressed. Oh dear Lord, we're departing this. I'll just watch reruns of Joe Rogan. Yes, you will. Because you're poor. But if you're not poor, go to patreon.com/Hinchcliffe and join the new class. Get a diploma, bumper sticker, a bunch of cool shit at Roast Master class. Anyway, here's the rest of the crew, the leader of the band, ladies and gentlemen, as always, my lover, the guy who I've been all around the world with. Alright? We talked earlier about afros, butthole, or vagina. This is a man that I would have sex with if he let me. Jeremiah Watkins, I'm not trying to be nice. Hey, there it is.
Jeremiah Dash and Michael Eric is on. Jeremiah Waters is a great conversation and a lot of fun and drama. And
Can you tell us what the fuck you were talking about earlier, though, with the, right.
and then also actually be in Tempe for a couple nights a day at July. So see you at Tempe. And
There you go. You're getting the weekends that I'm turning. I'm just kidding. It's to be one of the best clubs in the country. Jeremiah is a monster. He's out there doing great material and taking risks, making videos for you people. Don Crawford, a bunch of fun stuff. Jeremiah Watkins, catch him at everything. Joel Berg, Joel Jimenez was here tonight. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. He was the ninja. He was the ninja the whole time. Joel, tell us something. You got the Mostly Sorry podcast. You're mostly sorry on social media. What else?
That's it. We're here in the news. Tomorrow we've been doing live chats tomorrow, 5 o'clock LA time. Whatever the fuck else.
Joel, no one's had more corona scares than this guy. I mean, it is incredible.
Can I just say, too? When I got here, I don't know if Tina did something and then spit flew into my eye. This whole show, that is all I've been thinking about now. I put Purell on my face. I'm freaking out. I'm going to go probably get tested again this week.
That's good.
So thanks.
That's good. Damn right. David Lucas. At David Lucas. Funny, right?
Sir.
Tell us more.
What's up, man? I mean, I'm talking about, but other than that, I ain't got shit. I just did the American Comedy this past weekend in San Diego. Shout out to the boys out there. It was lovely. Thanks for everybody who came out. Thanks for all the Kill Tony fans who came. A lot of Kill Tony showed up and showed up.
You're goddamn motherfucking right. Kill Tony fans are the best comedy fans in the world. There's no doubt about it. Who would have guessed that people who watch a show where comedians talk to comedians about comedy, who would guess that they would be the best comedy fans? And also David Lucas's episode of he's a guest professor on this episode that just dropped last night on the new Ghostmaster class. And you were an incredible interview. He talks about his method, which is very helpful for people that are just learning how to make fun of people, about identifying people as the animal that they look closest like, and then a hobby that that animal would do. It's incredible. He literally gives you a playbook on how to have silly, fun roast jokes. It's really cool, really awesome stuff. It's 2 hours you and I spent together almost. So, anyway, right, man.
Hey guys, we are recording right now from Death Squad Studios. We do a podcast called Dead Air every Tuesday with Brian Holtzman and then William Montgomery and David Lucas every Wednesday. Check it out, DeathSquad.tv.
Red Man's about to vomit right now. I haven't seen you this drunk in 3.5 months. Good night, everybody.
Number 3 is an opportunity to engage his friends in idolatry, even if he worships the Make sure again, no life. Maybe a close shot, which is a Gentile who repeatedly idolatry. Can he be without love? That is tolerance. Yes, this is the special. Is it your culture? What's it your culture?
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live to the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get over Tony Hinchcliffe.
Everybody, read your next Ryan from the Bright Red Man. With your mask on.
Feels great to be back.
Put it back on. Those are very cool. Yes, we have new microphones and we have disinfected microphones. We're rotating in new microphones as we go. It's an exciting time. What do they call it? The new normal, right? Anyway, it's good to be here. I'm excited about this. We are back at the Comedy Store. There's a parking lot full of people that hopefully are watching the live feed of this show right now. David, you want to go check on that real quick? Set up looking at your fucking phone. These people are hungry people. We haven't missed a beat here. Kill Tony. It's exciting. Thank you to Betterbox. Thank you to L7 Studios. Thank you to Death Squad Studios. We've been all around beautiful Los Angeles City. A studio that wasn't looted. We did a version of this show. We went all around, and now we are back home, live streaming to people in the parking lot. That is what it has come to. How's it looking over there? Oh, that's always good.
Back at the
Exciting stuff. Well, in any matter, it's definitely going to be on YouTube in a few days, something like that, right? Excited to be here, though. How's it going, David? Good. No, it's not streaming. Okay. Who's going to figure it out? Oh, that. Well, you can use both hands if you want. I am so excited right now that I am bonered up, dude. I have a full boner right now. And look, I know there's a lot of people that have dealt with erectile dysfunction, and you know how awkward it can be to talk about that in person. Luckily, there's a simple, convenient solution to get the treatment you need without leaving the couch. And our friends over at Roman have spent years building a digital platform that can connect you with a doctor licensed in your state. All from the comfort of home. Roman makes it convenient to get the treatment you need for erectile dysfunction right from home.
Just grab your phone or computer, complete a free online visit, and you'll hear back with a U.S. licensed physician in 24 hours. And if the doctor decides the treatment is right for you, your medication can be shipped right to your door with free 2-day shipping. You also get free unlimited follow-ups with your doctor anytime you have questions or you want to adjust your treatment plan. With Roman, there's no commitments, and you can cancel anytime.
Wow. So if you're struggling with ED, stay home and go to getroman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. That's getroman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. And since you're going to have a big boner, you don't want it to be hidden in all those pubic hairs that you got. So that's why you get Manscaped. They are the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. We've all had some accidents trimming the old pubes. You know, stuff gets wild down there. I had Michael Lair trim my pubes a couple weeks ago, and I have the same amount of testicles as Duncan Trussell now. That's why Manscaped redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created, and just released the new improved Lawnmower 3.0. The third generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology.
I just used this for my first time to 3.0, and I tell you, it's premium. I mean premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes. You can take a longer shave, and it's taking 90 minutes, and you go through the trouble already. The water-resistant technology allows you to groom in the shower. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which eliminates grooming areas for closer and more precise trimming. They've also upgraded the motor. The motor's like insane right now. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show your motor how loud and proud, because the intelligently designed stand is convenient charging time powered by USB technology.
And if you're listening to us speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code KILLTONY. Yippee-doo-dah-day. That's done. We have no guests tonight, as with all of the more quarantine-esque episodes. However, we do have a band, and every single episode was meant to be different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They just appeared in the back about 15 minutes ago and have been preparing for tonight's show. We have no idea what they're going to be. Maybe it's some of our favorite characters from the past. Maybe it's brand new characters we've never seen before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the KILLTONY Band. Jeremiah Watkins, the return of Chroma Chris, and Joel Jimenez. Everybody here we go. Uh-oh. I know that music. I know that music. And so does the, yes, thank you, so does the YouTube algorithm for sure. Hello! It's the cat burglars, everybody, the return of the cat burglars. How exciting is this? Welcome, guys. Very famous characters known for saying, that's pretty much it. I love it. And you guys were also on the 2020 band calendar. What month were you guys on? Oh, you don't know? I remember you guys being on there. They sold out of 2020 band calendars.
That is a technicality. There is a stack somewhere in somebody's closet.
Oh, well, I'm sure it was close. The cat burglars are here. I'm excited. Your name's just Cat Burglar, right? And you're also Cat Burglar?
Cat burglar too.
Cat Burglar.
I can't do my identity, but I do have to be completely honest. Business has been a little slow right now because everyone's at fucking home. It is very hard to sneak in if you're at fucking home.
You didn't have an accent there for a second, and then it came back.
I'm good at disguising.
It's an American Cat Burglar. Okie dokie, and what we got back there? What's your name, little cowboy?
Phil. It's fun watching from figure out what the food's like with the audience for the first time. Anyway, back to you in the studio. It's just as good seeing Joel figure out the audience for the first time.
I love this. You guys are having a cat fight, a cat burglar fight.
It's true, we are stealing Tony's time right now.
Hey, well, welcome, guys. I'm glad that you're here. We're gonna have some fun today, and it's the return episode to the Comedy Store. Very exciting stuff. I haven't seen Cat Burglar 2 reminds me of a guy I haven't seen in months named Chroma Chris, and I'm very excited to be this close to someone like you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. On with the show we go, and I have some exciting stuff. We have people are here, and we also have the Bucket of Destiny is active tonight. There are a grand total of 4 predetermined healthy people in the Bucket of Destiny tonight, and some new, a couple old, and we're going to see how it goes. But first, to get the show started with a bang, ladies and gentlemen, a legend on this show. You have to wait like a professional. Is the longest tenured regular in the history of the show. He is known as the Big Red Machine. This is his first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. He was so excited that he almost ran up on the stage before I even said anything about him at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return to get things started of William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is. Wow.
What's up, y'all? I'm now Hispanic. You can call me something I'm from COVID-14. Making a sequel to Saving Silverman is where I convince Jonathan Silverman not to jump. Did anyone else think the granny of Mrs. Doubtfire looked like Robin Williams? All it takes is a tongue to make the peace sign vulgar. There's a pussy joke. I'm making a new butterfly effect movie, but every time the story is retold, you just end up being a basketball player. Bitch told me that didn't work, you piece of shit. If we're talking about Syria, we're not talking about Jesus, we're talking about Brandon.
Fuck yeah, William Montgomery. The return of William Montgomery. William, how are you?
So nice to be here. I feel a breeze on my penis. Is it chilly?
No, well, actually, your zipper is down.
Now, you said you broke your shorts last week. You told me this. You still haven't fixed them or not. And you got a gain weight. Now I'm on a size 40 waist. And it turned out to be too big. It was a little too husky.
Let me see. What do you have, a belt there? Yeah, you do. You have a little elastic belt. Oh my God! Look at your stuff.
Basically, I'm still working in the storage unit place. I think I'm flyer now. When I was showing someone, I don't know, to my 10, to my 15 something, telling them the amenities, and I felt the breeze on my penis. And I looked down and my penis was poking out of my boxers.
Is that true?
It's true.
So it was out of your boxers and out of the open hole in your pants?
It was just, my penis head was just out of my boxers.
How about your pubic hair? Have you been manscaping?
I have never messed with my pubes, so that's a little beef I got with the manscaping.
Yeah.
I think the women like a full bush.
They do. Have you ever, but you've never even seen the reaction to anything else?
No, I have. South Korea 2 years ago, I was there. The women were like, oh, you have red.
Oh, you have red, yeah.
Wait, what do they say?
Oh, you have red, yeah.
You have red what?
Hair.
Oh, red hair. That's what,
Oh, you have red, yeah.
oh, okay.
And I showed her my pubes. Some of my pubes are longer than my penis.
Yeah, you need a manscape.
I'm not manscaping. What were you just saying? You said that?
Effort.
I'm glad it wasn't you, you motherfucker.
Oh, effort.
That first thing you said tonight was not good.
What did he say?
What's wrong? What you wrong?
He didn't even say that, William.
He's a racist piece of shit from Arkansas. He went to the University of Arkansas.
Did you just see Mrs. Doubtfire this week for the first time?
I did. I saw that in Aliens 3.
Aliens 3. What an interesting. Where do you usually watch your movies at? What library?
In a library, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, Red Man, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
Why do you wish that?
I was hoping that was going to get a bunch of laughter to see if
Nobody knows. Not even people in the world.
Hey, Red Man, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
William, what'd you do this week? Anything healthy?
I got my RT back from work literally after 2 years. You would think I was the worst employee they had. I didn't get a raise. I still make minimum wage after 2 fucking years.
But they give you health insurance.
What is that noise? I picture me being with Princess Diana, just with the drunk guy driving, just him making that noise before he hits the pole.
That's actually what there it is. So William, 2 years, minimum wage still at this job, but they give you health insurance, is that correct?
They do.
Did you ever use that health insurance?
I do.
When did you use it during the pandemic?
I have what people call
Hammer toe.
a ascending testicle. I have a testicle in my ball sack that goes up into my tummy. I get paid.
Is that what that is that protrudes out of your
I
tummy?
had to pay $1,500 out of pocket.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Michael, shut it down, dude. This isn't working out. And I hate that bitch came with you. You know I hate her, man. Get her the fuck out of here. Dude, Michael, you know I hate her, man.
You have a lot of anger in you this week.
I do. After the bad report at work, I swear to God, Tony.
What exactly did that report say? Word for word, I want to know exactly what the report
It said I don't do good in sales calls. It said I have low energy.
Let's try it. Let's see what one of those feels like. I'm calling you right now. Okay, I'm calling you. You pick up.
Thanks for calling Sturgis.
Hi, William. Okay. I'm interested in having a storage unit. I need to put some shit in it.
What are you storing?
I'm storing a bunch of baseball cards.
What do you need to store?
Baseball cards.
How long do you need to store?
A lot of them.
How are you getting your things here?
Car. Actually, yes. Okay.
5x5. $77. How does that sound?
And you sound like a shitty salesperson.
Come on, Tony.
You started the smallest storage unit.
5x5. We have baseball cards.
5x5. What are you doing? 5x5.
Yeah, I'm in South Korea right now.
5x5.
I have a question for you.
Cat burglar.
Yes, do you have a rent of your stomach as storage space considered in what's there? That was really funny.
So, William, what other thoughts about watching Mrs. Doubtfire this weekend? By the way, the granny in Mrs. Doubtfire was Robin Williams. That's why she looks so
Really?
Yeah.
What happened to
Take
him?
the job, get the job, get the money.
He had a disease or something. Why did he kill himself?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's
It was funny. I loved him. He had the genie.
yeah. Aladdin.
Loved Aladdin. I was in Aladdin.
Oh, you were in Aladdin.
I was in Aladdin.
Wow, I didn't notice there. What character did you play in Aladdin?
I played one of the street urchins, the three Marcy twins.
Judith?
What are y'all fucking doing here right now?
William, don't acknowledge anything that you
I'm
do.
kidding. I kissed one of them one time, and the two brothers
No, there's nothing going on. Okay. Just focus on the questions. So the Marcy's,
Red Man, what's going on? Why'd you do that finger thing?
what?
Why'd you do that finger thing? What do you mean? I've been waiting all out to lose my job.
Yeah, I'll bring it to the stage, man.
What do you mean, bring it to the stage?
Talk about your job.
Seriously, what do you mean? I'm sick right now. They measured my temperature. I have 101. Wow. That's a fever in my book.
That's a joke for all the health department people watching online right
Yeah,
now.
good luck to the piece of shit that talks in this thing next.
Danny up in the bird's nest was put his on the spot too.
Good job, Danny, you pussy.
No, don't make fun of Danny. Oh yeah, look. I'm telling you,
Oh, Danny, I love you, dude.
I'm trying to warn you. Okay,
Remember when we kissed 2 weeks ago?
no, don't do that. Oh, that's what we're doing.
I know, I love you. Danny, give me the piece of how's your relationship going? You still with that girl? We're going to Las Vegas tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
Vegas tomorrow.
Are you gonna take that other comedian that she was fucking before you?
I am thinking about it. The guy, it turns out, the guy is very nice. We met a couple weeks ago at bowling alley, just in the parking lot. They're obviously honest, but we met each other. He seems super nice. He's coming along with us to the Bellagio.
Yeah, no, he is.
Super excited. He doesn't have keys. I do. So it's sort of a hodgepodge.
What happened to his pubes? Did they all get lost in your girlfriend's vagina when he was fucking her?
There was an issue with the fire.
Who's gonna start the fire?
I swear to God. No, but seriously, y'all ask me, it's sort of one of my biggest fantasies is being with that guy. Brought all the weapons up.
Who's gonna start the fire?
Brought all the weapons up to that hotel room in Vegas and started shooting all of those people in country music concert. I swear to God, y'all, in my fantasy world, when the South Korean chick is looking at my hands and I get pissed and I'm hanging out with the guy that used to go out with my girlfriend, I'm gonna be what you go to one of my weapons, break out one of the fucking windows and start fucking shooting.
I noticed you started sweating a lot more when I brought up that comedian who was fucking your girlfriend before, like you're covered in sweat.
Yeah, I don't know.
The first 8 minutes you were up here, outside of everybody having a good old time. I brought up one guy fucking laying pipe and your girlfriend now you're dripping with sweat.
What am I supposed to do? Another story. What am I saying? You're seeing his girlfriend's vagina. It's not funny anymore, y'all. I think we're gonna get married in Vegas this week.
Oh my god, are you really thinking about
Yeah,
that?
I'm really thinking about it. You should go back to that bowling alley incident. Can you say that a little bit slower?
Have you ever considered that there's probably never been a worse time to go to Las Vegas than right now?
Do you think it's safe if I wear a face mask? The best thing is what happens in Vegas and comes back with me.
It's true, you might not, if you go to Vegas, you might not be able to join us.
Yeah, you won't be able to go next week. American Brothers. Come on.
Come on, go to Vegas.
Come on.
Stay in LA.
Come on.
You work for minimum wage at a sports facility.
You know what I heard earlier?
What are you gonna do? Go there and put your $60 all on black or something. Everything's
I
covered.
put it on red. I really do. I'm looking forward to talking about the podcast. I love interviewing Lauren and me, Kreischer, and what's his name?
Tom Segura.
Tom Segura. At the end of their podcast today, they had a freestyle episode. So I love it when I see that. And it horrifies me.
Why?
And I start thinking, where do you want to do you think I would drive a car? Do you think I would find pussies on some sort of winding road? Do you really think I have anything to lose? Because I swear to God, I fucking do. Okay, I will find where y'all live if y'all keep stealing my shit.
What happened? Oh, that is right. Bruce Kreischer famously
He
said,
took my nightmare thing and then he took the freestyle thing and then
what's the freestyle thing? What freestyle thing did you
just
do?
at the end, David Lucas and I, our thing, we freestyle.
Oh, I didn't know that you guys
So
did.
people,
I never made it to the end of one of them.
that's pretty funny.
All right, William, fun times, dude. Way to get the party started here tonight. This is very unorthodox and audience-less.
It is so nice to actually see you all tonight.
Yeah, for sure. This is the first time that we've seen William in months because we're dead
The
in
varsity twins. Let's give it up for them, y'all.
the varsity twins. There you go. There you go. William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery. There you go. He touched me. Stars of fire. Hey, look at that. A new microphone. Shout out to David Deary. Coming to South Bedside tonight. Keeping everything nice and clean. Incredible. Thank you, David. Not a big fan of David Deary. Oh, there's only a few people I miss him. Staff members. Okay, we're gonna go to the bucket for the first time in months. How about that? It's the first time in months that we go to the bucket. We're going to see which one of 4 names. Oh, this is very exciting. I just hung out with this next band last night. We are good friends. He is not only a great comedian, but one of the most promising employees here at the Comedy Store. A guy that hangs out ladies, part of the cool kids. Ladies and gentlemen, a good friend of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. Here we go. Mitch Burrow.
Thank you. I really think being fat, these and not be fat.
Therefore, that is one. When that is said, do it, cover Allah. Taking a vow to destruction of the result of that narrative prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the IS. I get that. I want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do activities and get the proceeds of the destruction of destruction of Zilla, destruction of prohibitions ultimately is a good thing. So that it says you get paid and cover Allah. As I said, it is such an interesting idea. Part of Western society. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society. We should both take it. Yes, you know, it's not revolution. It's not revolution. We have more is a good place to stay in judgment. And I think this is lifestyle change. This is live, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to dominate. And when there's something that's it has to be, when there's something that's it has to be broken. When something that's has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. Sometimes when those minorities ultimately again become incredibly important. That's what it matters. Yes, destroy the INS as a about Allah, which is a great the world. Is it rough? And it's rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's hard for incredible challenges. We see this for life. Think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really and somebody would think that like he's living just a blind cross, right? It's not like because we're doing the world's doing. Yeah, again, it's hard. Because often in the world you can't see what's evil, what's good, you can't see who's right, who's wrong. But when that tells us that sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes when nothing says, Yishbar, Tala. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, well, the process is good. The process is good. The process is good. Like moving you get to the side. The process, that's what it's about. The Gemara goes like, but Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same and they asked about the question, was Hadu Yasvi, the kind of way like, the may have us become the enemy of our mouth. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item, then he has nice something worth thousands, that's $1,000. Does that money at the end of this take on the same identity as the other? Now, muito offenses também viado ali. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So, we don't know. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. We start with the elements from the element of having so that it says, I think it's not. I think it's not. sells his item. He has that money. That money does not need to be idolatrous. But rather, that money is just one thing. Listen to this. So here's a reference proof. يتهنون الأصل في الدراما. When these people came up with another zero. About the Swiss scouts is fascinating. So that means it's like this. When these people came up with what happened also in Balabar, and they wanted to convert. Now I haven't told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off more of your idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I'm watching this. Watch for here. And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the suicide. All these guys will have to shoot sky will also be part of all this one. Because remember, if they convert, they still own the idolatry. They will choose. Idolatry, like number one, can never be gay. Right? Can never have this identity. They can't get rid of. It tells them instead of while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is coming. What do you see from there? Obviously, see something with a lot of those sells. It's his idol, that cash is committed to the United States. My title, we should look at everything. We have to listen to how we got this comes to the proceeds, sale of the truth on the hands of the he's committed. I don't shine this. He's given the today. About that month. Maybe that case since obviously they're negating theological significance first. The most important thing is that so that's
Are you spending Marine Corps? What bothers me the most is that I've been the same size now for 5 years. And still, whenever I see somebody that I haven't seen like a month or two, they'll come up to me and be like, "Damn, Mitch, you look gooder. Are you losing weight?" And I'm just like, that in my memory. And every time you see me, you're just like, "Oh, it's not as bad as I recall, actually." I must not be a fan because I used to fucking a lot more, just at all, really. I used to fuck sometimes. I miss it. I actually lived in Asia for 3 years. Fucked a lot of Asian chicks when I was over there. Not quite like a fetish or anything, just more what was available at the time. One of my friends found out that I used to fuck a lot of Asian chicks. They got excited, like, dude, I love Asian chicks. I want to hook up with more Asian chicks. What's the secret? And I was like, lie. Wu-Tang. So, I don't know how much you want to commit to this. That's what I have to do.
Fuck yeah, Mitch. Absolutely. Mitch is a great comedian here at the Comedy Store. Very, very happy that you're here with us. We've been kicking it this weekend. We've been hanging out, having fun, and I was able to sweet talk you into coming on here.
Yeah, I was happy to do it.
Indeed.
It's been 3 months since I've done stand-up, which I think was very obvious.
That was great. That was great. I must admit, you look great. You've lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, since last night. Yeah, I feel like I lost some weight after last night.
Yeah, we had fun last night. Mitch and I'll just come out and say it. We smoked DMT last night.
Wow, we did.
Yeah. Mitch smoked a lot more than us.
I went to a place, and then I looked at Tony, and I said, "Oh, you're a bad person."
Wow, you saw that? I saw his soul. Oh, fuck yeah. You don't even need DMT for that.
That's what it's called. You can just do this show. It's fine.
How did Tony act on DMT? Was he talking about himself?
No, he didn't say he wanted to watch more reruns of the show.
It's true. I do love watching reruns of them.
And there was a certain duality to it though, because like even though he scared me, I still like grabbed on his shoulder.
He wouldn't let go of
And
it.
I was like, "You're my anchor. I need you because I can't go to this place again."
Yeah, I was keeping him, even though I'm a dark spirit, I was keeping him right where he wanted to be. Oh, there's the first Joker chant in someone. Yeah, that was fun.
What did you see in the experience? Did you see any visual? I told you I saw that Tony's a vampire. Oh, yeah. I was seeing it. And he commented everything. Well, the problem for me was, I don't know if I just hit it harder than everybody.
He really did. He hit it much harder. And I don't know if you even remember this. You did 2
I
rounds.
did 2 rounds,
He
yeah.
did a lot of funny things. He was killing the entire time for 10 minutes straight.
I should have done it before the session.
He's sort of rough to do DMT run because all he did was talk the entire time. Everybody else is just sort of like, meow. Mitch is like, you're a fucking dark spirit. But he also said it was funny. Annie was sitting there on her boyfriend's lap, and out of nowhere he goes, "What the fuck are you two dating?" They've barely dating. And then there's also a dog on Annie's lap. And they're for like 30 minutes. He's like, fuck, where'd that fucking dog come from?
Are you JD? I don't know if anyone's ever done drugs before, but it fucks with your perception of shit.
Yeah.
And DMT might be the strongest one.
Was that your first time doing it?
No, I've done one of those pins before, but it was my first time doing it with that many people. I've done it with one person with me, so that was a little more relaxed. This was, and plus, like, no one got as high as me. So then I was like, am I okay? Which is something I ask myself a lot of times.
Mitch not only hit the DMT pen, he also hit the KFC pen. He has a vape pen that is just the flavor of chicken.
It's just a straw that's so creepy.
So that's fun. Mitch and I were having a lot of late nights here and playing around with the great Don Barrett's. Towards the end here, we were on a real run.
Just also trying to get us going. What's working for me? Yes. And then Tony would just make fun of me thinking that I could have sex.
It was great. Oh, the audience. So you're
I'm a very handsome guy.
a good target. How long have you worked in the comedy store?
I've been in the comedy store since Halloween of 2018. So,
That's awesome. Halloween's a fun night to start.
yeah, just put on the costumes and keep moving.
Yeah, people are like, oh, look, someone dressed up as the Michelin maker. The hamburgers are here. Have you ever burglarized anything? Did you food anything or anything like that this year?
Just, houses when I was in the military.
Oh, okay. Is that a thing that a lot of American soldiers did, right?
That's very no, it's like you go on like bases and stuff, and you just like, oh shit, a fucking AK-47.
Hell yeah. Excellent. Did you take anything that you still have that you really like?
No, I didn't transport anything that go back, but I did have some friends that have AK-47 stuff.
Okay. Do they like check your bags?
Yeah.
What do you say?
So we work helicopters, and so you're able to like take the floorboards out of helicopters, stick the stuff on the floorboards, and then fly back. Like we just smoke shit back.
Children's shoes and clothing.
I'm glad you had to choose to take out of that. It's even creepy. Just bring it to Leah's face back. I shouldn't have said that. Like, you shouldn't have said that. I fucked up.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. There's no Julian fans. Like this place is 21 covers. Just kidding. Just kidding, Chris. He's not watching. He might actually. He actually might be living else. He didn't even want to do the show 6 months ago. Now he's watching it. How does it feel, buddy?
Not a whole lot.
Anyway,
Just in the bed. I'm just
what's the youngest girl you ever
early service to service.
Segway, that's a Segway.
Like a 22-year-old.
Hey.
They're
And the next morning she goes, so how old are you? I was like, I'm 39. And I go home and she's like, I'm 30.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, I'm 39. And then she never talked to me again. She
See, since he lost school. Yeah, he's great. Dude. He was great. We're gonna have do you do any exercising, anything to get the heart going?
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was
That's
really
everything
15
from
years
free.
old.
He was wrestling versus, I believe he's a blue belt son. He is a blue belt. And he was
Jiu-jitsu.
All right, big
in
nose.
your world of
He didn't beat me 3 times.
you probably have a good, what, you guys figured out 150
I'll
pounds.
probably went 150 pounds for it.
Yeah. And it was hilarious. I mean, we were fucking
I
done.
mean, to be fair, he trains.
Yes. Yes. He's blue belt versus.
And also, you know, I don't know if Curtis was here, but he was fucking corner manning me the whole time. No one was sitting in my corner being like, hey, do this move.
No, we were all laughing.
They were just like, you know, they hit the ball, like, oh, see, put him in it. Like, swing around, get him in a full guard. Like, no one was helping me. So, you know, like, that's the fucking bullshit that I have to deal with. Okay, I'm fighting on my own out there. I ain't part of the fucking Nelson clan, apparently.
You look like you trained him, like choo-choo trained. Yeah, you got choked out a couple. Did you go unconscious the first time we were all
I'm a bitch, dude. I tell you, real quick. As soon as I felt his arm around my neck, he didn't even do it that hard. I was just like, yeah, what's up, man?
normally the bitch taps until they drink film when it's close to nighttime. So what have you been doing during this quarantine to fucking stay sane?
I do a lot of camping. There's a lot of off-road in my Jeep.
Yeah, you do have an awesome Jeep. In fact, I'll tell this quick story is that one of the nights I was out, I think I was coming from one of the shows, and I drove by what I thought was Mitch's Jeep, and the guy was actually shaped like him. I got next to him, I rolled my window down, and this is a true story. I was like, Mitch! And the guy had headphones in, and he turns and he looks at me and he goes, what the fuck did you just call me? I was calling him a bitch. And it wasn't you.
No, he didn't actually knew who I was. He was upset. He could get us confused.
I love it, man. Very funny thing is, I also, when you guys were in quarantine, you and the other tour guys were making your own series, and it kind of was fun to watch because it kind of made me feel like you guys really do have like that when you're at home, like through your tour guide shirts and things.
Yeah, so we made, like, we were missing work, and we just decided to start making videos of us checking IDs and shit. And then the first video we posted got 125,000 views. I had it pinned on my Twitter because Crystal retweeted it because we included his Netflix special. So I've since unpinned it to
That's a shame. That's a shame. You must have gotten so many hits on TikTok.
Yeah. I got a lot of new young fans. We're doing good.
I love it. And what is your social media so that people can follow you?
Everything is Mitch Burrow. At Mitch Burrow, TikTok, Twitter.
MITCHBURROW.
Yeah, man.
Is that different than Joe Burrow?
Oh, he's Burrow. Yeah, he's no way. No, I think he's got an SOB. Or maybe we're cousins.
Yeah, something like that. I don't get it.
I mean, obviously, we're class athletes.
Now, you're from Atlanta?
Outside of Atlanta.
Let me ask you something. You're a real, you're a real big fan.
I don't like the Confederate flags. I don't know.
What do you think about the statues?
Take them down.
Take them down?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Those aren't my fucking heroes.
Right.
You know, I mean, there was some fucking NASCAR shit that people were fucking up and get upset.
You love NASCAR.
I love NASCAR.
That's right. What do you think about the bubble homeless
I love it. I wish you win a race so I can feel better about something.
That is weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, there's got to be some black drivers out there that can win.
That's why I'm trying to ever win in NASCAR. Have you ever thought about like jumping out of a car and just sprinting to the Is it pretty nice? Stereotype. That's a good stereotype to have. I think it really matters. I think it's all about the Oh my goodness, Red Man. Red Man. Yes, you guys all want to do it together?
You know, the problem is that it's hard for them to see the track because the windows are tinted.
Oh my goodness. What? I was going to say they never finish races. They keep getting pulled over. Oh, shit. Oh my god.
You know, Confederate flag from all of the races. But the only race that they really banned it from was the white race.
Oh, that's a goddamn shame. That's one of my favorite races. You are weird about white.
Oh, Jeremiah didn't recognize you. That's
All right, well, Mitch, so much fun. I'm so glad you did this.
Hey, man, yeah. I don't
Right.
I fucking love you. You're an awesome guy on stage and off. And I think that the fans that were watching are, we always introduce them to a lot of people that always, preacher loss. And
I mean, look, they like fucking Ray Montgomery. I'm like Ray Montgomery is not retarded.
right, exactly.
Hello. Who do you want your hero to be? Not that fucking guy.
Exactly. You construct
I just want to take him back. That's my whole deal back. Every time. You just want to get rid of that guy.
serious joke writers hate silly people. It's just the nature of the game. William, silly. Andy's in your weight class. You know what I mean? You guys are competitive. You guys are going after the same rules. Jelly rolls and dinner rolls.
All right, thanks. I enjoyed it.
Mitch Burrow, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah, Mitch. Fun times. Easy breezy. Yeah. Maybe start off in Atlanta, right, Mitch? Seattle. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Fucking dude. Alright, we're gonna go back to the bucket again. We're back to the bucket again. And your next comedian, I know this guy, ladies and gentlemen. He is about to go on stage for the very first time in his entire life. He became one of everybody's favorite employees here at the Comedy Store when he started. Definitely one of my favorite employees. I made sure nobody ever picked on this kid. I absolutely love him with all my heart. Super silly guy. I point his nickname that everybody calls it for him, and that name is Apples, everyone. His very first time on stage here. Cackles! Here he is. Cackles. You can tell what I want. Tackles, everybody. In and out. 36 seconds of bloody murder. I missed everybody. That was incredible, Tackles. That was great. You have a very unorthodox style of half-written jokes, and I like it. Straight from the heart. Straight from the heart. I love it. As you can tell by the way I look, my mom, you can tell my mom used to clean Hondas. Oh, because you thought that it was, you got confused. You thought it was Hondas. I love that. That's adorable. Cackles gained popularity here very quickly by being just a very positive guy around the comedy club. He runs food. He runs it fast, runs it hard. You've been staying in shape during this quarantine? Of course, yes. Yeah? You've been still practice running chicken tenders even while you're at home. It's just incredible. I love that he stays in shape all year round. Looks like he lives in front of a pawn shop, actually. What part of town do you live in, Cackles? Oh, okay. Have you lived there since you moved here? You brought your mom to the comedy store a few times. She's always had fun.
You're friends with your dad.
Your mom knows how to party. She gets down at the comedy store. Yeah, I once saw trash can in the parking lot one night. Yeah, it was hilarious. Poor Cackles was holding his mother's hair back. Like Cackles is hooking up with some chick that's vomiting, and then she lifted up her head. I'm like, oh, hi, Mrs. Cackles. You remember that? You remember Mrs. Cackles? Yeah. Call her Mrs. Cackles. Sorry, Mrs. Cackles. What does your mom do for work? She's actually she disability. What kind of disability are we claiming here? She has OCD. I see. You guys drink Fago? No? I used to. What did your mom drink? Mountain Dew. There it is.